Just 3 weeks on since the kick-off of the European Le Mans Series in Barcelona. We're here in the south of France, the Côte d'Azur, for the 4 hours of Le Castellet. Perfect conditions. There is a light wind bristling itself from one side of the start-finish straight to the other, but otherwise blue sky and a big crowd assembling ahead of this second race of the championship. Traffic queuing along the local roads to reach this venue on the plateau as we're about to go racing at Circuit Paul Ricard. And tensions appear to be high in certain places up and down the grid. All smiles at the Iron Dames, though, after another success on Saturday, at least, in qualifying yesterday. This is where this weekend's round sits in a 6-race season. We'll be heading for our first trip to Italy next up in Imola, Spa-Francorchamps with its new date at the end of August, a brand new venue for the ELMS for the 4 hours of Mugello at the end of September, and then the traditional season end at the Algarve International Circuit on the south coast of Portugal. My name's Johnny Palmer. I've got Graham Goodwin alongside me. That's the downside of this morning and this afternoon. He's the editor of dailysportscar.com, I hear, and we are set to go racing after a tremendous qualifying sessions yesterday. 4 lots of 15 minutes. This elongated 5.7 kilometre racetrack with 14 corners. Really tough beginning to the race, as we'll find in a moment. The S-bend at Verrerie will sort everybody out, or perhaps not, as some scurry to the blue and black striped asphalt. And then that tricky run into turns 3, 4 and 5 at Virage du L'Hôtel, where there is an escape route if you outbrake yourself. And then, once a few more right-handers, we head onto the Ligne Droite du Mistral, all 1.8 kilometres of it, and the famous Senior Corner, named after the local village. And some of the key personnel there from the European Le Mans Series, and indeed the Automobile Club de l'Ouest. A quick view of Pierre Fillon and Frédéric Luquin.
Yep, here's the Kessel racing car that we're preparing for the national anthem. Lots of talking points ahead of this race, plenty to keep us occupied, Johnny, over the next 4 hours and more. Beautiful blue skies after what has been quite changeable weather this week to this point. As you quite rightly said, big crowd this morning. Took us something like 45 minutes to drive, what, half a mile this morning?
Yeah, at the very most.
I mean, in fairness, most of that's about your driving, but
true. Even though it's literally one roundabout to the next, I do tend to lose my way. But thanks for the guidance.
But as you can see from the spectator areas on the iconic Paul Ricard circuit building here, well filled, and also beginning to get the grandstands on the start-finish straight filling nicely as well. Great to see audiences coming out in numbers again for the European Le Mans Series, we saw last time out in Barcelona. Here's the Spitter race car, second in LMP2 thanks to the efforts of Duncan Cameron. There he is, Silver Fox on the rear wing of the number 55 car. Here is the building, just about every area occupied.
And I struggled to find that Duncan Cameron pole position that you thought you'd remembered last year. So that's by far the best qualifying session for a good couple of seasons for Duncan. He may well love coming here, but not quite as quick as Sarah Bovey, who managed a 1:56.003, standing on the right of the 3 Iron Dames there. Michelle Gatting in the middle and Rahel Fry to Michelle's right. And they will be cycling through. Sarah Bovey is being plugged in to start and to try and burn that hour and a half that she needs to do. Let's pause for the national anthem.
Allons enfants de la patrie, le jour de gloire est arrivé. Contre nous de la tyrannie, l'étendard sanglant élevé, l'étendard sanglant élevé. Entendez-vous dans nos campagnes mugir ces féroces
I've got to say, after the violinist in Barcelona blew us away with the 2 national anthems there, whoever's booking these national anthem performers, they're getting them spot on right in 2024.
Beautiful. The Marseillaise is always an evocative tune and song, but delivered beautifully and non-standard, which I like a little bit of non-standard. Beautifully done, Chloe Leroux.
Yeah, Chloe was practicing on, I think, Friday evening, and we hung back to listen to a few versions of that. Back to the matter in hand, and the 31 car from LMP3 is, LMP, where are we looking? Yeah, LMP3, I was right, with the Racing Spirit of Le Mans crew, and they will be on 5th position for Jacques Wolf, tucked in behind Torsten Kratz, who'll be starting the WTM by Rinaldi Racing number 12 car. Speaking of the devil, Leo Weiss and Oscar Tunjo, who posted the time yesterday to come later on. But here is Torsten, the man from Mönchengladbach, and a wave for the camera. It does seem to be the fashion at the moment to get the sort of car's eyes as the protective film over the windshield to make sure that the cockpit is kept as cool as possible.
Indeed, the shaded from what is actually a warm day, and it's the warmest day we've had this week so far, Johnny. Team Virage, 3rd in LMP3, winners last time out, Gilles Gerbi, Bernardo Pinheiro, and Guillaume Orléans will take the challenge to the rest here in LMP3. Cooling drink on a warm day. Johnny Edgar, it is on the grid there, but he's not aboard this one. This is Cool Racing, 2nd in the class, and the defending champions with their new look driver squad for this 2024 season, and they're very much in the mix.
Yeah, well, clearly one of the key guys to get in that car for qualifying is Manuel Espirito Santo. He wasn't quite fast enough to take pole position yesterday. That instead going the way of, and we will get to the number 15 RLR M Sport car very, very shortly, but a most impressive 18-year-old, Gaël Julien, French, but also dual nationality with Madagascar as well, and his English is exemplary. We were chatting to him just after the little presser he does with Jeff Carter in the media centre after the session. And I might as well have been talking to a 30-year-old, let alone some.
He was very impressive, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Very impressive.
And, yeah, very level-headed, but I think he knows the talent that he carries as well. Born in Indonesia, but has lived in France pretty much all his life. This was earlier on with the signing session, and one of the reasons why so many fans were piling in bright and early this morning. The queue around the Iron Dames table was significant. A lot of following there for obvious reasons, really. They're a fan favourite both on social media and when they get in the car, and with the success too, but they haven't got the race result yet. 2 qualifying sessions where they've scored pole positions and therefore 1 point, but they've got to turn that into results, and it didn't go their way in Barcelona, not through any fault of their own, of course, that loose wheel nut jamming in the rear of the car. But who's going to win LMP2? It was so tough to work out who was going to be quickest in the qualifying yesterday.
5-minute board on the grid. Stands beginning to fill nicely as people filter back from the fan areas in the shade of the trees on the inside of the circuit, and from the paddock where people have been, of course, prowling looking for recognisable faces. But it's about to get serious on track. 3rd in LMP2 Pro-Am is this Richard Mille TDS effort that really did shine last time out. Bumped into Rodrigo Sales at the hotel this morning. He's looking confident, feels he's got a lot more to bring to the race than he feels he can at the moment in qualifying. Francois Perraudot in his 83 AF Corsa car with the Breton based chromed livery. 2nd in the Pro-Am class. That'll be Giorgio Roda and the Proton competition number 77 car. There it is. It will take the start from pole position in the Pro-Am class. Remember, this is LMP2. Exactly the same cars as in the LMP2 class. The only difference is they must have at least 1 bronze driver. And each of these teams in the 8-car order in Pro-Am has got just a single bronze ranked driver. You can just see through the Proton car to Francois Perraudot beyond.
The puzzling thing for them will be, why could we not turn single lap speed into a decent result in Barcelona, because they finished 5th in the end. So 10 points for that, plus the point for pole position. But the first race of the year was won by Perodo, Vaxavier, his teammate Matteo Vaxavier, and Alessio Rivera. So clearly, if Giorgio Roda can be as dominant as he was yesterday in LMP2 Pro-Am, they'll want to at least finish on the podium. A brief glimpse there of the pole sitter in Barcelona, but he's 5th in, or posted a 5th fastest time. That was Ben Hanley, but to start car 22, it will be Philippe Ugran on the inside of row 3, and we'll have Lorenzo Fluxa for company over his right shoulder. Fluxa, a very impressive opening stint in Barcelona, and it's he, Malte Jakobsen and Ritoma Miata who lead the championship with car number 37, but they start from 6th place today. Their teammate better off in 4th, and that's Alejandro Garcia with Paul-Luc Chatin and Fred Vesti, who was in for qualifying yesterday. Matteo Cairoli, good performance from the Italian for Iron Lynx Proton, putting this black and yellow car with the sort of inverted typical Iron Lynx livery on car number 9. He starts on the inside of row 2.
The front row, very different colour schemes for two very similar cars. Get ready to go. It will be on 2nd place on the grid for Johnny Edgar, starting the AO by TF effort, the 14 car. And Johnny, a much more convincing performance this weekend. They were out of sorts in Barcelona. They've got a points deficit to make up, and everything about the body language of everything the team are doing so far this weekend indicates they're going to be taking the fight to the rest.
Yeah, Edgar, still only 20 years old, with a background in karting, hails from Cumbria in the northwest of England. But then we move on to this Matra liveried EDEX Sport LMP2 car. It was a 140.104. That's a big margin quicker than AO by TF, a whole 0.246 of a second, and a tremendous effort from Job van Uitert, Graham.
It was indeed, and he was delighted with it. Came up to have a chat with us in the press room, and did ask him why he'd gone for the final lap that put another, quarter of a second gap on the field, to which his answer, with a glint in his eye and a smile on his face, was, you've got to show them when you've got it.
Well, he'd already had pole, but it wasn't by very much at all, so he needed to stamp his authority perhaps even more, and he's done Paul Lafargue a big favour, because Paul will start actually on the outside row when you look at the clockwise nature of the circuit, but crucially it's the inside line for turn 1, which is the first element of the S of the Verrerie S-bend. So you turn left and right. Well, that's the idea. There will be a number of cars, I sense, that go a little too deep or just cannot turn in to turn number 1 on the first lap. And if you do that, the rule, according to the driver's briefing, is that you must go further on, then around a bollard or an indicated part of the circuit, before then rejoining on the short, sharp straight between turns 2 and 3. We'll see exactly how many people do that. If Michelin Le Mans Cup race yesterday was anything to go by, 1 or 2 rather flounced those rules. There's also a similar rule down at turn 3, so if you're charging your way into Virage de l'Hôtel and you miss your braking point, you have to go to the left-hand side of a bollard and rejoin a little bit later. There will be plenty that do that through the course of the race as well. We'll point it out when it happens.
Start of what will be 2 formation laps. This the new order in ACO rules racing, with the removal of tyre warming technology from pit lane to help the kind of sustainability of this paddock. Other things to watch for, apart from awesome racing, of course, which we are absolutely definitely going to see, keep an eye on just the kind of strategy these teams employ with tyres. Tyres is something they are strictly limited on, Johnny Palmer, but it's warmer here than we have had it all week. There's not been a lot of chance to practice with the cars in this specification. Remember, more power for the cars this year than last year, some 40 horsepower more, and that we saw, was it 4-second improvement in pole position time year on year?
Yeah.
So these cars are going to be quicker. They're going to be quicker everywhere. They're going to be coming in, turning into the corners, and there's some very high-low corners here at much faster speeds. Let's watch what happens with those tyres.
In both of the LMP2 categories, you get 3.5 sets of Goodyear tyres. So 12 is the sort of mandated amount, and then 2 additional tyres may be introduced any time at each of the competitions. So each round, you effectively got 2 bonus tyres should you require them.
Okay,
I'm sure all the teams will be using those.
It's looking good. I'm telling the leading car to increase a little bit the space, but let's minimize those gaps. We still have a few big gaps. If you want speed, you need to stay compacted.
But the round 2 of this championship last year was actually held in July because we were meant to have gone to Italy in May, and then that didn't happen because of major flooding problems at Imola. When we ran here last year, Louis Delatraz again was bossing the field for Racing Team Turkey, a Pro-Am team, and then his front left tyre started to disassemble itself, disintegrate, delaminate, and amazingly he got that car to the finish, but the tyre, talk about it being bald, you know, 1/3 of it was basically no longer there, so quite how it stayed inflated none of us really knew, but he managed to get to the end and to 3rd position. And I want, you know, you always think about the rear left on a rear-wheel drive car on a clockwise circuit. On a prototype, the front left takes a right old pounding because of Senior, because of Bose, these constant radius corners.
Reminder, the grid is supposed to be compacted at the end of the next lap. It's up to the leader of each class to dictate the pace once the leading car leaves the track. Let's minimize the gaps between classes, and please remember it's lights out at position 5-6 of the Formula 1 grid and no overtaking before the line. Cars are supposed to go through the Formula 1 painted starting boxes on the grid.
So very clear indeed, the instructions from our race director, Eduardo Freitas. You always wonder why people sometimes get it wrong, but there you go. On to the second of these formation laps, so lots to look out for here. But principally, Johnny, we're going to be concentrating on why we're here, and that is we're about to go racing. And the racing in the European Le Mans Series in recent seasons has been of absolutely world-class quality in every class. LMP2, LMP2 Pro-Am, LMP3, and for this year, LMGT3, and fundamentally different from the challenge of GTE previously. We tend to focus on lap time and lap speed, but the strategy, the technology, the way in which energy is managed has seen some fundamental changes in GT racing for ACO, and frankly, even as somebody who's sitting here and employed to actually explain this, I'm still unwrapping some of those details as we move on through. It's been a very interesting couple of months as the teams discover just how different the challenge is.
Safety car at this stage is dropping to 100. Leading car is dropping to 100. To compact everyone, do not forget to compact the grid at around T10, so by the time that you get to T11 we have 2 clear lines of cars. The track has been totally clean just for this moment.
The other great thing though about LMGT3 is that we've got 4 manufacturers on the grid and they are all represented in the top 4. Porsche took pole with Sarah Bovey, Ferrari second fastest, Duncan Cameron for Spirit of Race, Lamborghini there in 3rd for Hiroshi Hamaguchi and Iron Lynx, Derek De Boer, the best of the Astons, in 4th for Racing Spirit of Le Mans. So it sounds like, it feels like the balance of performance is about right.
Leading car currently at 80, leading car currently at 80.
Aston may, of course, disagree with that, being the lowest of those 4 different manufacturers, but we're thinking about a 4-hour race rather than single lap speed, and there is an awful lot to unravel, to untangle itself when you consider the driver combinations.
Let's assume 2x2. The front should be at 2x2, please, and everyone should follow. All cars to grid positions. Thank you, the front is doing a perfect job. Let's hope the back does the same.
So Paul Lafargue in the blue and yellow Matra tribute livery from Edex Sport alongside Johnny Edgar, the Cumbrian for AO by TF. They've got lost ground to make up from the Barcelona race, and they're in a perfect place to do that from the front row. Then Jonas Reed for Iron Lynx Proton, beginning in the number 9 car alongside Alejandro Garcia for Cool Racing, Philippe Ugran and Lorenzo Fluxa, the championship leader for United and Cool Racing. LMP2 Pro-Am is led by Giorgio Roda after his superb performance in qualifying yesterday for Proton competition. The LMP3 pole, RLRM Sport
has left the track. Leading car has left the track.
For Michael Jensen, and it's Iron Dames versus Spirit of Race at the sharp end of LMGT3 For the second time this year, we're about to go racing in the European Le Mans Series. It's the 4 hours of Le Castellet. 1 or 2 perhaps going slightly too early in the mid-pack, but it is a good getaway from Paul Lafargue as they head down into Verrerie for the first time. And that wonderful orchestra of 4.2-litre V8 Gibson engine as Johnny Edgar rather had a bit of a moment coming out of Verrerie, but he controlled it well. There was at least one that straight-lined the S-bend, and now into Virage du L'Hôtel. A few looking for the inside line into Camp Corner, including the Philippe Hugran-driven United Autosports number 22, and there's a spinner in the mid-pack.
The Virage car.
Is it Virage or Panis?
That's you might be correct. That's from that angle. You're absolutely right. Two cars went right wide, by the way, and I think we may have another car off to the inside.
You were bang on. It's Tony Wells in the number 19 Team Virage car, because the 65 Panis car got safely through. Manuel Maldonado is in 10th. We're missing the chicane this year, remember, we did that last year too. So down the Mistral and the full 1.8 kilometres, it climbs up to a crest before going through Senior Corner, and they were side by side entering that part of the circuit, Philippe Hugran with David Heinemeier Hansson, Greg Goodwin.
It is Francois Perraudot that's in trouble. He is tumbling down the order. I think I saw that car off to the inside at just beyond the point where Tony Wells was in trouble. But all cars have come through the next timing area, I think Tony Wells has got himself moving. We'll keep an eye on that.
He's not reached the end of sector 1, and that's pretty much what, although he could have missed the timing loop, of course, because of the spin. He hasn't yet posted a time at the end of the Mistral straight. Lots of shoulder barging going on into the final corner of the first lap. One of the two Inter-Europol competition cars virtually side by side with David Heinemeier Hansson, so that's Luca Giotto trying to make some progress, and Giotto gets through to fend off for 7th position, the Dane behind.
Yeah, I think it was the other Inter-Europol car that went wide and the Pro-Am Nielsen car into turn 2, but all is well with those two. Keep an eye on what's going on with Tony Wells. Has restarted it.
Yes,
I think he's possibly got a bit of a transponder issue. He's making his way up the LMGT3.
Yeah. That was a reasonable final sector. It's in the ballpark at 52 seconds, so it does look like the number 19 Team Virage P2 Pro-Am car is back up to speed. Didn't quite work out how he ended up facing the wrong way at Virage du Camp, but he may well have been pushed. It doesn't take that long for the bollard that sits on the apex there to be plucked out, and I reckon possibly Tony Wells in the spin has removed that already. Talk of the Panis racing car, it's a change of livery for 2024, this Mark VDS tribute, I suppose, as well. So
no, they're actually backing the team.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Yes, they are.
Okay.
No, Mark van der Straten is one of the backers of the team this year.
Right, so that's the reason why this is brand new look to this car. But they're not included in the title of the team. It's still simply known as Panis Racing. And it is Manuel Maldonado in car number 65 running 10th. But Paul Lafargue, partway round lap 2, leads by 1.1 seconds over Johnny Edgar. Jonas Reed trying to stay within touching distance. And in the GTs, we still have the same order from the front row. Sarah Bovey in the bright pink Porsche of Iron Dames, leading Duncan Cameron in the green and white Spirit of Race Ferrari.
There's two troubled LMP2 Pro-Am cars. Tony Wells has cleared the LMGT3 field, and we saw in the previous shots there is the AF Corsa car just needs to go by the top two. Car 10, meanwhile, under investigation, overtaking before the start line.
So car 10, the Vector Sport entry. There were a few potentially that were doing that, so I wonder whether that's the first of a flurry, but Ryan Cullen will, well, whether he gets a penalty or not, we'll wait and see, but normally there's no smoke without fire.
I think there's been a moment here. Yes, there you go for the 88 car. That car plummeting down the order. Alexander Bekantsov in trouble in the Inter-Europol Ligier, all by himself at the final turn. Meantime, at the front of the pack, dodging, weaving, looking to not give that all-important slipstream down this massive Mistral straight into the awesome Scene Corner. Something like 200 miles an hour at point of turn in there for these cars. Remember, more power this year, some 580 brake horsepower from this Gibson 4.2 litre engine. we've got the 22 United Autosports car of Philippe Hugran getting involved in this group. Has managed to edge his way by the number 9 car. Can he get clear and get onto terms with the Cool Racing car ahead? Lorenzo Fluxer.
Jonas Reed has lost 2 places in about 2 corners there, so I don't know whether that's a genuine struggle for the Iron Lynx Proton Orica. His pace onto the start-finish straight looks okay. He's level pegging now with Luca Ghiotto, but should have the inside line into Verrerie for the 4th time. 0.6 of a second the gap between Lafargue and Johnny Edgar, so that's been halved since we last mentioned it. It's growing from Edgar to Lorenzo Fluxer, and Fluxer was a little more dominant 3 weeks ago in Barcelona. Remember, he grabbed the lead early on for Cool Racing. Can't do the same though in the second round, and is more in defensive mode to a charging Philippe Hugran.
Yeah, Johnny Edgar on some form. He has, I believe, test drive in Formula E to come in the near future. So people are beginning to notice there's real talent here from the young Cumbrian. But he is trying to chase down Paul Lafargue, and they're getting clear of the pack behind. Last time through, by the way, Johnny Edgar, fastest lap of the race so far, inside 1:44, and that time will come down.
Sarah Bovey going well in LMGT3 as well, just posting that class's best time today, and that's partly because Duncan Cameron has a massive distraction from behind, which is the bright green and black Hiroshi Hamaguchi driven Iron Lynx Lamborghini. Johnny Lawson for Formula Racing. It feels like that car's made quite a bit of progress. It certainly has. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is where it qualified. It's now 4th and ahead of Takeshi Kimura. This car, number 57 of Kessel Racing, and Derek De Boer slipping 2 places. So Lawson benefiting, De Boer, the American, in the racing spirit of Le Mans Aston, finding Martin Berry and the fellow Aston Martin on the timing screen. They're 6th and 7th.
Indeed, and a train of 4 cars at the moment contesting 2nd place. There is Duncan Cameron, Hiroshi Hamaguchi right in his mirrors, and Johnny Lawson not so very much further behind with Takeshi Kimura and the Kessel Racing car there too. So it's still closely packed in every class. The 2 recovering LMP2 Pro cars about to clear the lead group in LMP3, and back to order restored and just a time gap to their colleagues in the same class. Another new fastest lap of the race. It's a much quicker one. The 7:10's gone, but it's not Johnny Edgar. It's his pursuer, Lorenzo Fluxer, in the 37 Cool Racing car. He's got 3.5 seconds to close to get onto the back of the AO by TF car, who is now with Paul Lafargue.
And they're well over to the right-hand side of the Mistral. That's where you end up really through the left-hand kink at 7, but eventually you've got to move the car to the left-hand side of the circuit to get the ideal line into senior corner. 1 or 2 drivers saying to us pre-race that the advice from their engineers is to stay well off the curb on the exit of senior, particularly in the early stages of the race. Remember, very few tyres for a 6 stint race, 4 hours. LMP2s can generally do 40 to 45 minutes, so you've got to expect 6 stints. And you've really only got 3, well, it's actually 3.5 sets of tyres, so you're going to have to double those sets. As Johnny Edgar goes from a very last-minute dive for the race lead, and that's your classic Virage DuPont manoeuvre. Edgar looking like he was just going to follow in the wheel tracks of Paul Lafargue, and then the door was left open, and Johnny Edgar filled it to the race lead, AO by TF, but Lafargue's not going to take that lying down. He can't get alongside, though, the white and red car into turn 1.
Trouble for the Decane number 30, Decane Engineering number 30. That's in the hands of Niels Koelen. Has been turned around. Either did he fall or was he pushed right at the end of the lap, just around pit entry. Yellows are still there. So Niels trying to get the car moving, I'm sure, and has done so.
Wonderful overtake for the race lead, though.
Wasn't it? Johnny Edgar continues to impress, by the way. Long chat with Johnny. He was just by himself, unfortunately, but more and more comfortable in his new surroundings in sports cars. One of them, well, an increasingly, I don't know, bounteous crop of young drivers looking to sports car racing to take their careers forward.
And now well, I was about to say, can he start to open the gap? But he's already doing that. 0.6 of a second. Paul Lafargue unable to answer this pace at this stage. Lorenzo Fluxa, meanwhile, is making some more progress. He's got ahead of, well, it was Jonas Reed, wasn't it, that was in third for a brief time. Now Fluxa bringing Philippe Augrand with him for United Autosports, and Luca Giotto is getting the Inter-Europol competition 34 car now into the top 5, so quite a bit of shuffling of the order from the grid positions.
And particularly in LMP3, that was just a quick on board with Miguel Christopher in the 17 Cool Racing car. That car down to 6th. The lead in the race for Torsten Kratz, by the way, and he's pulling away at the moment from Matthew Richard Bell in the Euro International car. So it's the WTM by Rinaldi Racing number 12 Duquesne side by side here. It is the two cars.
Jonas Reed to the left of your shot and Garcia on the inside, is it not, for Cool Racing, number 47, so 7th, 6th and 7th indeed. And behind them, the yellow-nosed Inter-Europol competition car, which has been started by Sebastian Alvarez, number 43.
I think, by the way, I misidentified those. Trouble there for Cool Racing car. Goes to, sorry, that's the other car. Goes to the outside, follows the race director's instructions. You must go through those cones if you take that line and run off track, otherwise there is going to be a penalty looming. It was the other car, the 34 car, Luca Giotto, that ran wide at the start of the race between turns 1 and 2, and indeed that car is under investigation for taking advantage.
Yeah, that's always the trouble when you maybe have been put there rather than outbraking yourself, as now to the high side of Jonas Reed will arrive Sebastian Alvarez, and Alvarez was marginally ahead as they got through the split, but Jonas Reed had the inside line for senior corner. A little bit of hopping over the curb there, or scrubbing the curb for car 43. Let's hope he doesn't learn to rue that later on in the race. But there are effectively 2 extra tyres to keep throwing at these LMP2 cars every round, so left side tyres may well be the order of the day, particularly here during one of the early pit stops.
You can see very vividly, by the way, almost round the back of the Inter-Europol car as the 43 car was making its way to the outside on the Mistral straight. Just how bumpy it is, clearly grounding out, and smoke coming from the, I'm sure, from the underfloor plank on the LMP2 car, part of the range of measures that ensures that all is fair and these cars are operating within the homologated limits, the determined limits by the rules. And yet again, a moment, Johnny, to remind everybody, yes, there are 22 Oreca 07 LMP2 cars, and yes, they're all the same in terms of the way in which they emerge from the plant just over the back wall from this circuit at Oreca, and seen the local village. But then it's about how those cars are prepared by the teams, engineered by the race engineers, and driven by some remarkably capable professional and non-professional drivers in this LMP2 class.
Here is Torsten Kratz, followed by Matthew Richard Bell, and the number 11 dark blue car has traditionally only had 2 drivers. That's again the case, sharing with Adam Alley, so bronze and silver combo, whereas the car ahead is the Duquesne of WTM by Rinaldi. That's Wochenspiegel Team Monschau, the team from Germany, and Leonard Weiss and Oscar Tuño make up the lineup there. Tuño's become the qualification specialist, but Kratz will have to do, I think it's 50 minutes as the bronze.
Close stuff here. This is the battle for second place, and it's Lorenzo Fluxa who gets up the inside for the moment of Paul Lafargue. Still side by side and in traffic. Risky moments here, but this time Paul Lafargue has to duck out of it. The Lamborghini is where he wanted to put his Oreca, and that cost him dearly. Avoided the collision, which was job 1, but unfortunately loses second place. Unfortunately for him, to the Cool Racing number 37 car. Johnny Edgar leads now, 3.2 seconds clear of Lorenzo Fluxa in the 37 Cool Racing car from Paul Lafargue. Philippe Augrand in the first of United Autosports cars is 4th, and then the 2 Inter-Europol cars. Well, no to tell, more or less, on track.
I rather hurriedly said about Torsten Kratz's minimum drive time. I got the wrong column entirely. It's 1 hour and 45 minutes that Torsten has to do as a minimum, and the silvers aren't restricted either way, so there's no minimum or maximum time for Leo Weiss and Oscar Tunio, and that's the same for all bronze, silver, silver combinations, which is the majority of the field. There are 1 or 2 exceptions, but that's a good chunk of the race. It's nearly half of it that the bronze has to do in LMP3. LMP2's back onto the main straight, and now this Mistral is littered with GT traffic. The number 22 car in a real arm wrestle with not 1 but 2 Inter Europol competition cars, but that's one of those was the LMP3.
It was, yeah.
The 34 car is the first that Philippe Ugran will need to worry about. Sebastian Alvarez, then, where's he disappeared to? He's supposed to be a few cars back.
He's dropped back a little, I think, in traffic. Oh, wow, all 4 off there for the Iron Lynx car.
That will have woken Jonas Reed up.
Yes, more than a little.
Running 7th, so he is behind Alvarez. But for some reason, there's like a 6, nearly 7-second gap between Giotto and Alvarez. That might just be pure pace, I suppose, but they were together not so long ago.
22 for United Autosports takes up the pursuit. Philippe Ugran is with Lorenzo Fluxa. So that's switched around. It has switched around again. So Fluxa's lost second place to Paul Lafargue. So this is topsy-turvy stuff.
Yeah, so maybe a mistake from Fluxa, just checking his sector times. There's nothing particularly ominous there. He was maybe a touch slow through sector 1, but clearly he's got the pace to get ahead of the EDEC car.
But this is helping Johnny Edgar.
Yes.
Because Johnny Edgar is pulling out that gap over 4 seconds now. Johnny, though, is in a bit of traffic. And that is going to start to... I'm just looking which traffic it is. He's in LMP3 traffic at the moment. So significantly trickier in the turns than a GT car will prove to be. I'm on board the number 59 Aston Martin, Racing Spirit of Le Mans. Derek Depeur started that car. He's in a battle with Johnny Lawson. This is the battle for 5th place. You see the difference in pace. That is our race leader going through.
Also getting by a similar paint scheme to the race leader, but Johnny Edgar's already into turn 11.
No, it was the 20. It was the Nielsen racing car, wasn't it?
With the white front,
correct.
But it's got a maroon, much more maroon on the rear when you see it turn through senior corner. So the Aston Martin number 59 ahead of the 50 Ferrari, which had got up to 4th position, but it's lost ground again now and is back down to 6th, which is where Johnny Lawson began the morning.
Still lots of battling up and down the order. Group of 3 hard charging LMP2 cars there. The 10 from Vector Sport, Ryan Cullen. David Heimar Hansen is 27 Nielsen Racing car, and then the 25, the championship defending LMP2 from Algarve Pro Racing. And right behind them too, Manuel Maldonado wanting to get into this fight in his Panis Racing 65 car.
Jonas Reed's now under investigation for his off-track moment and potentially overtaking then beyond the white line on the Mistral straight.
So overtaking not only offline but also in the air.
Yeah. Oh, you're not allowed to do that, Graham. Have you not read your regulations?
That might be a first.
You must overtake with all 4 tyres in contact with the ground now. I don't think that matters, to be honest.
Remember Stefano Ortelli doing it with the high drama at Monza over the top of Alan McNish's Audi, but that didn't end well.
So, what, leaping over another car? That's an inventive way of doing it. But the crucial thing was that Jonas Reed had left the racetrack, probably forced there, or felt like he didn't really have the space to continue in a straight line, and the car hopping and skipping its way, but potentially, according to the race officials, taking advantage. Now, side-by-side action around the outside. Philippe Ugran went on Fluxa, so you said that they had switched positions. Fluxa now back to 4th position, and that's a terrific overtake into the double right at Beausset, and the red windshield or visor on the number 22 car of Philippe Ugran is now in front of Lorenzo Fluxa.
It is very fluid indeed, isn't it? All the way up and down the order here.
Here's the number 21 LMP2 Pro-Am entry from United Autosports, being driven by Dan Schneider in the opening stages. It's a recovering Niels Coulen up ahead. Remember the spin for Duquesne team at the end of the lap. And now there's another car off the road. This is the number 5 RLR M Sport of James Dayson, which has ground to a halt more than anything towards the end of the lap.
Yeah, James had a horrible bout of luck, didn't he, at Barcelona. was off in an incident with another car, and that seemed to have caused a damage that saw that car an early retirement, so he'll be hoping for better fortune here. It's Johnny Edgar, by the way. Paul Lafargue has not given up that fight. 3.4 seconds now, so what looked like a bid for escape from Johnny has been stopped for the moment by Paul Lafargue. There the cars are on the Mistral, and Philippe Ugran not far behind, 1.4 seconds ahead of Lorenzo Fluxa. And was that contact from Jonas Reed?
No, it was one of the Cool Racing cars, I think, and an LMP2 car, but I'm not sure from that distance whether there was contact or whether it was a spin for Dayson, and then in avoidance the Cool Racing car needed to go high and wide. Very tricky to tell. But it can't be the 37, so it must therefore be the 47 of Alejandro Garcia, would be my guess.
Okay.
I'll see that again before I'm absolutely sure.
It's the car we didn't see in action last time out. We did see the 97 Aston Martin, you're telling me, the race fans out there, but not this one, and not in this livery. This is the second replacement car we've had for the Grid Motorsport by TF effort. There's a great example of the difference in pace with the LMP2 and GT3. That's a 97 car, built up from an ex-GTE car since Barcelona. Fans of the WEC, you'll have seen that very car racing as a GTE Aston Martin last season in Bahrain in the hands of D-Station Racing. Now, completely different car with a different team.
Great battle over the line between Nielsen and Algarve Pro. So David Heinemeier Hansen again strongly in defensive mode from Matthias Kaiser, the Liechtenstein driver. And a little bit of side-by-side action there. P2 overtaking P3. Racing Spirit of Le Mans number 31. Not in a happy place right now because it's trying to go about its business as quietly as possible, but getting swamped by LMP2 traffic, and very good driving, in fact, from Jacques Wolf, needing not to be too off his rhythm by all of this noise around him and in the door mirrors as well. As the slower car, you're told in drivers' briefings to stay to your line and let the quicker cars by. The DKR Engineering LMP2 now is taking the Jonas Reed line onto the Mistral straight. So that is the current LMP2 Pro-Am leader of Cem Bolokbashi. And car number 3 has hustled its way to the sharp end and ahead of Giorgio Roda, who was the star yesterday in qualifying.
So Johnny Edgar, 3.8 seconds to good ahead of Paul Lafargue, who now leads a train of 3 cars. He'd export United Autosport's 22 and the 37 from Cool Racing. Side by side for 2 of the 296s. Briefly, but it is the 86 car of GR Racing. Mike Wainwright goes through on Johnny Larson. Johnny not having the best of times at the moment. Made progress early on, but has been dropping back for a little wee while. That was then a battle for 7th. Lead of that class, Sarah Bovey, now 7.2 seconds clear of Duncan Cameron.
Part of the reason why the Turkish driver Bolokbashi has made his way to the front is that he's a silver rated driver, and predominantly, I think possibly everywhere else, it's all bronzes, isn't it? Yeah, so that's a little bit of strategy utilisation from DKR Engineering. The downside for that is that Alexander Matchell won't be burning, sorry, not Matchell, the bronze within that car is Andres Latour, and he'll need to burn the relevant time, which is an hour, as the bronze. So DKR will get towards a more level playing field later on in the piece. Here to the left-hand side of your picture is Philippe Ugran on Paul Lafargue. So United up against EDEC, and this is for second place.
I think that's done. I think that is done.
He was certainly ahead at the split. He's now ahead on the road.
The turn in there is just mind-bending, isn't it? These LMP2 cars, we've said it before, I'll keep saying it, awesome pieces of kit at an astonishing price point for international motorsport. And get drivers coming in to sports car racing via LMP2 for a range of single-seater careers, and all of them basically offering the opinion that's okay, a bit heavier than what I'm used to, but this is an impressive piece of kit.
Yeah. And if you're not used to that type of machinery from other motorsport disciplines, it takes a few sessions certainly, and for some a few race meetings to really work out the tricks of it and how to unlock them. Over the curb for the new third place car, which is Paul Lafargue and Edek from pole position, remember, and Lorenzo Fluxa still bogged down a touch. At times he's looked faster than those around him and maybe good enough for second place, but he just can't fashion any overtakes right now, the Spaniard, as he brakes for the right-hander at Virage du Camp, round Saint-Baume, and heading for the Mistral once again.
So, approaching the first half hour of this race, and happily, almost all the action, Johnny, has been about wheel-to-wheel, door-to-door racing action. A couple of little whoopsies for one or two. Looks like there's a recovery there, maybe underway from another. There is the 3 DKR car, the 25 from Algarve Pro Racing. Now this is actually for position overall. This is the leader in LMP2 Pro-Am, with the 11th place Algarve Pro car of Matthias Kaiser. Again, nose to tail, side by side, standard fare for the European Le Mans Series. Vector Sports, Nielsen Racing, Algarve Pro Racing and DKR Engineering in this group. 3 cars in the LMP2 class, plus the silver-rated driver, as Johnny was saying just a moment or two ago, aboard the DKR class leading car in LMP2 Pro-Am.
So Chen Bolotbashi to the outside line. He is in amongst LMP2 cars, and straight LMP2 cars that he wouldn't necessarily have expected to be racing, but that's fair game. We have in the past had LMP2 Pro-Ams winning outright after all, and the number 3 car has started like a train, but bear in mind they've not utilised the driver combination like the other teams they're up against. So their more steady stints will come later in the piece, and that's perfectly fine as per the rules, as long as nobody does, or as long as everybody completes 60 minutes, and it's a fairly simple rule whether you're in LMP2 or LMP2 Pro-Am, regardless of your grading, you all have to do a minimum of 60 minutes.
10 seconds will be added to the next pit stop for Vector Sports. The number 10 car currently running in 9th position, disrespecting the starting procedures, is the decision from race control. And that will cramp their style just a little. 10 seconds, by the way, at the moment, would take them down into the middle pack of LMP2 Pro-Am.
And they're kind of out of excuses when it comes to start line procedure, because Eduardo Freitas, our race director, couldn't really have been more obvious, more blatant in his announcements during those 2 rolling laps, those 2 green flag laps, as to the final instructions. Make sure you are formed up by turn 11, make sure you go through the grid hatchings. The green lights will be revealed when the front row gets to positions 5 and 6 on the Grand Prix grid. All of this has been stipulated many, many times over during drivers' briefings, and then you get a final reminder just before we start to race.
Front of this race, by the way, is we've got side-by-side here, Paul Lafargue and Lorenzo Fluxa again. Fluxa has managed to make it stick again. I think that's at least the 3rd time those two have contested this position. Philippe Hugran not making an impact at the moment on Johnny Edgar at the front of this race. Paul Lafargue again looking a bit fighty here, isn't he? Doesn't want to give this place up. Meantime, the lead battle in LMP3, Torsten Kratz has pulled away a little from Richard Bell in traffic. So Kratz has now got to deal with the challenge of keeping up his pace and his rhythm as a group of LMP2 cars comes by, and it's this group of 4, and that is something that Matthew Bell has managed to sort himself out with. He's sort of desperate to get to the Mistral straight here, isn't he?
But this is so interesting. From an LMP3, you're the middle speed class, so sometimes you've got to lap GT3 cars, and it's like being so clinical through these LMGT3 machines, but then you've also got to provide the space, as there Hiroshi Hamaguchi will get ahead of Duncan Cameron for 3rd position in LMGT3, and for whatever reason Duncan Cameron just struggled maybe on the brakes or acceleration coming out of Bandor turn 11. And there's that change. So Hamaguchi's been hammering on the door for quite some laps now, and finally Duncan Cameron makes the smallest of errors.
Yep, it's going to be interesting now to see whether or not the Lamborghini driver can make an impact into the efforts of Sarabovi. The gap, as he does that, by the way, is almost 12 seconds now. So Iron Link's Lamborghini trying to catch the Iron Dames in not a Lamborghini, which is the car, of course, we normally see them in the WC. Side by side, GR Racing and Grid Motorsport by TF. This is the battle for 6th. Martin Berry, Mike Wainwright goes the way of the Ferrari. Mike Wainwright loving his new whip. 2nd place in Barcelona and heading forwards in this order.
That very striking livery, which has been transposed from a Porsche to a Ferrari, and that 296 really does suit it, and clearly it makes it go rather fast as well. So Martin Berry in his 3rd chassis of the season for Grid Motorsport by TF, slipping from 6th to 7th as a result of that. Paul Lafargue versus Luca Giotto. Now Giotto, the platinum racer, so again into Europol competition, at least with their 34 car, turning the strategy on its head and electing to put one of their quicker drivers in for the opening stint. They'll have Oliver Gray to come later on as the silver rated driver in car number 34. This is where really they want to make progress as much as possible, ideally be leading by the point of the first pit stops, but there's a fair bit of work to do there, as now more place changes in LMGT3.
4th place goes the way of the Kessel Racing Ferrari, 57, so a good moment to the moment for the Ferrari runners, as Takeshi Kimura makes his way by Derek de Boer in that 59 Aston Martin.
Side by side for the LMP3 lead, Torsten Kratz in the white car, Matthew Richard Bell in the dark blue, and Matthew Bell to the inside line of Bose, but he's washed it out a bit too much, and there's a shoulder barge there from Torsten Kratz to give the lead back to WTM by Rinaldi. Superb stuff from these 2 bronze star drivers in LMP3.
Yeah, they very much are the stars of the bronze pack, aren't they, in LMP3, and you saw it there, quality of racing, bit of contact. Not sure we're going to see any afters from race control about that one. Elbows out, this could be quite the battle. Watch, if you're relatively new to the European Le Mans Series, watch for the strategy that comes in LMP3 a little later. We get into the regular pit stops, 2 timed pit stops in LMP3 and a 3rd routine pit stop that you can do as quickly as you like, and you don't have to do them with the 2 long stops early. And very often there's a difference in strategy between the teams that can shake up the order at the end. Now we've got the 2 into Europol cars together. Sebastian Alvarez has caught Luca Giotto. They're battling for 5th, but both battling for 4th, with Paul Lafargue having dropped back a little from Lorenzo Fluxer now.
So Kratz now ahead once more of Matthew Richard Bell, but he's going to really struggle to drop the Brit in his wheel tracks. The Duquesne car with the golden arches on the nose about to swing by the 2 of them in one move, and that will mean that Niels Coulen, who continues to try and recover from that spin and lengthy delay a number of laps ago now towards the end of the lap, it happened at turn 13 and 14. So that is the lowest closed LMP2 car, and it's Duncan Cameron from what was 2nd, well, it then becomes 3rd because of the overtake of Hiroshi Hamaguchi. And how has Duncan Cameron ended up on the curb there, with again the Duquesne team having to take avoiding action?
Right, so can he get that car moving?
It's the exit of Bose, is it not? It's a double right-hander.
That's a horrible place to be off the track as well, isn't it?
Yeah, and the risk that the car has become semi-beached as well. It certainly may well have stalled.
27 goes to the pits by the look of things.
Okay, well that's possibly a bit early, but there were 2 green flag laps, so 34 minutes might be about right for the 24 of John Fowle. Yeah, rather than the 27
he's got it going.
car.
He has got it moving slowly, but he's got it moving. Just couldn't see quite whether there was damage. It looked like there might have been damage to the front right of that car. Didn't really get a close enough look at that.
Also into the pits from LMP2 Pro-Am is Daniel Schneider. Here he comes for a routine stop in Pro-Am. And what will Duncan Cameron elect to do? Spirit of Race will be communicating with him. How does the car feel? Do you need to come into the pits for some checks?
I think he's gone through. He's gone through.
That would be the better decision strategy-wise, because if you can live with it, and he has indeed gone through, then try and make the hour mark. That still won't complete Duncan's driving time as a bronze, though, because he needs to do 90 minutes. And the question is, how badly damaged, if at all, is that 55 Ferrari?
So through comes Johnny Edgar. This gap, 4.3 seconds. He's edged away from Philippe Bougran, but it's not a dramatic level of extending that lead. It's ebbed and flowed with a bit of traffic.
Yeah. So
first of all, LMP2 class cars, by the way. 43 of Sebastian Alvarez on pit lane now.
He's not made any mistakes, Johnny Edgar, but he's not blisteringly quick compared to his fellow silver driver, Philippe Bougran. But that rather tells you that their ratings are bang on, in that there really isn't a great deal of differential sometimes between the top-level silver-rated drivers. It was a disappointing qualifying for the number 23 United Autosports car, starting at the rear of the LMP2 field and doing this opening stint for 23 Bijoy Garg. And the Americans bringing that number 23 car in for its first stop, but I doubt they'll be taking Bijoy out at this stage.
Luca Giotto looking for a way by Paul Lafargue here. Deep breath again as they just that snap in to seeing corner, something like 200 miles an hour at that point of turn in. Absolutely mesmerising stuff.
And the problem is, at the point of turning, you are then committing to where you're going to exit on the track as well, because you roughly know where the apex is, but got to really avoid running too far wide on the exit, because there is a very wide curb there, but it is serrated and will potentially limit your tyre wear, as in make it far worse than it would be staying off the curb. Into pit lane comes the 22. This is Philippe Bougran from second position. And Johnny Edgar in as well.
He is as well.
And Luca Giotto's come in from fifth, so we have a complete change around at the sharp end. The first and second place cars pitting on the same lap.
So current leader Lorenzo Fluxa, courtesy of this current spate of pit stops. There is our previous race leader Johnny Edgar. Good solid stint from Johnny. Stuck with the leader at that stage. Paul Lafargue found his way by, drove away. I want to say managed that gap. I'm sure we would have liked it to be larger, but did not allow the chasing cars to close. It's not all about raw pace, remember. It is about managing fuel. It is about managing those tyres. We said how critical we think those could be here, and that will have been, I'm sure, if Steph Wentworth gets an opportunity to talk to Johnny after what will be a double stint for him, they should be hearing that despite the fact he was there and at the front and pulling away, he was still managing fuel, and he was still managing those all-important Goodyear tyres.
Yeah, which will have to be used twice over, every single tyre that they've got at their disposal, pretty much. 3.5 sets for LMP2 and LMP2 Pro-Am teams, with probably 6 stints to get you to the finish at 3:30 this afternoon. Great little nip and tuck battle this between Ferrari and Aston Martin. It's now for third position, Takeshi Kimura and Derek De Boer. We've had none of the LMGT3s in for pit stops just yet, probably about 20 minutes away from their first visit for fuel.
Yeah, so Takeshi Kimura had got by Derek De Boer, but he's not dropped the Aston Martin, has he? This new, dramatically different look to the U-shape Vantage. Rolls along the Mistral Straight, 1.8 kilometres. In comes Paul Lafargue from second place. That leaves Lorenzo Fluxa with a hefty lead out front at the moment. It's quicker on the straight, you know, than Ferrari. It was closing that gap.
Yeah, but not going to be close enough.
Hit.
There was a hit with the new leader in LMP3, Matthew Richard Bell, so that could have been disaster for both. Matthew Bell to the inside of Takeshi Kimura as well, but just as the Aston Martin was wanting to turn in, there suddenly arriving at the apex, and that senior corner of all of them was Matthew Richard Bell.
Well, that will be an interesting one. That could have been absolute disaster, couldn't it? That was the worst place for contact.
Thankfully, there's quite a bit more weight to a GT car. Unlike an LMP2 or a P3, had it been hit at that angle, it probably would have speared it off at great speed and towards the tyre wall, which we never like to see at such a high-speed approach. That right-hander, so famous with the Le Castellet circuit. Here now is the number 10 Vector Sport car for Ryan Cullen, and also on this lap, Niels Coulen for Duquesne.
Remember, this car will serve a 10-second additional penalty at the end of that pit stop for, I think, being out of position at the start of the race was the decision on that one. But Ryan Cullen will go back into the order. Lorenzo Fluxer is on pit lane, so we're going to have an LMP2 Pro-Am car to lead this race if the DKR Engineering car doesn't pit.
And yes, expecting Chen Bolok-Bashli to come through the final sequence of corners very soon indeed. He's still on our tracker at Virage Dupont, so that rather suggests he'll stay out and really push the envelope of fuel for the number 3 car. No, he doesn't. He comes in, so that will leave Johnny Edgar as the new race leader.
I think he just did that to make you a liar. It was clearly intent there.
Yes. Well, the tracker doesn't tell me that cars are in pit lane, even though, I mean, when you come into pit lane, you don't take turn 14.
No.
But I honestly say to you that the little square that is dancing around to represent car 3 went through 13 on our screen here. It was all an illusion.
Would say, by the way, difference in the battle we're going to have for the overall lead as this pans out, because it will be Johnny Edgar, but closer than ever is Luca Giotto, and that comes courtesy of Interior Pod Competition, turning that car around 4 seconds quicker on pit lane. 109 for the AO by TF car. It was 105 for Luca Giotto. And as he comes out, as Lorenzo Fluxer comes out, loses a position to Giotto, so he is up into second place. Now, we're talking about Giotto's pace not being absolutely at the level we maybe expected from a driver of his experience. It's going to be time management. We're going to see again, Johnny, this clash between the two of them. That was front right of the Aston Martin. There you go, wiped off a bit of bodywork. I think that was probably the dive planes of the Aston Martin that went awry there.
Well, it was the 57 car guy Ferrari that suffered in Barcelona, with door mirrors being plucked from both sides of the 57 car, and had to have whole doors replaced to make sure that those mirrors were back in position. I think the mirrors are still present on the Aston Martin, because obviously it's a completely different car design. Maybe the Ferrari door mirrors are slightly more vulnerable on the 296, but I am concerned about how much of the bodywork on the number 11 car has been removed. Yesterday, for one of the Team Virage machines that ran in Michelin Le Mans Cup, there was a big hole punctured into the side pod of, was it car 59 from Virage, resulting in a radiator popping.
It did, and that was game over, wasn't it?
It was. So I just hope that car 11 hasn't suffered terminal damage there. Obviously, it's still doing absolutely fine on the sector times, and Matthew Richard Bell leads the class by 2.2 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, for me, he had the quicker car, but he knows, he's an experienced racer, he knows Derek de Boer cannot adjust his line at that point. The problem for Matthew Richard Bell, of course, is you need the momentum. Particularly in LMP3, momentum is absolutely everything. And he's got a couple of seconds on Torsten Kratz, but he's working hard on that. So it will have been a judgment call. In my view, wrong judgment call.
Yeah, but split seconds to make them. That's not necessarily an excuse, but it can be a reason for, you know, just a slight moment of indecision or misunderstanding between the two drivers. As you say, though, when you're in a 1,300 kilo GT car, you commit to turning and the apex, and there's no coming back from that. You're turning in there, and you cannot then suddenly...
That's your line.
Yeah, you can't suddenly then just swerve to lane 2 because there's a car wanting to get by.
Well, you do that, and that is basically a portent of disaster.
Especially at senior, because the car will swap ends, and you're heading for the barrier nowhere else.
Backwards at high speed.
Yeah.
Neither of which are good things.
Indeed. And it's amazing, actually, that both cars were able to stay on the racetrack. So it shows the stability of both a P3 and an LMGT3 at high speed. LMP2 with plenty of downforce of their own. 45 minutes very nearly into this 4-hour affair, and a nice little tussle between the rejoining Lorenzo Fluxa and likewise Luca Ghiotto, but Ghiotto with this big leapfrogging effect to plant him into second position. And this is what Inter-Europol competition will have planned overnight when they, well, before qualifying yesterday, when they allocated their starting driver, Luca Ghiotto, wanting to make progress with the Platinum, having qualified in car 34, down in 11th position. So this was always the plan, to ideally lead, but he's still got 2 seconds to try and find on the race leader, Johnny Edgar.
There's a bit of a drift there from Lorenzo Fluxa out of turn 3, but Luca Ghiotto dropping back a little for Johnny Edgar. Now we're seeing a bit more, I think, of the pace he feels he's got to sustain through his second stint. A lot of mileage, a lot of stress to come on these cars, but in particular, as we keep saying it, on the tyres. Spoke to a number of teams that believe that is going to be the critical difference here in terms of how they're able to manage it, and frankly, at the ragged edge of this, how lucky or otherwise they might be.
Yeah. This is the 43 car of Sebastian Alvarez with in tow the... Well, that's out of sequence. Am I right in thinking that's the 43 car? Because behind it's the Algarve Pro, but that's not the case on the timing screen. Although has Matthias Kaiser made progress? No, it's still Paul Lafargue in behind on the timing screen. That's the Pro-Am Algarve Pro car, correct, which is Crichton Lentudis, so a lap down now. That explains it. Yeah. So car 20, slightly confusing me, but the fight between Alvarez, Paul Lafargue, Philippe Hugran, and now side-by-side action between the two Ferraris, with the 51 just on the inside line, 51 being driven by Charlie Samani. Yep. And he has Johnny Lawson now behind him, so that's a move for position as well, for 7th place. Yeah.
Johnny Lawson, I think, has got a problem. This is not the pace I would have expected from Johnny. Charlie Samani is rapidly learning his trade here. I'd say, by the way, it's a 296 ahead that does like to wag its tail a little bit, doesn't it?
It is a puzzler for Lawson, because he moved up from 6th to 4th in the opening 10 minutes, and then since then has been going backwards, and he's a quick driver, so it's I don't know whether that's a slight issue with the car early on in the piece. But 8th place for this car now.
A graphic example of what the toe can do there between two identical cars. He's going to go to the inside and retake that position. Beautifully done. Here's a possibility. Is he in energy management mode? I know that sounds absolutely ridiculous for a bronze driver in a Pro-Am class, but it could well be that that's what we're looking at here. It could be a fuel saving. Yeah,
that is a new thing that everyone within the LMGT3 world has to be fully on top of, the amount of energy burned through a stint of 60 minutes. But as we've seen already in some ACO rules racing this year, sometimes a GT stint only lasting 45 minutes because they were right on the line in terms of energy deployment.
A little bit of traffic and a little bit of sustained pace, and Luca Ghiotto is right with Johnny Edgar now, and they've got further traffic to come, and that traffic is Claudio Schiavone's number 60 Proton Competition Porsche, and Johnny Edgar doesn't waste any time going up the inside there. Ghiotto to the outside.
I wondered then whether Ghiotto was going to do a Johnny Edgar type overtake into the final corner at Virage du Pont, but he was a bit too far back. That traffic, though, could definitely generate a chance for Luca Ghiotto to lead before he probably bails out of this car at the end of this stint.
And this could well be that tyre issue coming back into balance, that Johnny Edgar has gone harder in the first stint and then is suffering that in the second. Luca Ghiotto was certainly not up to the pace that we'd have expected from him at full burn in the first stint, but absolutely is on it now. So two different approaches to the puzzle, and look what you've got, two cars nose to tail.
Neither of them getting anywhere close to the curbs, though, I notice in the first sector. There is a bit of red and white ripple strip taken by Ghiotto as he heads through the left-hand kink and onto the ligne droite du Mistral. This is lap 28, and Ghiotto, well, a little look up the inside, but he's too far, way too far back for an opportunity on the straight itself. He is getting closer to Johnny Edgar though, and look in the background, Lorenzo Fluxer not that far away from joining this scrap as well. So we will very soon, I'm sure, have 3 for the lead, particularly if these two start to get involved in the fight.
We often talk about this being a full team game, to do with the strategy, to do with the drivers, to do with the guys and the girls in the pit garages. It's in from the lead, and it's a very hefty lead in LMGT3 come the Iron Dames. Those 3 top positions, all it needs is a single second gained or lost on pit lane, and those positions change.
And you're fighting for tenths and hundredths of seconds. There's a car backwards there at turn 14, I noticed. Looked like maybe a P3 car. It was a P3 car.
Is that the Racing Spirit of Le Mans car?
It looked a little bit like it, yeah, and he hasn't yet crossed the line. No, Wolf, no, it's Michael Jensen, I think, in RLR M Sport.
15.
So he's lost a place to Jack Wolf in the 31 car. 15, whether Wolf and Jensen made contact with one another, that happened before we got to it. But the end result, Michael Jensen facing oncoming traffic, albeit briefly. I sense the Iron Dames mechanics are being very, very cautious on where all of their wheel nuts are being placed during this pit stop, and particularly later on in the race as well. If you didn't watch Barcelona, then in that final stop when Michel Gatting took over, the car heading down pit lane did not sound too healthy at all, and it turned out to be a loose wheel nut which had found its way into the brake caliper, and then when it stopped, when the car finally stopped at the end of pit road, the wheel nut just fell out. Well,
no, the wheel nut fell out as we got the change for the lead now, and it was down the Mistral straight. Luca Giotto to the outside, made that look relatively easy. Tyres, fuel saving, both. We'll find out, I'm sure, from Steph Wentworth when she gets a chance to talk to Johnny. The drama was wheel lock solid, as Michel couldn't carry the car, take the car forward. Tried, awful noise as you might well imagine, couldn't trace what it was. Smoke issuing from the rear. Got out the car, took a look, couldn't see anything obvious at that stage. When the car was then pushed backwards, the wheel nut dropped out. And the problem there is, she's got out the car, she's got external assistance, game over, and the car would have been perfectly okay to continue.
Yeah, I mean,
she wasn't to know that.
External assistance, well, you are allowed to be repositioned by marshals. It happens all the time at Le Mans. The issue is walking away from the car.
Backwards into pit lane. That's the problem as well.
Backwards behind an Arco envelope. It happens on the racetrack as well. So I failed to, you know, without reading the regulations entirely, but I think she just gave the thing up because they were no longer going to win the race, and they'd lost potentially a whole lap when all of that had unfolded. So they might have been able to finish for points, but it wasn't going to be 25 points. They're certainly in contention for that. This time around, though, is now bumping and boring his way over the curbs in the early part of the lap is Philippe Bougran, just about missing the 55, rejoining Matthew Griffin-driven 55 Ferrari now, which is a quick car. It was running second at one point, it started second, but with that spin from Duncan Cameron, it's now lost an awful lot of time. All the other runners in LMGT3 pretty much choosing to pit right now.
Yeah, everybody on with it in pit lane or on their out lap from LMGT3. Sarah Bovey, the first of them, and she will cycle back up to the lead, I've no doubt whatsoever. We're 7 minutes from the end of the first of 4 hours here, and so far, excellent racing. Awful lot still to come out the wash here, Johnny. Teams with all sorts of different strategies about when they're placing their quicker drivers in the car. Johnny Edgar, fine job at the lead of this field, but up against Luca Giotto, they're platinum in that car.
He is, yeah.
We may have debris on the big straight. We may have debris on the big straight.
So that from our race director, Eduardo Freitas.
So yes, by far the most highly qualified starting driver in the whole of the field, I want to say, Luca Giotto. Hence the reason why Inter Europol's competition plan ahead of this race would surely have been to be leading, ideally at the end of the first stint. It's looking like it's going to be at the end of the second stint now, and in 7 minutes time Giotto will have done his minimum drive time, but well, big decision then about what they do with Giotto. He probably will get out because crucially the other two drivers also have to do 60 minutes.
Correct. So it's going to be around a second full fuel stint, I'm sure, from Luca.
those other drivers, Oliver Grace the silver, Clement Novalak the gold, who was put in for qualifying yesterday and struggled a touch, but that 34 car has really risen to the surface now and starting to dictate the pace. Although Johnny Edgar's within touching distance at 2 seconds, and now his bigger concern is holding on to second to Lorenzo Fluxa behind.
Our first pit stopper, by the way, in LMP3 on pit road right now. It is the race, or previous race leader, Matthew Richard Bell, and he drops all the way to the back of LMP3. That's an example of how relatively close they all are. We'll have a look and see whether or not that is one of the long stops burned. 2 of those to come for each of these cars. And the answer is, it's 1 minute and 48 seconds, and that's right.
Yes, yeah, it's 1 minute and 45 it needs to be, so 1 minute and 48 is bang on.
So that is a note in the box against the number 11 car. Why are we doing this? Because you can turn those cars around a lot quicker when you're allowed to do so. That is our race leader having done it once.
So 2 mandatory stops that the LMP3s have to make, and they have to be no quicker than 1 minute and 45 seconds. You won't make it home on only 2 pit stops, but that means that your other stop that you'll need to take can be as quick as the team can manage. But in order to equalise the field as much as possible, contact between P2 and P3, and that's the 83 AF Corsa LMP2 car.
And the 35 Ultimates.
Yeah, LMP2 Pro-Am Championship leader as well, who have not had a good race meeting so far. With Perodo, we reckon, spinning on the opening lap, along with Tony Wells, but in unrelated incidents. And Perodo's now trying to recover, but making contact with the 35 Ultimate car of Eric Trouillet, who's been brought back into that team this weekend, replacing Alexandre Yvon, who raced in Catalonia. So Luca Giotto continues to lead this race for Inter-Europol competition aboard the 34 car. He's part of the chasing pack. This is Paul Lafargue, still under pressure from Philippe Bugran, and in traffic. That traffic is the DKR Engineering LMP3 Duquesne. All deals with that well. Bugran getting a bit of a slingshot from it, but not enough to get anywhere close to the French team's car ahead. It's pogoed up and down as it is top 5. There's been the same players involved for a little wee while now. The pack has been shuffled repeatedly. They're doing a better job of this part of the circuit, looking to see if they can get away by the previous title-winning driver, of course. Reed Export goes to the inside of the 50 car. Next target, Derek de Boer, as Johnny Lawson goes to the left-hand side, gets well out of that. So pulling through the gears, Lawson staying well over to the right, just as the number 59 Aston Martin is doing of Derek de Boer, and that allows a clear line of sight for Paul Lafargue and Philippe Bugran into turns 1 and 2 at the S of Verrerie. Now heading for the hotel corner and turn number 3, and a neat and tidy approach from both. Luca Giotto 3.1 seconds now clear of Johnny Edgar, who's got his hands full with Lorenzo Fluxa, although he's just starting to build a little bit of a cushion himself in second position from the man from Mallorca. Yeah, the second Inter-Europol car in the hands of Sebastian Alvarez, as it has been from the start of the race. Bigger gap there, 4.285. And Johnny? Oh, just off the track there for Philippe Bugran. I think he just about kept a slither of Goodyear tyre to the correct side of the white line, but will pull off the pass on Paul Lafargue. And Lafargue has enough of the Mistral straight to try and fight back, picking up a little bit of the air from just the side of the number 22 car, but it's not going to be enough at senior. So Bugran safely ahead of Paul Lafargue. Needed to do that because the gap to Alvarez ahead is now 11.5 seconds. That needs to be worked on, and worked on quickly, to keep this car in the fight. That's a significant gap. Yeah. And Paul Lafargue may now be really struggling on this current set of Goodyear tyres, being double stinted, I'm sure. Was there a smaller bit of contact there between the 27 and the Algarve Pro Racing car? If not, then a squirmy old moment for the number 20. Yes, the second of the Algarve Pro cars, and Crichton Lendoud is then fighting away with the 27 of David Heinemeier Hansen. Might just be that they both hit a bump at the same time. Now pit stops happening for WTM by Rinaldi Racing. Torsten Kratz bringing what is now the second place car in, but he has been in the lead, as has Matthew Richard Bell. Matthew Bell has made a stop, the first of the longer stops for car number 11. Question is, do WTM by Rinaldi Racing also do their long stop, one of two necessary in sympathy, or do they try and do the quick one first and get track position?
Well, DKR have not with their stop. Into Europol's 88 car has, and RRM Sports, James Dayson still in the middle of that stop. The 15 car has done a long stop too.
Meanwhile, there's this difficulty for the other RLRM Sport car, which is the James Dayson number 5 car, where they're having to repair the rear cheese wedge behind that rear right wheel. Needs to be in place to complete the regulation of the series. And if there's not a lot to hang that off, it's so difficult to kind of tape it on. But there was tape being utilised there, amongst other things, tie wraps perhaps. Can't see the sledgehammer being utilised just yet, and that's probably a good thing.
It'll come.
This is the fight for second and third. Johnny Edgar up against Lorenzo Fluxer. James Dayson's car is back on the move, and the tail light is flashing on that rear right side, so hopefully that will please the officials.
Yeah, interestingly, just 2 cars so far at this crop have chosen to take a long stop at this stage of the race. It's been full green. So maybe a gamble on what might be to come. 2 minutes and 40 seconds, I'm afraid, on pit lane for the 5 car with that repair required, but that does at least burn one of their long stops. But still a minute or so more on pit lane they needed to be.
Yeah.
Had little choice, I think, with that. Just waited to see new leader Julian Gerby in the Team Virage car on pit lane at the moment. Just what they choose to do. That
does rather suggest with James Dayson that there was contact with what I thought was the Cool Racing car. You wonder whether it might have been another LMP2, but you remember he was spinning into Virage du Lac about 20 minutes or so ago. As again, second and third overlapping briefly. Edgar with Fluxer to his high side over the left shoulder. There is Matthew Richard Bell as the former race leader in LMP3. He's dropped to 5th in this round of pit stops, but there are cars ahead of him, including Julien Gerby in the number 18 Virage car, currently making their pit stop.
But again, just to re-emphasise, he's dropped to 5th only because they've burned a long stop. So he was on pit lane 46 seconds longer than some of the cars ahead of him.
Yeah.
And they will have to do the same twice.
And it may well be that Julien Gerby is doing
I think he is.
1 minute and 45 second visit to pit lane, because it's looking likely he's going to tumble behind Matthew Bell
which
in this sequence.
Because that's where they started before the sequence began. That's what should happen. That's a situation at the moment where the strategy here has yet to emerge for some of these teams. Down onto pit lane now comes the 21 of Daniel Schneider. Oh, big twitch there from Johnny Edgar, but gathered it up. Still got his mirrors full of Lorenzo Fluxer. Both these teams battling hard from the very start, but at the sharp ends at the very start. But Luca Giotto, as he should, getting away here in 6 seconds clear. Paul Lafargue's on pit lane.
Yeah, in the number 28 EDEC Sport car, I noticed that Sebastian Alvarez has managed to clear Matthew Richard Bell now, so a clear line of sight to these two for the 4th placed LMP2 car. And speaking of the devil, here's Paul Lafargue, car number 28, changing tyres. So are they also putting a new driver into this car? Paul Lafargue has done his hour, hasn't he? So could get out at this point.
Has 10 seconds added to his next pit stop for disrespect of race director's instructions at T2. Car 27 has 10 seconds added to the next pit stop.
So 2 penalties coming, by the way. There'll be a drive-through penalty for Johannes Reed. That's again the impact we saw between the then race-leading LMP3 car and the Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin. The 27 car, meanwhile, getting that, that's the Nielsen Racing car of David Hyman Hansen.
Information to the pit lane. Car 29 has 10 seconds added to the next pit stop for a contact at T5 on lap 1. Car 29 has 10 seconds added to its next pit stop.
So that's the Richard Mille by TDS car, started by Rodrigo Sales. Also the other thing, I'm trying to work out why Jonas Reed has had that penalty.
Trouble for 24.
24 Nielsen car is off the road. We've had an hour though, so let's remind you as to what has happened. So many cars on about the 5th or 6th row looking like they went a little bit too early and then got out of the gas as the green lights were brought on, were illuminated. Surprisingly, fewer cars that took to the scenery than I was expecting, and back in the GT field everybody else behaving themselves pretty well, including Sarah Bovey in the bright pink and white Iron Dames Porsche. Was it TDS to the rear of Tony Wells to spin that car around, and that's the reason why the 27 car has resulted in a penalty. The number 29 car we were hearing about getting a penalty for contact on that first lap. Still trying to interrogate that a little bit more. A great start for Duncan Cameron, and I think he actually was ahead of the Porsche for the first time down the Mistral, but then that just put Sarah Bovey in the draft of the green and white Ferrari and gave her back the advantage at senior. This a worrying moment for the Inter-Europol competition LMP3 car, and how about this for an overtake for the lead at the time, down the inside at Virage du Pont for Johnny Edgar on Paul Lafargue to give AO by TF the race lead. A spin from Niels Coulen all on his own in the Duquesne team car coming out of turn 13 at Virage du Lac. Then one of the Cool Racing cars going a little too hot into turn 3 at Hotel Corner and having to take to the escape road. The 37 of Lorenzo Fluxa with Paul Lafargue for company, and they have been door handle to door handle for a significant portion of this opening hour. Paul Lafargue wanting to go down the left-hand side of Hiroshi Hamaguchi, but that didn't quite work. He could finally pick off the Lambo on the exit. A huge airborne moment for Jonas Reed. And I wonder whether car number 9 has been assessed this penalty because he overtook cars whilst he was in mid-air, but more crucially, off the racetrack. Nose to tail between the Formula Racing Johnny Lawson-driven Ferrari and Mike Wainwright, and the black and orange car up the inside to pull off another neat overtake. And still, the let-up between Cool Racing and Edex Sport would not reach a resolution. And the Matra liveried car staying ahead for the time being, 28 ahead of 37. They were also scything their way through lapped LMGT3 traffic at the same time. Fluxa to the inside, picks off the Frenchman into Verrerie on that occasion. Terrific fight at the head of the LMP3 scrap, and Duquesne versus Ligier, let us not forget as well. Torsten Kratz with a good old shoulder barge there through the second part of Beausset, and then Matthew Bell just scraping the side of the 59 Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin, and contact was made at senior corner. That's the last place you want to be doing that. Charlie Samani having a good fight with Johnny Lawson in their similar 296s. And Johnny Edgar would eventually be usurped from the race lead by Luca Giotto, who was the only platinum put into any of the cars by our reckoning. And Giotto for Inter-Europol competition continues to lead the race. Did so into the pit stops and same coming out of them. Here's Sarah Bovey leading in the LMGT3 category after just over 60 minutes. And the dice at the head of the order between WTM and Euro International continue. In fact, Eric Truier for Ultimate now runs in second place because Matthew Bell has taken one of his longer stops. In contrast to the other LMP3 cars around him. We're back to live action, and it's Inter-Europol competitions Luca Giotto who leads the 4 hours of Le Castellet after 68 minutes.
Absolutely, and quite right, drive-through penalty for Jonas Reed has been adjudged for overtaking off track. We think in that moment where he was all 4 wheels off.
Off the ground, not off the track.
There is the overall positions, Johnny. 38 laps done. It is the 34 Inter-Europol competition car, Luca Giotto, ahead of Johnny Edgar in the 14 AO by TF car. Lorenzo Fluxa right with Johnny Edgar in 37 for Cool Racing. Deco Engineering lead in LMP LMP2 Pro-Am 7th overall from Proton Competition 77, a little way back, still in the hands of Giorgio Roda. Third in that class, AF Courses, Francois Perrodo. Get then down into the LMP3s, that is led by dint of those, the switch around of the pit stops by WTM, by Rinaldi Racing, still with Torsten and Kratz at the wheel of the 12 car. Ultimates 35 Ligier in the hands of Ed Trillier, and then Matthew Richard Bell for your International, and taking along pit stop drops to third. The Iron Dames dominant at the moment in LMGT3 in the 85 Porsche from the Kessel Racing 57 Ferrari of Takeshi Kimura, and Hiroshi Hamaguchi in the Iron Lynx Lamborghini sits in third place. We still have all 43 cars running.
Excellent news. Here's the Mark VDS liveried 65 Panis racing car, and that had been as low as 10th not too long ago, but is now running in 6th position for still Manuel Maldonado. He's ahead of Cembolok Bashi in the LMP2 Pro-Am lead, and in fact the car ahead of Maldonado now makes a second stop. This is Algarve Pro Racing's silver lineup, if you like. I was about to call it a pro lineup, but it's still Pro-Am to an extent, just not called Pro-Am in the timing standings. And Matthias Kaiser coming in, I hope, for a scheduled stop. Again, that feels a little bit too early, but he may have been one of the early stoppers after about 35 minutes. Again, it's only about a 35-minute stint, though, for Algarve Pro Racing.
Is he just burning his drive time and moving on through to the two full pro drivers? I think he probably is. This is the LMP2 Pro-Am leader. I'm beginning to see, by the way, the LMP2 Pro-Ams in their latest pit stops switching to the first of their professional drivers, amongst which Nelson Piquet Jr. has just come out on track in the 19 Team Virage car. In the 20 Algarve Pro car, Richard Bradley has taken over from Castellet Zudis. Andy Merrick is now aboard the 21 for United Autosports, Colin Noble in the Nielsen 24, and Gregoire Saucy in the 29 car from Richard Mille by TDS. So the pace in LMP2 Pro-Am is about to take up a step.
This is always the point in the race that we look forward to. Amazing closing speeds between the AF Corsa number 83 LMP2 Pro-Am car for Francois Perrodo and the Ferrari for Mike Wainwright that he's just overtaken. It is still Mike needing to be in the GR Racing Ferrari to finish off his drive time. He's done an hour and a bit, still needs to do just under 20 minutes, but may well extend that yet further so that they can make it work as a fuel window more than anything else.
Yeah, Luca Giotta, by the way, a quick look at Francois Perrodo. I'll pull off that conversation. Another battle underway. It is EDEC Sports. Richard de Geras at the moment in and above that car, trying to get onto terms with Vlad Lomko. Is for 12th place overall at the moment, but this is in a state of flux, not fluxer, but flux, as the variety of driver order strategies comes into play here. Ebb and flow will be a phrase you hear quite a lot of for the next 2 hours and 47 minutes.
40 laps done, and the gap first to second is just under 6 seconds. Far tighter though for 11th and 12th places between Vlad Lomko and Richard de Geras, as you've mentioned. De Geras taking over from Paul Lafargue after Paul did an hour and 3 minutes. He had to do 60 minutes, so get him out as early as possible and then switch to the more consistent drivers, I think it's fair to say, particularly Joop van Uitert after his qualifying performance yesterday, bossing that session and being faster by a quarter of a second than anybody else. Here's two LMP2 Pro-Am scrappers.
Coming up on the back of the grid, Motorsport by TF car, Martin Berry running at the moment in 10th place, so not yet seen the pace that we know Martin has got. Still, I'm sure, developing his level of confidence in his new machine.
So that's Richard Bradley ahead of Nelson Piquet Jr. They've taken over from their starting drivers. Tony Wells out of the Virage car, the yellow, black and orange machine, and the Brazilian in.
And Francois Perrodo out of the 83 car and from second place. So 19 and the 20.
So this is where Bradley picked off Piquet Jr. in a very tidy manoeuvre through the second part of the double droite.
83 door closed. It's going to be a drive-through penalty, meanwhile, for car 34.
Race
that is the
leader.
race leader for overtaking beyond track limits. Don't think we saw that, did we?
We've seen a lot of stuff in this race,
That
so we
is-
may well be reminded of it in a moment or two.
That is major drama for that crew, because that is going to ruin all the good work done by Luca Giotto over 2 near full stints at this stage.
Was it when Giotto got ahead of Johnny Edgar? I'm trying to remember where and how that happened.
Well, I'm sure the guys in the truck behind us are looking to see where that might have been. They'll be in contact, I'm sure, with race control to find out timings. Hopefully we'll be able to show you that incident. But that will drop Luca Giotto, or the Intereurope competition 34, certainly down into 3rd place and maybe 4th.
Well, point to point, and I know you don't drop exactly this amount of time from pit in to pit out, but it takes you 25 seconds to do 415 metres down pit lane at 60 kilometres per hour. So it's not the full 25 that you lose, because you are still moving at sort of 1/3 of race pace. And actually, you're coming through pit lane, you shortcut turn 14 entirely. You don't need to do it. So it's maybe net a 20-second loss.
I should say, by the way, I'm completely incorrect. We did see it. It was lap 1, turn 1.
Oh, that far back?
Yes, it was.
Because Giotto didn't turn left at turn 1 and went straight over the curbs.
Correct.
Or over the blue and black stripes.
We did see he was under investigation for taking advantage.
Fine,
and
so that's why we didn't remember it as the Johnny Edgar overtake, because
Correct.
it wasn't that one.
No, it was indeed an hour and 16 minutes ago.
And you thought it was the other Intereurope competition car at the time. Yes, I do remember that now.
Half of a second,
How about the Lambo? Yeah.
Oh, over the curbs there from Hiroshi Yamaguchi.
That's fine, that's fine. And this is not airborne like Jonas Reed. It's not particularly fast, though, compared to the car guy Ferrari. And Hamaguchi versus Kimura, the 2 Japanese drivers. Now it has worked for him, and I think that was perfectly legal. He always had 2 Goodyear tyres on the right side of the white line.
I absolutely was not saying it was anything other than legal. What it was really scary. But that would have been quite a moment.
He'll have no teeth left after that. But preferring the roller coaster route on the Mistral Straight. And up one, Beecher's Brook coming next. There we go. And finally the car reaches hard standing, level ground. And actually, as I say, he lost time. It was only then when he decided not to be leaping over the curbs that Lamborghini's got some real straight line speed compared to the Ferrari.
Yep, absolutely blistering stuff from Hiroshi Hamaguchi, 2 bronze-ranked drivers, let's remind you. Luca Giotto has taken that stop, and he's come out just ahead of Philippe Hugran, so does retain 3rd place. Hugran now closes that gap to just 2 seconds. Luca Giotto, meanwhile, 15 seconds back from Lorenzo Fluxa, new 2nd place car. This is now the battle for what again is the lead, and again it's between Johnny Edgar and Lorenzo Fluxa. Quite some stint from Johnny Edgar, this. Yet again, by the way, another driver under investigation for overtaking off track, and again it's one of the cars run by Proton. It's Giorgio Roda in the 77 car. That is our current 2nd place car in LMP2 Pro-Am.
And some distance away from Cem Bolokbashi, who has now brought the number 3 car, here he is, right on cue, into pit lane for its 2nd stop. So the combination in number 3 is Cem the silver, we have Andres Latour the bronze, and Laurence Hoare still to come as the gold. So bronze, silver, gold.
Information to the pit wall. Car 1515 has a 10 seconds added to the next pit stop for having the wheels in the air at the 5-minute board. Car 15 has a 10 seconds added to the next pit stop for having the wheels in the air at the 5-minute board.
That's not great news for RLR M Sport. That's both of their cars then having had a problem, one with damage we believe, the other one with a penalty. 9th and 10th in the order at the moment. That is not what the team now based at Silverstone will be looking for. 34, by the way, almost immediately after taking the drive-through, comes in for a full service stop and a change of driver, as does Johnny Edgar. Lorenzo Fluxa leads again.
5-minute board, there are those big white boards that are being held up on the grid, 5 minutes, 3 minutes, 1 minute, and there are certain things that cannot continue beyond those points, including having the cars on their internal jacks with the airlines plugged in. And clearly car 15, it was spotted that was still having some work done, maybe even wheels bolted on beyond the 5 minutes to go board being shown. At 34 then with stickered tyres, I noticed, certainly on the left side, brand new Goodyears going on, so they've done well to hold those tyres back for the race itself. They'll also have a pristine set, I'm sure, for the final couple of stints. But it's only, well, 12 mandated tyres. Now the 34 stalled out of your vision, but it does eventually get going. 12 mandated tyres for this 4 hours of Le Castellet, but then 2 effectively bonus tyres at each individual meeting as well. So that's where the 3.5 sets come in, and you've got to be so careful when and where you use them.
Yeah, potential drama, by the way, for AO by TF. Robert Kubica, it is aboard the car now as it emerges from that pit stop, but under investigation for Johnny Edgar, overtaking off track at T7. Doesn't say when, but that's not the first time we've seen that this afternoon.
T7, the left-hand kink that you can see in the background there that leads onto the Ligne Droite de Mistral. So did he shortcut turn 7 beyond the apex, or did he run out very, very wide and beyond the white line, which obviously can gain you an advantage down the long straight?
Hour and 20 minutes gone now in this race. And pit stops are plenty in LMP2. Latest down pit lane is Philippe Houvelan from second in the United Autosports car, and I'm sure that will be the end of Philippe's run. Been a good one for them. So the sister cars goes blasting by the pits.
It's the 23 from United Autosports, and behind that car is the 47, so it's Fabio Scherer up against Frederick Vesti. Vesti was a star in qualifying yesterday and has just been overtaken. Yeah, that was Scherer on Vesti into the final corner at Virage du Pont. So the classic manoeuvre where you come from so far back it looks like it's not on until it is. And that door left open again, a bit like how Johnny Edgar took the lead over an hour or so ago. We've had 1 hour 20 minutes, 2:38 still to go.
Left side's only, I think, there for the 22 car.
And does that mean Philippe Houvelan got out then, because he will have done his
pretty
well
certain.
over his hour?
He will have done.
It's going to be Marino Sato or Ben Hanley, probably the Japanese driver.
It is indeed Marino Sato, as Lorenzo Fluxer pits from the lead as we speak. Cool racing from Panis Racing into Europol Competitions 43 car, EDEX Sports, AO by TF, and then the 22 United Autosports car as Marino Sato peels back into action for the lead of the 3 United Autosports car in the order here. The very orange GR Racing car. That is going to be quite spectacular in the darkness of Le Mans this year. I'm told every orange surface on that car is photoreflective. So it's going to be a photographer's dream.
But you won't be able to see any of the black though, so you'll have sort of door mirrors levitating and other parts of it as well, thinking how on earth are those components staying in the air? There is a car beneath it, but it will look entirely different in the darkness hours, and that's what car designers love, because once we get beyond, what, the hour of 10 o'clock, when we get to June, you'll suddenly see cars that you've not seen in the race before, because they've transformed their appearance.
Indeed, Marino Sato, as you say, confirmed aboard that car. This is at the point of the race, Johnny, where I'm stopping myself from saying something.
Okay.
Should I stop myself from saying this, or should
I don't know
just
what you're
say
going to say, that's the worry.
I apologise to everybody in the pits and the paddock, and to anybody watching. It's been a remarkably clean race so far.
I see. Yeah, but well, we haven't had any neutralising of the race.
No.
And there is always the scope for that. Remember, brand new rule this year is the virtual safety car, of which we had the first ever in ACO rules racing.
We did.
In the first round of the ELMS in Barcelona.
Yeah, Yabu Sucks FIA World Endurance Championship, we saw it here first.
Yeah, and a virtual safety car automatically is then turned into a safety car after 2 laps or so. Still the four-course yellow could happen, but we haven't needed it so far. Now, a former race leader is about to chat to Steph Wentworth in the pit lane.
Yes, I am here with the former race leader, Johnny Edgar of the number 14 AO by TF. Quite the start of the race to you. Just describe it from your perspective.
Yeah, Louis did a great job in qualifying, so we were on the front row. And then, yeah, I think about lap 6 I got to the lead. Yeah, the first stint was going well, and then after the second stint, the Inter-Europol car was a little bit quicker, so yeah, they managed to get ahead, but then I think kind of once the gap got to 5 seconds, it stabilised there a bit, so I'm pretty happy with the first stint, and yeah, I'm sure Robert and Lou will do a good job. Yeah, I have a lot of trust that yeah, they'll do a good job, so now I can just relax and watch them.
And how much of that was kind of pace management as well? Because you were very, very quickly. Was there an element of tyre management in that first stint?
Yeah, there was quite a lot of tyre management, having to double stint the tyres. So, yeah, from pretty early on, you're managing the tyres, yeah, until the last lap.
And what's great to see is you being so much quicker this weekend. Last time out in Barcelona was a little bit difficult for you guys. What were those struggles there? Was it just the pace differential?
In Barcelona, we qualifying pace was a problem, and then we had some damage, and then we pitted at the wrong time and went a lap down. And then after that, the race pace was very good. It's just we were over a lap down, so we managed to come back to P7, but yeah, we didn't really get to show our pace. But I was very confident in our race pace after Barcelona. I'm happy that we managed to improve on qualifying.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Johnny Edgar, the silver driver with AO by TF, and he's done his drive time. That was always a bit of a mystery to me a few weeks ago in Barcelona, why they pitted again. And as he said, took him off the lead lap, took him out of contention of a decent result. But clearly the stats afterwards, the consistency were enough to give him a boost in the arm. And here again, good speed onto the Mistral straight. The merest bit of contact there. I think that was possibly just side draft turbulence because they're up against the EDEC Sport car.
This is for third place overall. Robert Kubica up against Reja Dejeris, and it's not quite gone the way of the Polish ex-Formula 1 driver yet. But this is where it does get turned up to bonkers a bit, doesn't it? As we get the gold and platinum drivers going head-to-head, wheel-to-wheel, door handle to door handle, door mirror to door mirror, and anything else that they can put into the fight.
But Kubica did get by at senior. It's not reflected in the timing screen just yet, but now they go through the split at the end of Sector 2, and the Polish driver is now ahead of the Frenchman, so a gutsy manoeuvre, as you said, swinging across the nose of the dark blue 28 EDEC car. And now neck and neck with a car that's about to go to lap down, but compared to these two, because that's the one with the lighter blue number panels.
That's the 24 from Nielsen Racing, now in the hands of Colin Noble. Colin gives best to the battling cars not in his class, remember.
And was this a spin for the Aston Martin from Grid Motorsport? It certainly was.
And it was also off there for the DKR car. I wonder whether or not he went off just distracted by the car going off in front of him, missed his braking point perhaps.
Quite possibly. A couple of team managers being called to race control, including that of AO by TF. The 77 car is the entry from Proton Competition.
They're the two cars that were, it was the overtaking off the track. Both those cars were under investigation for the same offence.
All right, so there's a conversation to be had there, no doubt. From a long way back, the number 8 car in LMP3, down the inside of car 4, that was for 4th position. Julien Gerby on Alexander Matchell. And yes, Gerby up to 4th place as a result of that. We said that the 8 car had taken one of its long stops. Yes, 1 minute and 47 seconds. So 8, not quite as high up in the order as it might be, because it has taken its medicine quite early on, just like the number 11 crew have at Euro International.
So a very different order of service in terms of the drivers, of course, with the latest changes. Vlad Lomko leads the race, 2 seconds ahead of Rotuna Miata into Europol competition from Cool Racing. Robert Kubica now 3rd, potential trouble ahead for the 14 car from AO by TF. Richard Legeras for the 28 EDEC Sport car 4th. Oliver Gray in that 34 Inter-Europol competition that led the race a little earlier. Marino Sato for the 22 from United Autosports, and then the seventh place, the 25 Algarve Pro Racing car for Ollie Caldwell. Despite that moment from what we think was a DKR car, Lance Her retains the lead in the DKR number 3 in LMP2 Pro-Am, but remember they've not had any, I don't think, of their bronze time.
Sorry, remind me which car you were mentioning?
With DKR Engineering, or did we have a single stint for the bronze driver to start the race? Rennie Binder, who's the Proton Competition 77 car, that's the second car that's been called to race control at the moment, their team manager, for investigation of side-by-side between the 65 and the 27, that is, from Nielsen Racing.
Yeah, Andres Latour's not been in the DKR number 3. It was started by Turkish driver Cemboluk Bashi, and who's in it now?
Lawrence Her. So they're putting in, that is the 60 car off track. That is the Proton Competition car. Mattia Grassoni in that car.
Hasn't taken over that long ago.
No, he's not.
But interestingly, they put him in before the bronze time will have been served for Claudio Schiavone. I think they did that in Barcelona and split Schiavone's stints in the number 60 Proton Porsche.
I'd be sort of surprised if Mattia Grassoni went off there by himself.
Yes, agreed. But we only saw the back end of that incident.
Yeah, he's a very capable driver. It's the Panis Racing car by one of, what's the 50?
It won't, by the way, be anything to do with tyres, because there's no restriction on tyres, even on slicks, in the LM GT3 category. It's been that way since GTE days in this championship. So the 65 Panis Racing car with a good run down the Mistral now, on the Nielsen car of Nico Pino, but actually lost out a touch into senior corner, now heading through the first bit of Beausset. And looking slightly better on the brakes in the mid-corner, but Pino picks up the pace out of the Double Droite and into Bandor.
So still battling away, the Nielsen 27 and the 65 from Panis Racing. Nico Pino and Arthur Leclerc, popular figure in the autograph session earlier today. Brother, of course, of Ferrari Formula 1 driver Charles Leclerc.
Ferrari right in the middle of the road. This is still Mike Wainwright for GR Racing. Charlie Samani up ahead, making sure that he gets the hour and a half that is required as the bronze driver. Duncan Cameron had got out prior to that 90 minutes being served, though, so Matt Griffin taking over, suggesting to me that Dunk will have to get back in again at some stage.
Johnny Lawson is on pit lane as we speak, because an hour and a half has expired. So the 50 car will see, I guess, would be Conrad Lawson. It's a dad and lad effort here. Martin Berry also on pit lane at the same time in the Grid Motorsport by TF car. So again there we will see one of the two pro drivers aboard the car very shortly. So the only car, I think, in the class that has opted not to have their bronze driver go long, as it were, is the 55.
Yes. Well, and there's question marks about the 60, because Cressoni...
Oh, you're right, you're absolutely right.
Cressoni got in and was in when the 90-minute marker hit, so...
But he was not shown as being on an out lap when he went off.
No,
so
he'd been in for probably at least 3 or 4 minutes and maybe longer. So that in the 60 car will mean a bit more time for Claudio Schiavone, we reckon.
Meantime, another group of 4 LMP2 cars hunting in packs. This is the battle for 8th place. Stefan Riquelme, just down the road in Monaco. From Fred Vesti, so it's Vector Sport from Cool Racing's 47. The Iron Lynx Proton number 9 of Matteo Capietto and Fabio Scherer in the 23 United car. Is this group battling for 8th place in LMP2, 9th overall.
And new driver in the 50, who is Conrad Lawson, sensibly leaving his turn in very, very late into Virage du Camp, because there were 4 LMP2s wanting to hustle by in a hurry.
Mike Wainwright pits, and there's a bit of argy-bargy there. That was a spinning, I think that was Julian Gerby, wasn't it?
Has to be, yeah. It's the only Virage LMP3 car in the race.
And that's dropped him out of the lead of the race, or out of the lead group of the race, and there's damaged the rear as well. The cheese wedge, the Galaxy panel is hanging on in there, but for how much longer on the Team Virage car? So Julian Gerby in close contact with a mixed group of cars there, and I don't think he did that by himself.
Well, I think we're about to find out. The tricky thing is, it happens just out of vision.
He was hit by the Nielsen car.
Well, that was right on the where the A-pillar was from the onboard camera, but it feels unlikely that Gerby would have made that error on his own.
I think that was Nico Pino. I think there was contact to the right rear of the Virage car from the front left of the Nielsen 27.
Well, those cheese wedge boxes or the bullets don't fall off by themselves. They do appear to be quite vulnerable when contact is made, but they're pretty solid otherwise. So clearly there was some contact to pitch Gerby into a spin. Now the issue is, it looks like it's still present on the car. Is it still working? Because it carries one of the tail lights, and the tail light needs to be illuminated as well. So that might be a headache they really did not need. They've taken one of their long stops already. You almost, knowing that you've got to repair the car, want to have at least one of those stops up your sleeve, so you can take it whilst repairing the damage.
AO by TF get a drive-through penalty for overtaking beyond track limits at turn 7. So Robert Kubica, currently sitting in 3rd place, will be taking that trip down pit lane. That will drop him back at least a couple of places, Johnny.
1.7 seconds the gap for Vlad Lomko in the Inter-Europol competition car that has already... the sister car took a penalty. The 43 car now leads ahead of Ritoma Miata in the Cool Racing number 37. There's a glimpse of the number 23 United Order sports car. Another one of the LMP2 entries. Fabio Scherer took that over in the previous pit stop from starting driver Bijoy Garg. Yes, a couple of penalties now for us to be on top of, or two separate penalties for the same car.
Well, it's the same incident. It's a penalty point for driver Johnny Edgar as well. It's rather a shame. Cracking double stint from Johnny, but a moment of ill discipline perhaps.
Vector Sport, very wide line on the exit of Virage du Pont, and now jinking at the last possible moment from the wheel tracks of Massimo Cappietto is Fabio Scherer. They're going to be in a full arm wrestle as the car guy Ferrari rejoins from its latest pit stop now with Esteban Masson at the wheel. Masson needed to be wary of, and he's actually gone straight on there at turns 1 and 2 and not taken to the designated escape road.
That could be a problem.
But that's always the concern about the pit lane exit here at Le Castellet. It delivers you right onto the racing line, and we're at that point, 2 side-by-side LMP2s in an intense battle already.
Should say, by the way, the pit exit here, not uniquely but unusually, there is an indicator light as you're coming down that pit straight, that if there's a car on its way out, there's a light that illuminates with an arrow to say keep left.
Okay, so that is actually affecting race traffic rather than rejoining traffic, and they have to adjust accordingly. It's tough to do when you've got a car on your left though and nowhere to go, which was the scenario that time around. Here's the Orlen sponsored AO by TF car coming in to serve a penalty.
Has dropped already to 6th place. Next up is Ollie Colwell, but I don't think Ollie's close enough to be troubling that. He's not, so it drops that car down from 3rd to 6th. So now Lomko, Miata, De Geras, Oliver Gray, Marino Sato, then Robert Kubica, 27 seconds now from the lead. That's the scale of the task. We have 2 hours and 21 minutes to go.
I'm pleased my mathematics earlier on in the week have proved to be entirely correct. It does take 25 seconds to do those 400 and 414.7 metres of pit lane.
Wow.
And you do that at 60 kilometres per hour. It takes you exactly 25 seconds, and thankfully I don't think Robert Kubica will be done for speeding during the drive-through penalty, because that's the figure of the previous pit stop.
Yep, car 77 meanwhile confirmed that that too will be getting a drive-through penalty for an identical offence at an identical part of the circuit. So car 77 currently in the hands of Rennie Binder, running second in LMP2 Pro-Am. And based on that, that is going to put him into danger of losing places in Pro-Am.
Hard on the brakes for the 65 Panis racing car. And this car is running in 13th position, but now a chance to chat to a driver back in the series. A change of lineup from Barcelona. We'll head to Steph.
I know, what a blast from the past. I am here with Nico Veron, driver of the number 51 AF Corsa. It's brilliant to have you back here in ELMS, and the last time you were here actually in Paul Ricard, you were on the top step of the podium. Is it possible to replicate that again this week?
Yeah, I'm really happy to be back. Honestly, big thanks to Charlie Zamani and AF Course for the chance and the trust. Honestly, yeah, I think we have a chance. The first team by Charlie was awesome. Jacopo, the engineer, did a great strategy and puts us really on the fight. So yeah, now he's man on the car, so well, he's a legend, and we'll see if we can get some place, and then I can see what I can do in the end.
And it's quite a challenging track, isn't it? Because it's really high speed and high precision. What do you anticipate being the biggest challenges when it gets to your stint?
Well, actually it's getting hotter, so we have to see at the end who has the better pace, consistent, and who reaches to the end 15 minutes, with the best car. To also have the grip to fight for position and, and define the race there.
It's good to have you back. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Nico Veroni, the Argentinian, although he's fluent in Italian as well, some family background from there, hence the name Varone, and it's wonderful to have the Corvette Works driver back with us.
A couple of things to say there. His debut, of course, as we got the 57 Kessel racing car in trouble and in the garage. Debuted here with Rinaldi Racing and took that initial race win here at Paul Ricard, first round a couple of years ago, before he was snapped up as part of the title-winning effort in the WEC and GTM with Ben Keating and Nicky Katzberg. Picked up on the back of that as an official works driver by Corvette. Unfortunately, with the withdrawal of one of the GTD cars from the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, lost his full season drive, so is therefore available here. Let's wait and see exactly whether or not we'll see him for the remainder of the season. Into the pits for Matt Griffin. Sarah Bovey is also, by the way, on pit lane. So Hiroshi Kameguchi at the moment takes the lead. So our first lead change in LMGT3. So Rahel Fry it is who rejoins the race. So it'll be Michelle Gatting at the end of the race again that we see. Impressive stuff again from Sarah Bovey.
But Duncan Cameron's getting back in the 55. We said that he hadn't done his required 90 minutes. So another driver change there. I think Matt Griffin could potentially do a little bit more time, but it's getting a little jumbled now at 55. It's not as clean as perhaps some other teams are deciding to cut it. Could work for them. They might need some intervention though from a spinning or off-track car to neutralise the race and bring it back towards them. I mean, a safety car would be ideal, but they are less frequent, less reliable in the final 2 hours of a race like this.
Yep, so the only two teams I think that have had their bronze driver in all the while to this point now are the lead car, the 63 Iron Lynx Lamborghini, Hiroshi Kameguchi, and the JMW, which as I speak, John Hartshorn pits the car. So John will be getting out to that car after starting the race, so he's done 1 hour and 43 minutes.
But so he's done more than enough, but when the 90 minutes ticks by, that very second, it might be that they just can't then put enough fuel in the car. Might be still half a tank left. So you keep the bronze in for a more suitable point, a more suitable pit window, to again get enough fuel in to make sure that you can back time it to the finish.
I sort of like the fact that we've got a kind of inconvenient regulation.
Well, yeah.
The teams have got to think their way through this, and it means they can be dynamic in their planning and dynamic in their strategy within the race. It's not as simple as he's driven an hour, it's the top of the hour, he gets out. That legality panel at the rear of the Virage car is now dragging. It was drooping, it now drags. And I think that might well be something that is called to the team's attention to fix.
Mechanical warning flag, perhaps,
or a really horrible look for them.
Yeah, a warning sign, as there's a side-to-side moment there between Ferrari and Lamborghini. And does that mean there's been a lead change? Well, no, because Hamaguchi's come into the pits anyway, so there has been a lead change, but that wasn't Rahel Frey getting through. She drives the bright pink Porsche, and that was, as you say, Konrad Lausen getting a lap back on Hiroshi Hamaguchi, but there was still contact. Bit naughty from a car a lap down.
Indeed.
Did the bullet was it removed entirely from Julien Gerby's car? No, I think it's still clinging on just about by a hair. And Gerby, well, we may get a message on the screen to say that must be repaired during the next pit stop. I'd be very surprised if they have to come entirely on its own for that, like in the next 3 laps pit to fix it. It's normally a message to say sorted out in the next pit stop, unless we've already done that. Let's say it's in the final half an hour, and then there may need to be an extra pit stop entirely for repairs.
Yeah, it's Axel Jeffries, by the way, aboard the previously race-leading Lamborghini. That car comes out, it is 51 seconds back from Rahel Frey. That is a monster stint from Sarah Bovy.
2 stints, and a tremendous effort, in fact. No, it was 1 stint, wasn't it? So she did just over an hour, and Rahel Frey took over.
No,
it was 2 stints, wasn't it? Did they come in after about 45 minutes?
Yes, they have.
Yeah, and then she did another half an hour, or 25 minutes, let's say. So she's done way beyond the 90 minutes that are required, and a massive advantage. Well, it was a decent chunk of time in qualifying yesterday. 0.2 of a second, nearly 0.3 of a second on a single lap, compared to Duncan Cameron, who finished the session second fastest. But it now appears to be a fight with the Iron Lynx Lamborghini, who have Iron Dames with the Porsche, Iron Lynx and Axel Jeffries driving the number 63 car. Duncan Cameron back into the Ferrari for Spirit of Race, and he still runs in 3rd place in LMGT3.
It's been a good run from them. It's going to be about what Duncan can now do against the more professional opposition around him. At the moment, the gap to the leader, Rahel Frey, to Duncan Cameron in 3rd is 1 minute and 7 seconds. Keep an eye on that. Should be a relatively short stint for Duncan, but this is going to be about just counting back to the end of the race. My guess is they have done this before with Duncan to take him out after a single stint. It will be about his comfort, his feeling on his ability to be consistent over a double stint. If he doesn't feel that, there is no point in taking that pain.
Into pit lane comes Richard de Gueras. They're checking the front of this car, probably for tyre pickup. Make sure there's not anything that needs to be wiped away, scraped away from the nose of the car. Always at the end of a 4-hour race, the superb paint schemes that the cars begin with look a little dirty, muddied, stressed. Same could be said a lot of the time for the commentators as well. But yeah, that you want a car to be looking rather dog-eared and weather-beaten to show it's worked hard for the morning and afternoon.
I have to say, a couple of my photographic colleagues, we've often stayed on for a day at Le Mans after the 24 hours, and one of the things they love to do is to pop back to the circuit where the teams have been taking an evening off, are back to pack up everything, including the cars. There is little more evocative than a truly filthy race car.
It's the car, it's only the car that does the whole race, and they are tired machines by the end of it, but they love it secretly, and even more so when you bolt a few more hours onto the competition. A lot of these cars that you're seeing today, or certainly versions of them, will be seen again next month at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Not the LMP3s, of course, because they're not allowed yet into the main race, but you can run them as part of the Road to Le Mans events.
I think you will see a couple of these teams from the European Le Mans Series in that Road to Le Mans race. We'll wait to see with interest what the full entry is, but it will be some additional guest cars over and above the Michelin Le Mans Cup, and we'll wear at least one of the teams that we've got in the European Le Mans Series that's not featured in Michelin Le Mans Cup have plans to enter a car. Race leader, by the way, in LMP2 Pro has been in and out of the pits and is no longer in the lead. That's Lance Herr. Drops back into the pack. How long was that stop? It was a 1 minute 40-second stop. It's a full service stop, which is a bit of an odd one.
Yeah. Good times being shown by Alessio Rivera. He's already got, well, he did have the fastest lap of the race. That's now in the hands of Ollie Caldwell, in fact, in car number 25 from Algarve Pro Racing. But the first sector on Rivera's current lap is the best of anybody's. So charging hard to try and get the number 83 car back in contention for a podium. He is in third currently in the LMP2 Pro-Am category. And speaking of which, the 24 car going through shot there of Colin Noble. So the next car on Colin's list is actually Alessio Rivera, but he'll have to catch him first. And there's a gap of 13 seconds between the Italian and the Scotsman. Also ahead of them on the road is the number 34 Inter-Europol competition car of Oliver Gray as the sister car in the Inter-Europol competition squad. Vlad Lomko now heads into pit lane, and here he is, car 43 from the race lead. So that will leave Ritoma Miata for Cool Racing as the race leader, but owing us a pit stop.
Wash and brush up for the Inter-Europol car.
That is a new fastest lap from Rivera within the LMP2 Pro-Am division. It's still not quite as good as Ollie Caldwell's effort earlier with a 1:43.0, which he did 6 laps ago. And now actually Ollie's been warned that he must respect the track limits a little bit more at turn 6. So more news from the pit lane. So let's see who Steph Wentworth has found this time.
Back again, and I'll tell you who I found. I am with Cem Bolukbashi, driver of the number 3 DKR Engineering. When you came into the pit lane, you pitted from the lead of Pro-Am. You guys are on kind of an alternate strategy. What's going on there?
We're trying something new. Obviously, normally it's always the bronze starting. Today we wanted to change it up a bit, try something different. So I had basically to mission to take it over from last place to bring it as far as I can, close to the lead. And it went quite well, actually, so far.
Yeah, you were absolutely like a rocket at the very beginning of the race, straight up to the front. How was that stint for you, and how have you been finding the track? Because it is a quite challenging one.
Yeah, obviously it's my first time at this track with this version, which is quite amazing. With the longer straight and the scene after, just with this car, it feels incredible. It's quite enjoyable. Car felt also amazing, so I was able to push and push, and it let me push all the time, so it felt good. I was able to get into the Pro-Am lead quite early. And then move on, just overtake a few of the pros ahead. So hopefully we can just keep the position till the end of the race. It's Lawrence driving now. I'm sure he'll do a good job. And then with Andres to finish it off, and we'll see.
All right, best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cem's driven things like Formula 3 and then tested and then on into FIA Formula 2, but I wonder whether he's run the shorter circuit here at Le Castellet. There is one where you turn right about a third of the way down the Mistral and miss out corners like Senior. On the other hand, he might have just done the Grand Prix or this circuit with the added chicane, which a lot of the time the single-seaters do.
Absolutely.
So yeah, getting up to a much higher speed into Senior corner, which these two LMP2 cars were doing a moment or two ago. But actually we're looking at maybe an inner wheel arch skin, which has gone for a Burton, perhaps from the 23 United car.
That looked like a dive plane.
Okay, could have been one of those too.
So that was very close. Well, I say very close. It wasn't very close. It was contact.
Yeah.
So what you see.
Yeah. So which car, exactly which car's missing? If it is a dive plane, we'll have to try and work that out at closer shots. But the 23 may now be suffering from a lack of downforce. Here comes the 23 again, in fact, for United Autosports, and it's right in the wheel tracks of the number 3 DKR Engineering machine. Cem Bolukbashi's car now being driven by Laurence Rohr.
Laurence Rohr in his second stint now. This is Fabio Schirra trying to get by. This is for overall position, 16th position, but they're not in the same class. Laurence Rohr, as we heard just a moment ago from his teammates, they're saving their bronze time for later in this race, so completely turning the regular. What is that? Is that the piece of debris we saw earlier? That is the Panorama Suite.
That's is that
TDS?
Yes, maybe, but it was further down the Mistral, wasn't it? So is that some more debris that has been chucked up? It seems a bit too coincidental.
Where that is, I don't think they're going to wait long before an intervention for that.
No, agreed. The Kessel Racing Ferrari still in the garage, by the way. That was my other thought. Was it something from the car guy Ferrari? But unlikely. Someone running across the pit lane there just in time before the Virage P2 car appears on the scene. That's the 19 that's just been brought in by Nelson Piquet Jr. I'd expect him to be retained as the pilot as well.
I tend to agree with you.
He's only done one stint, so they'll keep him on board for at least one more, and they do. René Binder leads that category now after Cem Bolokbashi's hard work. The DKR car clearly has lost a bit of time somewhere. Well, they did 1:40, so that rather suggests a pit stop that included tyres, whereas cars ahead were in and out after only 1:15. So Alessio Rivera spending less time on pit road, but he may lose that in terms of performance on the track if it's tyres that are being asked to be double or indeed triple stinted. Now, did somebody pick up this bodywork? Yes, they did. Booted it clear, and that's done the race director a huge favour.
Well done, DKR Engineering.
As you go down the track, just look out for that day-glow bit of bodywork. Get rid of it, will you? Yeah. Headbutt it out of the way. Perfect. Here's the 17 LMP3, which was running fifth.
So now we've now got the second round of pit stops. Now, key thing here is just what do your international do at this point? At the moment, we have, of the 10 cars in the class, 4 of them have served one of their long stops. So at this point, the others will have to.
Yes. Well, at either at this stage or at the next stop, but those that haven't done one at all,
that's
agreed. You've
yeah.
got to tick the first one off in the hope that it's only going to take 3 stops to get to the finish.
That is the 86, Ricardo Pera, making easy work of a pass on Duncan Cameron. Again, looking a strong race for the 86. Finished a great second place last time. Impressed by the way Mike Wainwright's start this race. He has looked comfortable in this new car for GR Racing. Massive Porsche fan. But that was not an option for them in the FIA World Endurance Championship. Opted to go with Ferrari. WEC not an option for them either there. So we've come to play here with the European Le Mans Series, where we've seen the team before in previous years. It's the number 10 car, which will need the dollies to just reposition the car. That will cost them a bit of time.
They've gone a little bit too far, that's why. So it was being swung through a certain amount of degrees, and then the tail wouldn't resist going even further. So it took a bit more straightening up than would have been the plan. It was the 10 car that needed to take extra time in a previous pit stop, was it not? Was that 10 seconds added to their previous stop?
Yeah, it's not been a great afternoon for them.
When you're doing a stop with the extra 10 seconds, you're not even allowed to touch the car, are you? So you wouldn't be able to do the dolly jack manoeuvre and claim, well, that's not us doing the pit stop.
Indeed.
It has to be just there, and you stare at it, and you don't touch it. So there was some difficulties yesterday in the Michelin Le Mans Cup where 10-second penalties were not being carried out in the correct fashion. And I wonder whether it was due to cars being up on dolly jacks and being spun around.
So all sorts of pit stops underway. P2, P3, previous race leaders in LMP3. Matthew Richard Bell on pit lane. I'm sure will be climbing out now after near 2 hours at the wheel. So third overall in LMP2.
Apparently not. Matthew Bell still in the car, but they have now done both of their long stops.
Yes.
In car 11. So we can tick that one off.
And the first, therefore, to do so.
The only one to do so, although there are some cars that are still in the process of doing their latest stops. Another car that you can add to the list should be the number 5 of Daniel Alley.
Actually, my apologies. the number 5 has done both, but both seem to have been troubled stops. We know there was damage fixed in the last stop, 2 minutes 40, 2 minutes 31 this time for number 5, which drops further down the order, and they've been called to race control.
Oh,
so
okay.
I think they're having a bit of a struggle at LRM Sport today with that outfit. Is Daniel Alley, though, that is out and away aboard the number 5.
So Virage in the number 8 have done now 2 stops, but that wasn't a slow one.
No.
So Bernardo Pinheiro still has to do a final stop of 1 minute and 45, and as by my reckoning do the 17 Cool Racing crew in P3 and the rejoining 88 of Inter-Europol competition. That's now Kai Aski at the wheel, but that's
still waiting for a number of the cars to do that, and we'll tell you roughly where that sits, but give you an idea, it's about 40 plus seconds that they'll get back at the end of that race against teams that have still got to make a final long pit stop. LRM Sports 15 now on pit lane, as is the race leader in LMP3, WTM by Rinaldi Racing, Torsten Kratz, I'm sure at the end of his drive time, as we're heading towards the halfway point here, Johnny, within 30 seconds of that mark. It is still Ritomo Miata leading the race from the 37 Cool Racing crew from Oliver Gray, the 34 car. United Autosports Marino Sato
right with him.
And AO by TF Robert Kubica coming back at this lot. He's taken about 6-7 seconds out of the lead.
So Sato all over the back of Oliver Gray, and Gray's gone a little too deep into Bose, has he? But Sato can't get the required grip to get underneath the yellow and green Inter-Europol car. So they stay in the same order, but separated by far less than half a car length, as they now head through the long right-hander at Garlaban and into Virage du Lac, and that's where the overtake's going to happen. Well, anyway, the Inter-Europol competition car pits, but I think Sato had the better line into turn 13 anyway, and moves up to second position as Gray will make his 4th stop of the race.
Now, I'm looking at a camera you can't see. I think United expected him to pit.
Interesting.
I think Marino Sato was expected to pit on that lap.
That's definitely the 22 crew that are preparing themselves. Was it that Sato actually couldn't get to the pit road because Gray was alongside him to the right, and certainly Gray could get down pit lane, but just as you're not allowed to cross the blend line as you leave pit road, you're also not allowed to cross the blend line coming into it too. And it was maybe a bit too late for the Japanese driver. Let's hope he's got enough fuel to get around a further 5.7 kilometres. Here's the 65 Panis Racing car that is running in 10th position for Arthur Leclerc. And Frederick Vesti having hustled the Cool Racing car into the top 3. So at the point that the 47 car has just made a stop, Fred Vesti, Cool Racing had their two LMP2 cars in the top 3 positions. This again could be a very strong meeting for the team from Switzerland. They're making another scheduled stop though, and Fred Vesti I reckon will stay in. Also having just made a stop, Ollie Gray's back out again for Inter-Europol competition. Robert Kubica rejoins the party in the number 14 AO by TF car, and Massimo Capietto for Iron Lynx Proton in for another stint. He took over, remember, from Jonas Reed for stints 3 and 4 within car number 9. More pit stops in LMP3, and WTM by Rinaldi Racing rejoined. Leo Weiss has just done a long stop there. Now WTM didn't do a long one for their first one, did they?
No, they didn't.
So
No.
stops 2 and 3 will have to be 1 minute and 45.
Just waiting for the conclusion. DK Engineering is indeed a long stop, as it has to be. So we are going to be, at the moment, with just 3 cars that have done their 2 long stops. 2 of them have been delayed. So the only car with 2 clean long stops is the International number 11.
Yeah, who are again looking like a very strong package for this year, and potentially a championship at the end of it, but there's a long way to go yet. 2 races of 6 will be completed by the end of today. 22, Marino Sato did eventually pit, probably a lap later than the team expected, but he came in and did have enough fuel to tick off that extra lap.
Matthew Richard Bell, by the way, has helped their cause not a little by going by Bernardo Pinheiro and is up into 3rd place. So the gap is pretty simple, as we saw. That was one of the Euro International cars, I think, hopping over the curbs at the end of that lap. We call it 40 seconds, it's probably closer to 45, where compared to WTM by Rinaldi Racing, currently in the hands of Leo Weiss, do we have to see the Euro International car? At the moment the gap is 22.5 seconds. They've got effectively on countback a 20-second lead.
Yeah. Quick look there on the right, just missed it actually, of the 4 fastest laps within the 4 different categories. Ollie Caldwell's quickest of the LMP2s, number 25 Algarve Pro Racing. The quickest LMP2 Pro-Am lap, unsurprisingly, has come from Alessio Rivera during this stint, number 83. He's one of the co-championship leaders for AF Corsa. Fastest lap in LMP3 was and is Matthew Bell in number 11, and there he is in the dark blue Euro International car with the red door mirrors. And the fastest GT lap, LMGT3 lap, is so far Matt Griffin in the Spirit of Race Ferrari number 55, but Matt handed back to his English teammate Duncan Cameron at the previous stop, and they are currently in 5th place, trailing the GR Racing Ferrari, the Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston, and the Iron Lynx and Iron Dames, Lambo and Porsche, respectively.
Yes, this is their 2nd, 3rd and 4th in LMP3, with the ultimate number 35 car now in the hands of Jean-Baptiste Lehay. Under pressure now from Matthew Richard Bell, who's just recently passed Bernardo Pinheiro, and the other car in shot, that's the Team Virage car. Your International looking very good here. If Matthew Richard Bell can pass that car and pass it cleanly, he's going to be about 21 seconds back from the leader, Leo Weiss, but Weiss will have to do 1 minute and 45 seconds in his next pit stop, and my guess would be that Euro International will be able to clear their pit stop pretty much 40 seconds quicker.
Yeah, quite a position to be in at just over half distance of the 4 hours of Le Castellet, the 2024 edition. Round 2 of the European Le Mans Series. Graham Goodwin, Johnny Palmer, Steph Wentworth in the pit lane. It's the usual team bringing you the usual antics of the ELMS that we've enjoyed for so many years. Quick slurp of water there for Ritoma Miata. So he's staying on board for another 40-45 minute stint.
What an interesting crew it is aboard that car. Ritoma Miata, the defined reserve driver for Toto Gazoo Racing, of course, multiple World Endurance Championship title winners and Le Mans winners. He's got a bright future ahead of him, still to come. Peugeot Sports reserve driver Malte Jakobsen in that car. And, credit to Nico Lapierre, who, by the way, of course, is a factory driver for yet a different hypercar manufacturer. That says something, by the way, about the state of our sport, that that's all allowed to happen.
True, yeah.
There were many years past that would simply not have been allowed to happen. Here's Miata that will be rejoining the race, and I think will rejoin in 2nd place behind the 43 car of Vlad Lonko. The 43, of course, for Inter-Europol competition. So Inter-Europol competition lead from Cool Racing's 37. Then Edic Sport still there in the mix here, the 28 car. Then the 2nd Inter-Europol LMP2 car, AO by TF, in the hands of Robert Kubica. Dropped back just a little there, 22 seconds back, so that's bobbled around. That's coming down from 27 to 20 and then back up a little with a bit of traffic and a little bit, I'm sure, fuel saving and tyre saving for that matter. What we've not seen yet, Johnny, at all, are predicted tyre issues.
Are they being well managed? Are they actually more of a concern towards the end of the race when you are running desperately short of the allocated rubber? That's only the case in LMP3 and the 2 LMP2 categories. It's not really been a concern for GT, because you can keep throwing Goodyear tyres at the Ferrari and the Aston and the Lambo and the Porsches, but it has been a concern earlier on in the week. Very high load corners, particularly here at Senior, and remember, 4 hours of action So when you're trying to do that on 3.5 sets of tyres, it was always going to be a little tough. There's the number 14 car working its way through shot, AO by TF running 5th, but Vlad Lomko continues to lead after 70 laps here at Le Castellet. And when we got underway at 11:30 this morning, much anticipation, some of the car parks here at this venue fit to bursting, and the revolutionary way of arriving was by jet, and a number of people doing that at the last possible moment. A few cars leaving the track, crucially at the time for Luca Ghiotto, who would be given a penalty for shortcutting and gaining advantage, turns 1 and 2. Then a spin for Tony Wells, he was helped into that, I think by the Richard Mille TDS car, which subsequently would be assessed a penalty as well. Almost walking pace for those in the LMGT3 category, and that's how Sarah Bovey fell behind Duncan Cameron. They were trying to get around Tony Wells, who was half blocking the track, not through his fault. Sarah, though, was then able to pick off Duncan Cameron down the Mistral. This was a terrific overtake by Johnny Edgar, who has limited experience, if none at all, around the Le Castellet circuit, but that's a tried and tested way of overtaking. Then a spin for Niels Coulen in the Duquesne team car. How about this? Leapfrogging, winning the long jump record in an LMP2 car for Jonas Reed. He was actually also given a penalty for supposedly taking an advantage. I know what race direction mean, but he was still probably picking his teeth up off the footwell after that hard hit. Nose to tail as they headed across the start-finish straight between Paul Lafargue and the car diving down the inside, the cool racing machine of Fluxa, and Lorenzo Fluxa with a tidy manoeuvre. Then elbows out, as it can so often be in LMP3. Matthew Bell down the inside of Torsten Kratz. Kratz then got him on the exit of Beausset with a little bit of a rub to boot, and then Matt Bell scraping the side of the 59 Aston Martin at senior corner of all places. The Ferraris were neck and neck. Charlie Samani in the zebra liveried AF Corsa 51 getting ahead of Johnny Lawson, who struggled in the second phase of his opening stint. A tidy overtake on Johnny Edgar from Luca Ghiotto to take the race lead in 34 into Europol competition over AO. Then the unconventional run down the Mistral Straight from Hiroshi Hamaguchi, hitting twice and then 3 times the curve to his right. He did eventually make it work, though, as the 2 Japanese drivers went door handle to door handle, and the green and black Iron Lynx Lamborghini getting ahead of the car guy Ferrari from Kessel Racing. And then more action, a spin for Julien Gerby helped into that at turn 5. The bollard, which I think we lost on the first lap actually, still lying there in the distance, and a nice little spin turn from Julien Gerby to get back into the race in car number 8. But he was left with one of the rear bullets trailing, and that will surely need a repair at the next pit stop. So after 2 hours and 11 minutes of hard-fought action, it is still Rahel Frey now in the Iron Dames Porsche that leads the LMGT3 category from the Iron Lynx Axel Jeffries Lamborghini. Race leader in LMP3 is the number 12 WTM by Rinaldi Racing Leo Weiss-driven car. P2 Pro-Am is DKR Engineering Laurence Hoare. The overall leader, Vlad Lomko, for Inter-Europol competition. And this is how the overall classification partway through the race looks. 73 laps we've just ticked over. This is at 72 though. 5 seconds the advantage for Lomko over Ritoma Miata. Richard de Guerres third for EDEX Sports. Oliver Gray for the second Inter-Europol competition car, and then Robert Kubica and Marino Sato. Pro-Am is led, as I mentioned, by Laurence Hoare. Second in that category, Grégoire Sauce for Richard Mille. And in LMP3, WTM by Rinaldi Racing leading Ultimate right now. Jean-Baptiste Lehay in the 35. Adam Alley's just rejoined from a pit stop for Euro International. They're in a very strong position. Iron Dames and Iron Lynx, different manufacturers these days, remember. Porsche ahead of Lambo. So it's Rahel Frey and Axel Jeffries, and completing the provisional spots in the podium for LMGT3 is Racing Spirit of Le Mans and Casper Stevenson.
Back to track action, and we've got a battle underway here, Johnny, for second place LMP3. It is Adam Alley now aboard that car, the Euro International car, trying to get onto terms with Jean-Baptiste Lehay. Side by side they were, But the international car has dropped back just a little from there, but holding an advantage in they have served both of their longer pit stops. Every other car in this fight needs to serve one of those, so it's effectively potentially a 40-second advantage to come for the dark blue car, and they're currently under 20 seconds off the lead.
Ferrari's very close to one another as the black and white LMP3 car overtakes a similar paint scheme on the Ferrari.
That's our leader.
In behind, it is the LMP3 leader, getting by Manu Collard, and Collard now perhaps about to be overtaken by the Formula Racing car, which was fully off the road, coming up to senior corner. Might just have kept enough tyre the right side of the white line, and that's, if it's legal, it's a great overtake by Konrad Larsen.
Big twitch as well. Konrad Larsen, young Dane, son of Johnny Larsen, 2015 ELMS GTE champion for Formula Racing. Great to see them back here and back in fighting form. We see Konrad and Johnny at the Le Mans 24 Hours this year as part of the driving squad for the 155 Ferrari. Duncan Cameron stepping away from that commitment.
Running as 155. I really hate three-digit numbers at Le Mans. I was making this comment to you earlier in the weekend. They do. They just don't sit correctly with me, but a lot of people do, and it might be the IMSA influence, I suppose, as well, because three-digit numbers are pretty big in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship too.
Oh, trouble again for the brake car. That, I tell you what, that bullet's hanging on in there on the rear right of that car.
And the 20 Algarve Pro Racing car had to go entirely off the road in avoidance there at turn 13. So good heads-up driving from Richard Bradley, observing the yellow flags.
At this point, it'll be important that they just stick with the programme here at Team Virage. Hang on in there for the points, because it's not a day that's going their way, is it?
That's Bernardo Pinheiro this time. Julian Gerbi had been involved in the earlier incident, but Portuguese driver taking over at the previous stop.
This is the battle for 8th place between Julien and Kai Aske. It's gone the way of the RLRM Sportman for the moment.
So Gaël Julien, so impressive in qualifying yesterday. And he's not actually been in this car for that long now, but a big task ahead of him, an uphill one as well, because now he has got ahead of Kai Aske in the green and yellow colours of Inter Europol. He'll have about 17 seconds to try and find on Antoine Ducat, who sits in 7th place in LMP3, car 31.
So, where are we? 2 hours and 15 minutes have expired. No sign, by the way, the Kessel Racing 57 rejoining. That's bad news for them. Wonder if that was why Esteban Masson went straight on, but the car had a problem on coming out the pits. We saw that, we thought it may be bailed out in company of the cars, but the car was straight in quickly afterwards.
Good point.
In the classes, it is the Iron Dames, Rahel Fry fending off Axel Jeffries and retaining a 54-second lead over the Iron Lynx entered Lamborghini. So Rahel Fry and the Iron Dames Porsche. WTM by Rinaldi Racing still leading on MP3, of course, in the number 12 Duquesne, ahead of that battle between the Ultimates and your International Ligiers. But in reality, the advantage is to the 3rd place car because it's served both its mandatory long stops. We've got the Decar Engineering car on pit lane now.
From the race lead in Pro-Am. It's just tumbled behind Gregory Sauzet.
How long does Andreas Latour have to do?
He has to do an hour.
Oh, right, fine.
Everybody has to do an hour.
No.
Regardless of rating and regardless of whether we're talking about P2 or P2 Pro-Am. So that's very, very simple. It's when we get into the P3s and the LMGT3 driver limits, both maximum and minimum, that I tend to forget all that. I've printed a sheet out this time around.
Yeah.
So I can reference that very quickly for you.
Well, that gives us a new leader in LMP2 Pro for the moment. Richard Mille by TDS in the hands of Gregoire Saucy, the ex-single-seater racer coming to sports cars this year, with the 2 very different programmes here in LMP2 Pro-Am in the FIA World Endurance Championship. And of course, that gets back underway next weekend at Spa-Francorchamps with the United Autosports McLaren LMGT3 effort. So Richard Mille by TDS ahead of Proton Competitions 77 and the 83 AF Corsa car, race winner last time. And then for the overall, interior pole, 1 and 4, first and fourth at the moment, Vlad Lomko, 3.5 seconds ahead of Ritomo Miata. Trouble for the 88 car, that is the interior pole competition car of Kayaski, and that has stopped on the exit of turn 14.
Was doing battle with Gael Julien just minutes ago, but it just looks like it's stopped. We haven't seen the incident. There's the 47 Cool Racing car trailing something on the left. I noticed that Cool Racing P2, but yeah, just no fire in the belly.
Well, that's really horrible luck for them, isn't it? The years past would have been quite close to pit in, but that's no longer the case. Pit in used to be along that pit wall. It was always felt a rather sketchy entry to that pit lane. That's been moved now to off the apex of turn 13, hasn't it? The outside of turn 13, or the inside of turn 13. But he's almost a complete lap away from safety.
Yeah, and it's a much faster approach, but a much more efficient way of getting into pit lane. You lose far less time, and it's safer as well.
Well, let's wait and see if he can get that car underway, because if not, we might have our first intervention of this race, remarkably, at well over half distance, and this race has run full green.
Yes, it has. I'm a little concerned about Frederick Vesti's car, though, because there's definitely something loose on the left-hand side of the 47 car, just ahead of Kayaski as he had his breakdown. The 88 car going no further, and the difficulty is that even though if he's put to safety, I think he will struggle to get that car back into the race unless he can do a Control-Alt-Delete type reset, but they will be giving him ample time to do that. And if it takes much more than a racing lap, let's say, then the decision will, I'm sure, be made probably to go full course yellow.
Well, the options now are improved, if you like, or expanded for Eduardo Freitas' this team. Full course yellow we're very familiar with, full safety car we're familiar with, virtual safety car we now know is an option. It will be determined on what intervention is required, and in particular about any potential risk to the staff required to do it.
Yeah.
Now we've got one of the Paul Ricard intervention quad bikes close to the site that those are used as tow vehicles here.
Yes.
And are remarkably effective in doing that and pretty rapid, so it might just be that we go under full course yellow for the snatch.
Well, the key thing about a virtual safety car, the new virtual safety car, is that it has to be completed, brought to an end by an actual safety car then, and that will really compromise people like Vlad Lomko in the lead of LMP2, Gregor Sose, who leads LMP2 Pro-Am, because all those gaps will concertina. If it's just a full course yellow, then that's just head around at 80 kilometers per hour whilst the car is recovered, and then the gaps should be retained coming out of that. So they are significantly different.
Watching again, another Ferrari on Ferrari battle. We've seen plenty of these today, Johnny. This time it's the 55 and the 51. Duncan Cameron.
It's a virtual safety car.
Well,
it's a virtual safety car, folks. So that categorically.
We're going virtual safety car in less than 15 seconds.
But it will mean that we will go into safety car at the end of this.
52, 30 and 10.
Wow.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Virtual safety car. We are under virtual safety car.
I'm rubbing my hands together here because it's going to mean that all of the field will be bunched up again.
We have to intervene at T14 driver's right.
So we'll wait for further information from race control. Just to explain what will now happen. Virtual safety car. Everybody down to reduce speed.
Pit lane not closed.
Correct. This will stay in this situation for 2 laps. There will then be activation of the actual safety car, and that's why you're getting excited, Johnny Palmer, because that's going to bunch the field up.
And I tended to think that once we got into hours 3 and 4 of an ELMS race, the safety car was the last resort. But it might well be that when you've got a car stranded where it is,
well, look,
the other side of the barrier,
you've got 5
Yeah.
5 marshals required for the recovery of that car, even doing it this quickly. That's the concern. You cannot risk in a corner, by the way, where there's no sight line coming into that incident.
It's blind.
zone.
Yeah.
So that's the other thing that Eduardo Freitas will be taking into account. Are my staff safe? And the answer there is no, they're not. Therefore, we bring the field under full control. Virtual safety car it is. Safety car will follow, but this gives everybody the opportunity to pit. And the losers here are anybody that just has.
Okay, yes, because they will be...
They'll have pitted under full green.
Sorry, right, you mean they just have prior to the VSC
Correct.
coming out? Yeah, true. Because there's a massive advantage to be taken by those cars that have waited a little longer. This also, the idea behind a VSC rather than an actual plunging straight into a safety car is that locks the pit lane entry road for 3 laps.
Yes.
And you can be really stranded, and sometimes cars have to come in for emergency service of 5 seconds, then have to follow that up with a full pit stop, and it can just send your race spiralling out of control.
So what we're going to get is 2 laps of virtual safety car. The safety car will then be called in. It may well only do 1 lap, but it will back up this field. They will collect the field in one stream. The 2 laps gives everybody the opportunity to pit. As soon as the safety car is scrambled, pit lane entry is closed.
Team manager car 9 immediately to the stewards in race control. Team manager car 9 immediately to the stewards in race control.
So that is quite possibly about something going into virtual safety car that's been spotted.
Car 9, the Iron Lynx Proton LMP2 car, now being driven by Matteo Cappietto.
In 8th place overall. Algarve Pro, by the way, the 25 car, a little while ago, was about to comment, may even have commented, can't remember if I did, that they were not where they wanted to be in this race. This brings them right back into it. And by the way, one of the big winners here, without a shadow of doubt, is going to be AO by TF. 3rd place, but this closes the gap that they'd suffered as a result of that drive-through penalty.
When was the last time that Rahel Fry pitted for Iron Dames, and where is she on the track at the moment? Somewhere on the Mistral.
There is a question here as to, you've sort of got to pit, haven't you? You've sort of got to, and indeed most, if not all, of the LMGT3s are doing so, but you're way out of your fuel window.
Yeah.
Way out of the fuel window.
Well, if you're running in GT, let's say you brim it now, and that will take you through to 35 minutes to go. So you'll need an extra stop, quite probably. This is an ambitious effort to put the bollard back in again. That might last about another 20 seconds when we go back to green flag.
That bollard looks like it's had a very hard life. The World Bollard Association won't be happy with that.
No, they'll be moving in at the end of this race to put an arm round it.
Yep. They do have a massive international support network for bollards.
Good.
Great work done by the World Bollard Association.
It can be a lonely existence being a bollard.
Yeah.
Often if you're the only one, which it is at turn 5.
Yeah, and painful.
Yeah. Knocked from pillar to post.
Yeah.
And bollard. An hour and 33 minutes to go, and Ritoma Miata has not pitted, I don't think, during this virtual safety car. I'm trying to stay on top of precisely who has come in. 3 pit stops so far, though, for the number 37 car.
There is, though, something else that has just occurred to me here, because we are still kind of rolling with and learning about virtual safety car. This could have thrown LMP3 up in the air.
Yes.
Because, of course, all the other cars can now burn those long stops under a safety car and will be in line astern. As long as they stay on that lead lap,
yes,
they're in the game.
Indeed. And obviously it's far easier to serve a long pit stop when everybody else is doing 80 kilometres per hour than it might be when they're doing race speed. So, you know, you won't fall off the lead lap because it's taking everybody 3 minutes, 4 minutes to do a lap at this speed.
Well, we're watching the LMP3 leader as we came into this virtual safety car period. Interestingly, Euro International have not pitted under this virtual safety car. Now, is that going to be strategic genius in some way? or is that going to be a massive mistake? But again, remember, they are about 25 minutes out of their fuel window.
Car 21 is reported for having the left-hand side door open. Car 21 reported for having the left-hand side open.
That is Ollie Jarvis on his outlap. So something's gone wrong in the
United car.
That is the driver's side door, of course. Here comes Louis Delatraz, by the way, aboard the AO by TF car. So if you're joining us and are thinking, what on earth's happened while I went to make that cup of coffee? The answer is we're under virtual safety car for the recovery of the 88 LMP3 car from Inter-Europol competition. That stopped just on the pit straight. This is Ollie Jarvis trying to close that door. There's something more loose in that cockpit, though. I think it looks to me it's the head restraint is loose as well. He can't. Looks like it's broken.
So is there a part of the head restraint that is
on the door?
Is that normally attached to the inner door skin?
I think it is.
Right. So it kind of forms the full head restraint.
Look at the door when you can see the next car on pit lane. You will see that is a fixed part of the door.
Yeah, but he's trying to loosen something in the catch. That's why his hand is around the outside of it. So clearly the latching system is not working so well. And he can't get, yeah, you're right, something's dangling now from it as well. It done it, I think.
I think he's got it.
Yeah. That required another hand.
It did.
So we had to take both hands off the wheel.
Look, no hands.
And slam it shut. And now the head restraint will be dangling in the wrong position as well, but that's less of an issue. At least now he's managed to finally shut the door.
Might be a problem when they leave the pits the next time, though. They're going to have to be careful of that. They've got, what, 2 more pit stops to come in this race.
Malte Jakobsen, by the way, has now got into the number 37 car. So I mentioned 37 hadn't pitted to this point, but it's because the 37 one it wasn't in a position to, just coming through turn 13 and 14 as I was uttering that sentence, and then did pit. So the star wonder kid getting on board car 37, replacing Ritoma Miata, who has a massive following as well, though. And Lorenzo Fluxer's not too shabby either. That's the reason why they were so strong to take victory in Barcelona last time out. Malte Jakobsen starting from the front, but once the safety car itself comes out, you can kiss goodbye to what is shown at the moment as a 35-second lead, but that's at much reduced speed.
Well, let's look at who we've got for this last 90 minutes of this 4-hour race. Yes, frustrating, we've got a virtual safety car, but boy, oh boy, we went a long time with green flag racing. On the lead lap, Malte Jakobsen leads now for Cool Racing. Safety car is called, pits will be closed, and Euro International have not pitted. So they are sticking firmly with their original strategy, and the reason they're doing that, Johnny Palmer, is because everybody else, having burned their long stops, will still have to stop for fuel.
We are under safety car. We are under safety car. All cars pick up the pace. Leaders slow down. We are under safety car.
The opportunity to burn a 1 minute 45 second stop is too good, though, to turn down during a full.
Agree.
So if you've not completed them, get in and do it.
Well,
11 had done both of theirs already.
There's always the possibility of another intervention that might throw it back all the other way. You've got to do it because you've effectively built in a 40-second disadvantage. You're a sitting duck. Yep. There's nothing you can do. You saw that with the number 11 car with Adam Alley. He didn't have to pass the cars in front of him.
No.
It would have been at that stage, had we run full green, a simple win for Euro International as long as they had a clean final rapid stop. So they didn't have the opportunity to do that.
P3's really simple from this point on because everybody's now done the 2 mandatory stops, so it is a straight race.
In front of you. I'm putting the safety car in front of you.
So Malte Jakobsen, it will be that heads the train.
Pick up the pace. All cars to pick up the pace.
It's the Audi safety car we have here. Leaves pit lane to pick up the race leader. You can see him just coming under the start-finish gantry now. He is going to be ahead of Job van Utrecht, Edek Sports 28 car, Tom Dillman in the 43, and then Clement Novalak in the 34 into Europol competition cars, currently running 3rd and 4th. It's been a good race so far for the Polish bakers. Louis Delatraz, AO by TF in 5th place. Ben Hanley now aboard the 22 United Autosports car. Algar Pro Racing in the mix here, the 25 car with Alex Lynn now aboard. Paul Lebchatin is here in the 47 car. And
there's an absolutely perfect example here, by the way, as to why we now do a wave by, because the first LMP3 car in the sequence is that of Leo Weiss in the WTM by Rinaldi Racing car, running second in LMP3, but at the moment not being given permission to pass the safety car. I am assuming it will be given permission in a moment to make sure it is a straight fight between the 12 and the 11. Otherwise, the 11 car is taking a huge advantage. It also means that it will bunch up the LMGT3 field too. There's a race leader, number 85, Rahel Fry, but I noticed Mike Wainwright's car in the GR Racing car currently will get a wave round. That's Ricardo Pera, and he'll be released in a moment because he's right in behind Malte Jakobsen.
So this is designed, what we talk about the wave round, this is a 4-class race. It's effectively...
all cars to compact behind the safety car, all cars to compact behind the safety car.
It's a 4-class race, 4 races in one field. Wave by is designed to reduce the impact on the races of the classes other than the leading LMP2 class.
Because my point is, that white and red and black car from WTM, they're running second in LMP3, but at the moment they can't go any more forward than the safety car position. And therefore, first to second is absolutely huge.
Yes.
It's timed at 1 minute and 15, but that should be condensed once the wave by is initiated. This pause in the action, though, provides us with an opportunity to head to Steph Wentworth.
I am joined by Matthew Richard Bell of the number 11 Euro International. Matt, tell us a little bit about this, because the safety car has come out, but you guys have stuck very diligently to the strategy that you've planned.
Yeah, well, we'd already done our 2 mandatories because at the first stop, one of the wheel nuts got stuck, so there was no benefit for us trying to stop again under that VSC. So it's a little bit unfortunate timing. I think it's going to close the pack up a little bit because we had a mandatory in hand, but hopefully Adam will keep it in P1.
And essentially, as you mentioned, the race has been neutralised now, so it's kind of all to play for. Do you reckon you'd be able to hang on to that? Because the field has been very, very close in LMP3 with, all of the drivers, and it's been very close so far this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Our long-run pace is generally pretty good, but I guess we'll find out in an hour and 20 minutes whether we can stay there.
All right, best of luck. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
We call him Matthew Richard Bell because there's another Matt Bell in the entry. Maybe we should move forward by calling one northern Matt Bell and the other southern Matt Bell. I don't know, but that is Matt Richard Bell, Matthew Richard Bell, whichever you prefer, and he's doing particularly well, as is his teammate Adam Ali in the Euro International race lead in LMP3, but I think they're going to be somewhat compromised just as soon as a wave by is done.
Indeed, the other Matt Bell now aboard his car, which is the 19 Team Virage LMP2 effort, LMP2 Pro-Am effort rather. We're an hour and 24 minutes remain in this 4-hour race. Still a beautiful day and well supported by fans from near and far. Lots of families here too, it's great to see that. The field completely under the control now of the safety car, and we'll hear what the next instruction is going to be from Eduardo Freitas. LMP2 Pro, by the way, under this safety car. Richard Mille by TDS lead the race. Proton competition, the number 77 car second. AF Corsa are race winners in Barcelona for round 1, sitting in 3rd. Lawrence Hur in 4th place for DCAR Engineering, and still with the bronze time to burn in that car. That car is not going to be moving forward other than when we go back to green potentially. We are getting ready for the pass around, and again to explain this will affect any car in this order whose class leader is behind them in the order.
So if you're locked, I sometimes call it trapped traffic.
Yes.
That's an old traffic report term that I used to do for a few years. If in front of you is the safety car and behind you is your class leader,
correct,
then you will be released in order to make up 9/10 of a lap that you would effectively have lost through no fault of your own. So wriggling free is about to be the Ferrari. All the traffic on your left, as we look at it, driver's right, is the queue that is about to be given permission to catch their lap back up again.
And that, by the way, in the language of my podcasting colleague Marshall Pruitt, is a heck of a bunch of cars. That's a lot of cars that are going to be subject for that pass around. Not sure race controls can be very happy with the weaving of the car in the back of the shot there. That's not the place and time to do it.
But it is deliberately done on the Mistral, the safest place to attempt this. And obviously needs to be highly organised because the speed differential is huge. Safety car speed compared to recovering cars' speed. But perfectly executed. And now they will work their way all the way to the back of this long safety car train.
We'll say there is an investigation underway into the third place car of Tom Dillman, I think he said it was, the 43, under investigation for a virtual safety car infringement. It was Vlad Lomko. Oh, right, so it's Vlad Lomko under investigation. It's Tom Dillman now aboard the car.
Right, so that's the... Remind me which car that is again, the number?
43 is
43,
the
okay.
third placed into Europol competition car, now with Tom Dillman aboard the car.
Yeah, Sebastian Alvarez started it.
Tom, good chat with him at Barcelona, enjoying being in a competitive car this year. Very quick driver.
Very, very patient everyone has to be here as the final few bits of the safety car procedure are completed. The purpose of the virtual safety car, partly to get us into race neutralisation far quicker than would it been the case had we just deployed the safety car, but it also provides everyone with 2 laps of an open pit lane. The safety car, there's still the option to go straight into a safety car period, by the way, and that automatically closes pit entry for 3 laps. So if you hadn't pitted, just like the number 11 car has not, you then have to wait for 3 further laps of this safety car, but they're all smiles from Matthew Bell.
No, I think looking at it, where we are in terms of their pit stop cycle, it's not terrible.
No.
They will be able to do a final full service stop, and they'll be able to stretch that because we've got time behind the safety car, so they'll go deeper into the time, so likely into the final hour of the race before they need to pit the car. But everybody that has pitted may well have grabbed back that 40 seconds or so, but will then lose because they absolutely will need to pit for fuel.
They will, because an LMP3 can't do more than 50, 55 minutes, maybe an hour if you've got a bit of safety car here and there.
Effectively, their opposition are now praying for another intervention.
Yeah.
Or a problem for your international car. But it's been a strategy run perfectly by Antonio Ferrari and his squad. 2 drivers burning those stops early. Trouble for what had been the race leader in LMP3 though.
And this is the car that has just been given the wave by. So the 12 of Leo Weiss.
What's happened there?
A moment or two ago I saw him in second. He's literally only just stopped. This is at Garlaband corner, turn 12. And on the inside line, so everybody that had been waved by will have had to overtake him as well. Strictly no overtaking under a safety car, but if the car that you're behind is in the middle of conking out, which sadly Leo Weiss was, then you are then permitted to pass it, and he'll desperately be doing a Control-Alt-Delete as well.
Doing it as well. Oh, shaking his fist, punching the steering wheel in frustration.
Saying to the marshals, come and help me, just like Kai Askey had the problem.
They're with him now. Oh dear, 12.
Absolutely disconsolate with that.
You know, this effort, time and time again, when they're in a really good position, they've been let down.
And this has been a quick car, may well have been a bit too tough for them to take race victory, but the safety car has been a huge helping hand to elevate them a further position, and then it's all snatched away from them.
Yeah, worst news still is that this safety car train is almost where it needs to be. Just about the last couple of cars joining that train. They are now in line astern, and this could be, and there it comes, one of the rapid intervention quads. And my guess would be that when this car is in a place of safety, we're going to go back green flag racing, and we're going to be going without the number 12 Duquesne. That's horrible luck.
Is it locked in gear, perhaps, because there's only 2 marshals with it at the moment, but it didn't seem to be any movement at all as they were attempting to roll it in either direction.
It was unless he's just got his foot on the brake.
Good
now
point.
It's being pushed.
It is able to be pushed backwards, and the quad bike's been ordered as well, but they've now got to find the gap in the Armco, which is further around the bend. Oh, there's the overlap next to our scoring graphics tower. So a quick hairpin bend. No, it's gone past that, actually. So there's obviously not a wide enough gap.
No, it's not. They certainly wouldn't be able to recover the car there. This is in the where are we?
It's Garlaban. It's turn 12, just before 13 and 14
so
at the end of the lap.
Just before pit in.
It is. Yeah, and in fact, Leo will be able to see the pit entry road, but he can't get there, and will be under safety car for at least 1 more lap, probably, possibly even 2, because it's proving particularly difficult for car 12. So everybody else will be thinking, well, this is fine. We're using a little less fuel for a few more laps and getting a bit closer to the checkered flag. That will help with strategy potentially. And Euro International continue to be in a strong position. Now, where is the number 11 car in this long line of cars behind the safety car? It's just coming underneath the lights now. Red door mirrors, dark blue Ligier.
Just under the Total Energies banner now. Now we've got, about to have a towing strop on the front of the Duquesne, where the driver is quite legitimately having a completely different sort of strop.
That is now 1 lap down for Leonard Weiss, and out of contention, you have to argue, in LMP3 with so little race time left. They're also struggling to locate the towing hook of car number 12 for the quad bike to take it presumably down pit road, and that will mean a very clean recovery as well. Possibly asking a bit too much for all of that to be done by the end of this safety car lap, because it's already halfway around this 5.7 kilometre circuit. So lap 85 under safety car, very likely lap 86 will be under safety car as well, and we might be racing after that for Malte Jakobsen, who'll have Joop van Uiter. How many cars back? Are they right together?
There, right together.
They are right together.
Yeah, I'm sure Malte Jakobsen is saying, my favourite thing, a mad Dutchman right there.
He certainly was mad in qualifying yesterday for all the right reasons.
Very excellent, and his attitude to it was amusing, to say the least, to chat in the media room afterwards, making it very clear that, no, I didn't have to go around and do that final quicker lap. I just wanted to show everybody else I could do it.
So we've got first and second and third on the timing screen, exactly as they are on the road. Cool Racing's Malte Jakobsen going through shot, Joop van Uiter in the lighter blue E-Deck car, and then Tom Dillman for Inter Europol competition. Then we have the GT3, the LM GT3 leader. The Aston Martin you can discount, that's off the lead lap. Safety car will indeed be in at the end of this lap. That looked unlikely, but the green flags are about to be waved, because although it took a while, terrific work to get the number 12 car into a safe area. There's a Ferrari peeling off there because the pit lane is now reopened, and presumably that car wants to get fuel as we go back to green flag running, and it is a good getaway for Malte Jakobsen as Joop van Uiter tries to desperately get some heat into the Goodyear tyres before the turn-in point at turn 1, and now the rest of the LMP2s can wriggle free of the GTs.
Now we get down to it. There's an hour and 13 minutes and change to go in this 4-hour race here at Circuit Paul Ricard, and everybody's back in it. We have, Johnny Palmer, the top 18 cars in line astern, all LMP2 cars.
Louis Delatraz in the AO car is ahead of Clement Novalak in the Inter Europol competition. We mentioned Formula Racing needing to make a stop. This is going to be very costly for them because everyone's now back to race speed. Conrad Lawson may be switching over to the final driver in car 50.
I think it is about
Nick Nielsen.
Exactly that. I don't think they needed fuel.
So they're just trying to get Nick into the car.
Yes.
But are they going to lose out on a lap, though? That's the worry. We'll see. No, it's already back in the race, so...
I wonder whether or not they thought this was going for another lap. And they've just not responded quickly enough to it.
Potentially. I mean, the pit lane would have reopened had we gone around for another safety car lap, I think. I'd sort of lost count of the number of safety car laps versus the virtual safety car.
Well, Nick Nielsen will have a completely empty track ahead of him.
Yeah.
Let's see how this one all pans out. Malte Jakobsen is just ahead of Joop van Uytert, Tom Deelman. Louis Delatraz has moved up to 4th place. He's taken a place from Clement Novalak. You can see there in the background the white and red car.
I think the issue for Formula Racing is they can't get home from here if we stay green. If there's another intervention, it might be a different story.
Yeah.
But even then, you're asking quite a lot. 60, maybe 65 minutes and an absolute push for an LMGT3 car, but they're now asking for over 70 minutes.
Stefan McKelmy also on pit lane in the number 10 Vector Sport car.
There's Tom Deelman on the tail of Joop van Uytert. Deelman looking slightly more likely, perhaps, to an overtake than Joop to Malte Jakobsen.
This is cracking stuff in LMP2. When we've got drivers with this kind of talent, this kind of circuit gives the room to manoeuvre, gives opportunities to overtake, gives opportunities to take the chances that the odd mistake that shouldn't come from the guys we're watching here might make. But this is going to be all guns blazing, green flag racing.
Clement Novalak with a very good run on Louis Delatraz. Again, AO aren't quite at their peak performance and can't take the fight to the top 3 at this stage. That gap is possibly growing. We'll keep an eye on it between Tom Deelman in 3rd and Delatraz in 4th, but Delatraz more under threat of losing the 4th place to Novalak in his wake, and Ben Hanley in the number 22 United Autosports car also there running 6th.
Ben Hanley flying, also flying. I think it's going to be a lost cause is Lance Herr, standing 4th in LMP2 Pro, looking to make up ground before he has to hand that car over. Think about the next 10 minutes. The next 10 minutes. The final hour will be served by Andres Latour, their bronze driver, and with absolute respect to Andres, in this company, that car is going to drop like a stone. This has not paid off for DCAR Engineering, and the safety car really didn't help.
Yeah, and I mean, they may have thought that it was a higher probability safety car in the early part of the race, but it's not proven that way, as very wide there goes the DKR Engineering LMP2 car out of Bandor corner and through Garlaban.
By the way, it reminds me the biggest loser from that safety car was indeed the Iron Dames. And that 54-second lead they had is now 7 seconds.
So Laurence Rohr, we were just talking about his team with the slight error. Andres Latour still to come though, and that pit stop will need to be made in the next, well, more like 6 or 7 minutes to ensure that the drive time, which can only begin at the timing loop at pit out, and is timed all the way then to the checkered flag for the remaining bronze driver that hasn't done any driving time to this point in car 3.
So minute 9 seconds ticks by. Mathieu Vazevier on the move. He's looking to close the gap to Bent Viscal for 2nd place in LMP2 Pro-Am. We're aboard though the number 22 United Autosports car of Ben Hanley. He was rapid last time out in Barcelona, and he's proven to be quick again, trying to close on the Clement Novalak. He fancies the idea of being in 5th position rather than his current 6th. And line astern here from positions 2 all the way down to the end of the top 10. Malte Jakobsen just getting a bit of a gap here to Joop van Uytert.
Yeah, it's opened up to 1.2 seconds. It had actually come down to south of a second not too long ago. Tom Deelman's keeping within a second of that top 2 scrap. The more concerning thing for me is it's 2.1 then back to Delatraz, and Delatraz with definite company in the form of Clement Novalak in that Inter-Europol competition car, the 2nd of the yellow and green machines, number 34.
Let's remember though, also in play here, fuel saving, also in play here, looking after the tyres. What a magnificent job they've all done of that to this point, but will that continue in this kind of company, here's the point where you can't take those conservative strategies. It's all about speed. It's all about retaining track position. Lift and coast here in the wrong place, and there's a position or 2 or 5 gone.
Yeah.
So some of those strategies that they would have been comfortable with over the last 2.5 hours, all of a sudden just not available.
Well, it's easy to play the long game when you're in hour 1 or 2, but when you're into the closing 30 minutes, there's no recovery time left, so you do not want to give anything up, and it might be at the expense of a DNF, potentially, in trying to get the car to the finish. We've seen that many times at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, when absolutely everything is put on the table to risk for a good result, and it can go so wrong. But that's the jeopardy we love as part of sport as a whole, but particularly as part of endurance motor racing. One of the first to blink, and I'll have to blink again after this actually, Panis Racing, Arthur Leclerc comes into pit lane in number 65, but you won't get home from this point either in an LMP2 car.
Number 9 car, 9th overall at the moment in the hands of Matteo Caroli, but Caroli is going to have to serve a drive-through penalty incurred by the previous driver, Capietto. Gets a penalty point in his licence. It's another one for overtaking beyond track limits.
Well, the 9 and the 10 were under investigation as part of a race control message.
Pretty certain that was no further action, but the 10 was under investigation for something else.
Overtaking before the line,
yes,
at the end of a safety car. So the 10 still under investigation. The 9 gets a drive-through for track limits. So we'll wait to see what the decision is on the Vector Sport car, as now coming away from the pit stop, number 65. Panis Racing, as I said, Arthur Leclerc brought that car in, and it switches to Charles Milesi. So a late driver change, a stint and a half probably for the Frenchman, as he goes into Ferrari S for the first time. A little bit more cloud cover perhaps here at Le Castellet now. We began under bright blue skies, but the threat of rain thankfully ending on Thursday evening after the whole place was doused pretty much all day with heavy rainfall. But since then, barely had any rain at all Friday, Saturday and Sunday. See, it all turned on nicely for the race weekend itself.
Come pit lane, that is the number 9 serving its drive-through penalty. Gaggle of reprimands for technical infringements. And the 59, 97 and the 60.
So they sound like GT cars to me. Well, certainly the 59 is. The 97 is an LMP2 from Cool Racing.
No, they're all
Oh, they're all GT2 cars. You're right. It's the Grid Motorsport.
Yeah, it's the 2 Aston Martins and the Proton competition car. I wonder whether or not that is some kind of telemetry issue with the LMGT3 kit. It is the final driver change for the number 3 car, so Andres Latorre will get in with a 4-minute cushion for his hour that he requires at the wheel of the number 3 car. So it was leap of faith, change in strategy for the D-Car engineering team, putting the bronze driver in last and their 2 pro drivers in earlier. But the way this has worked out, that's not going to be a winning formula for them today. Malte Jakobsen still 1.2 seconds ahead here, but remember, tyres and fuel, both still critical. It's not just about raw speed at the front of the field. He's just given himself an edge, so he's not having to watch his mirrors at every turning point. But at this point, he's going to be interested in 2 things: the gap to Van Nutter behind, but also the numbers that are being produced on his dashboard around fuel mileage and around the state of the Goodyear tyres on each corner of the 37 car.
But it's very difficult to monitor those through data on the dashboard. I mean, pressures, yes, but state of wear.
It's going to be about feel. It's as simple as that. And this is where these are not like you and I. These guys are not like you and I at all.
But the problem is that you can sometimes feel a tyre has gone, for want of a better word, and it's then almost too late to do anything about it. So it's feel in terms of trying to work out where the fine line is before the problem hits, and that is very much a grey area. So, and you know, Malte Jakobsen, yes, he's done a number of years now in endurance racing, but sometimes it takes a couple of decades of racing in this type of motorsport to truly get that.
Absolutely right. This, by the way, the number 59 Racing Spirit Le Mans car, currently in a podium position with Casper Stevenson, but he's coming under pressure now from Ricardo Pera. Remember, and this, by the way, this is what you get with a wave-by. The first car in that wave-by group was the number 86 car. So from almost being a lap down, it's now in contention for a podium position, which is where it should have been.
Yeah.
That's why the wave-by process works.
But I mean, sometimes you can be 9/10ths of a lap behind the next car in your category, and it's a massive win-win then, isn't it? Because you buy back time that maybe wouldn't have been yours otherwise. But that's why it's so crucial within category to stay on your category's lead lap.
Matthias Besch leads the LMP2 Pro battle at the moment, 9th overall at the wheel of the 29 Richard Mille by TDS. And at this stage, with the exception of Andres Latour, this is basically now 22 LMP2 cars with pro drivers in.
Yeah.
21 with Andres Latour. And of those, what are we, including Andres, 18 of them are on the lead lap.
That's amazing to be this far into the race. We're a minute away from ticking off 3 hours, and the virtual safety car followed by a safety car and wave bar has really spiced up all 4 of the divisions in this race, as the 60 car now goes up the inside of the 66. So that's the 60 Porsche from Proton competition.
That is a lap on that car.
Matteo Cressoni getting ahead of Ben Tuck.
Yeah, Ben pushing on in the number 66 car. That sounds pretty good, but pretty clearly the Porsche just that little bit better at this stage of the race. Van Uter, by the way, has caught Malte Jakobsen. That gap is tenths.
Really nothing between Casper Stevenson and Axel Jeffries now. Stevenson doing the catching in the 59 Aston Martin. There's a couple of seconds between Jeffries and Stevenson, and that's fluctuating depending on whether they're catching traffic or not in each of the laps. Jakobsen now with a 1.7 second lead over Joop van Uiter, so it's still staying pretty static, although the gap
It's traffic.
Well, yeah, but the gap between Dillman and Delatraz is still concerning me, because Delatraz under much more pressure now from here it is, in fact, into turns 1 and 2.
Yep.
So AO don't have the same pace as the top 3 in this phase of the race.
I think what's just happened with that pogoing gap between the 2 leaders, and we keep an eye on the AO car here, is Jakobsen, I think, stumbled a little bit in traffic, was almost caught by Joop van Uiter, who then caught the traffic that the Cool Racing driver struggled with. So it went from 1.5 to 0.2, and it's now back up to 2 seconds.
Clement Novalak getting pretty impatient here. He's having to go around the outside now of the number 3 car.
That's Andres Latour.
Latour's just taken that over from Laurence Roux, but Delatraz is swooping from one side of the Mistral to the other to try and lose the attentions of Clement Novalak and from Ben Hanley behind. Novalak and Hanley, on the other hand, are thinking we're being held up here, and the top 3 are away and gone, so we've got to get by sooner rather than later. And that was a perfect view from Casper Stevenson, who is also trying to turn the screw on Axel Jeffries, and he's only, well, no, that's swung around again as well because of traffic.
Perfect view as well of the kind of grip and pace that an LMP2 car can carry through.
So still the same order and a little bit of breathing space for Louis Delatraz.
Go full course yellow in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow. We are under full course yellow.
And that is because debris?
Don't know.
I didn't see a car off on the racetrack. Bailey Voisin's just rejoined in the RLR M Sport car. And whilst we assess precisely why we're under...
turn 1. It's whatever it is, it's turn 1.
OK. Well, we'll look at that in a moment. because at 11:30 this morning we got underway with a slightly wayward fourth row on the racetrack, maybe a touch of them going rather too early into the Ferrari S. Certainly the straight line of Luca Giotto was noted, and then a penalty was dished out at a later point for a drive-through.
Full course yellow will be removed at 14:34.
The full course yellow will be removed very shortly indeed, in the next minute. But as we remind ourselves about how slowly the LMGT3 traffic had to go
30 seconds
to
remove full
avoid
course yellow.
the Team Virage car. And then Sarah Bovey picking off Duncan Cameron as they hit the Mistral straight for the second time. Great move from Johnny Edgar down the inside of the number 28 EDEC Sport car of Paul Lafargue at the time as well. And how about this jump from Jonas Reed in the number 9 car? Could well have been on a horse rather than in a race car, but he did thankfully land back on all 4 Goodyear tyres. Side-by-side LMP2 action into turns 1 and 2, and a neat overtake from Lorenzo Fluxa. Tremendous arm wrestle as well at the sharp end of LMP3, with Torsten Kratz and Matt Bell going hard at it. The southern version of Matt Bell, and likewise down the inside of car 59 there was more than a touch there to remove bodywork from either the LMP3 or the 59 Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin. Ferraris evenly matched for Charlie Samani in the black and white example, and the Formula Racing car of Johnny Lawson. And then Johnny Edgar was caught and passed by Luca Giotto in the Inter-Europol competition car, but a penalty would subsequently be assessed for the number 34 car. Hiroshi Hamaguchi finding great straight line speed compared to the car guy Ferrari, but needing to use plenty of the Le Castellet curbing to his right. That slowed him down initially, but then he found a second wind and into the senior corner finally picked off the Ferrari 296 in the Dayglow yellow colours. Sadly, that has since become a retirement. Shoulder barge there as Conrad Lawson got a lap back on the fellow LMGT3 car. Difficult start for the 55 of initially Duncan Cameron, then Matt Griffin took over, but Cameron had a spin and a moment during his stint. He had to get back into the car as well, and that has taken the 55 further down the order, but the recent safety car has helped, and that was all because of Kai Aski's Inter-Europol competition car stopping. So initially it was a virtual safety car for a couple of laps. During that, Ollie Jarvis really struggled to close the door of his number 23 United Autosports prototype. Then there was, during the safety car, this big problem and the popping of the balloon for WTM by Rinaldi Racing. Leo Weiss taking the number 12 car into retirement, inexplicably stopping behind the safety car just as the wave-by was initiated. We were back to green flag racing then after the full safety car, and Louis Delatraz has been sticking the elbows out to keep Clement Novalak just about behind in the chasing number 34 Inter-Europol competition car. It's the 85 Iron Dames Porsche that leads LMGT3. Rahel Fry currently in that. LMP3 had been being bossed by Euro International, but it's a closer affair now after the safety car. Adam Alley driving car 11. LMP2 Pro-Am led by the number 29 Richard Mille by TDS car, and the race leader is Malte Jakobsen for Cool Racing. And this is back to live action again, side by side between EDEC and Inter-Europol competition, but it's Jakobsen from Joop van Uitert, and here is Joop under the pressure from Tom Dillman, who suddenly fires the car to the right hand side as they go down the start-finish straight. Jakobsen will be loving this, because he wants the two behind him to be slowed as much as possible.
And that is exactly what's happening. Joop van Uitert having none of that at that point. Tom Dillman, though, looking very racy indeed with 53 minutes to go. We're getting close in now to the final fuel stop window for all of these cars. Our race leader at LMP3 just ahead of this group. It's a 10-second time penalty headed to the next pit stop, by the way, for Vector Sport, who've dropped out of contention here. That was for overtaking before the line. Adam Alley just bails out of that, lets the LMP2 cars go by.
Look in the background, Clement Novalak's got ahead of Louis Delatraz, and he couldn't hold back the second Inter-Europol competition car. How about a massive queue heading into Virage du Camp in the meantime? But the next question is, can Louis Delétraz hold on to 5th position? Because Ben Hanley is very revved up. He took pole position in Barcelona at the start of the year, and Hanley will be looking for every which way to get through. No, in fact, Hanley's lost a place now to Paul-Luc Chatin, because the Cool Racing 47 car getting ahead of the Mancunian for 6th position.
Yeah, and that's all the way down to 7th now, within 10 seconds of the lead. Tight gaps here, all the way down through the top 10.
Nothing between the 21 and the 19 cars for United and Virage, respectively. So that's Ollie Jarvis.
Different laps.
They are different laps, yeah. So the Virage car is further back, isn't it? Yeah, in the hands now of Matt Bell of the north of England.
Yep.
So Matt Bell, next target is Alex Quinn, but there's 17 seconds that sit between them. Jarvis doing fine. He's in 4th in Pro-Am.
3-4 gaps under a second in the top 10 alone. After this field was released a little while ago from safety car, then a very brief full course yellow for what we presume was recovery of some debris. Malte Jakobsen 4 seconds to the good now. And the first of those sub-1 second gaps is this one, Job Benitez in the EDEX Sport 28, ahead of Tom Dillman in the first of 2 Inter Europol cars in the stream. The 43 car, Clement Loverlack, is 1.8 seconds back from his teammate, with Louis Delétraz on almost identical gap back in the AO by TF car in 5th. There they are, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. Leaving the Mistral straight, coming through the Seine corner and into sector 3 of this Paul Ricard circuit.
How hard does Malte Jakobsen push here? He's got 4 seconds. Surely there's a bit of fuel to be saved, and there's definitely tyres to preserve. So 4 seconds is more than manageable.
I think this is the point now. It will be Melter, plus what his engineer is telling him. What's the gap? Are you comfortable in the car with that gap? You've got to look at what happened in traffic just a few minutes ago, where that gap would look comfortable at 2 seconds. All of a sudden it's down to 2/10. And it can be something so marginal about just where the car is placed in an overtake. That could have been a change of lead right there. It wasn't, and Melter had the space to pull away. But these are marginal calls at this stage of the race.
And as the race leader, you are the yardstick for everybody else, I suppose, and they can afford to just rein things back a little bit and say, well, if you want to scamper off at that sort of pace, as now the LMP3 race leader pits, Adam Ali.
This will be their final pit stop. Everybody else, though, in the class, unless we have a mightily long safety car, is going to need to stop for fuel. So this will be a quick fuel stop. It's the final routine stop that doesn't need to be done to that minute and 45 seconds bogey time. So around a minute 2, a minute 4. And actually they've gone far deeper on fuel, haven't they? So it could be quicker than that.
And remember, any other LMP3 stops that we witness between now and 3:30 this afternoon, they can be in and out as quick as the teams can manage, because everybody else has ticked off already 2 lots of 1 minute and 45 seconds.
Adam Ali already rolling, and I think we're going to see a sub 1 minute on it. So 1 minute 4 on pit road, so that's actually a full fuel stop time, but drops the car at the moment he emerges in ahead of Antoine Ducas, and into 5th place. He's 59 seconds back. Needs to make progress here to be comfortable.
Okay.
That was longer than it should have been, that stop.
Well, the longer that everyone else leaves their stop, the shorter it can be, because you're closer to the checkered flag. That was a very good run for Casper Stevenson on Ricardo Pera. He seemed to sort of change down and find a lower gear at turn 6 and 7 to drive the Aston Martin out of Sainte-Baume and through the kink, and it's worked a treat up to 3rd position.
Yeah, almost a kind of Fast and Furious mode with their 32-speed gearboxes and those drag races there, but it was quite an odd one.
Just easing back from the Porsche, and that meant that he could hit the loud pedal far earlier, I suppose, and not have the restriction of a car potentially getting in his way in the acceleration phase.
Keeping an eye, by the way, on the gaps that count here, and they are indeed for Job van Uitertert. He's holding on to this second place under pressure from Tom Dillman. Tom, what, 7/10ths back in the classes. Iron Dames, Rahel Fry is being caught by Axel Jeffries ever so slightly, 3.4 seconds now. So 10th by 10th, it's going the way of the chasing Lamborghini. It's GR Racing looking for a way back by Racing Spirit of Le Mans. It's Ricardo Perret and Casper Stevenson. Coming up behind here is Ben Tuck, looking to unlap himself in the JMW Motorsport number 66. The 97 car ahead of this pair is also a lap car. That car in the hands of Lorcan Hannafin. Slightly messy race in LMGT3 outside of the top 2 or 3. Too many cars with delays, too many cars finding themselves the wrong side of the fight. But of them, only one is looking at the moment like it's a fail to finish.
We're about to go ton up, 100 laps done, and that is ticked off as Malte Jakobsen crosses the line now. 2.3 seconds the advantage over Job van Uitertert. Here is Job, there is Tom Dillman, right behind him in the yellow-nosed into Europol competition car, and the sister machine, predominantly green on the front of that car, is Clement Novalak, and the two circulating with only 1.3 seconds away from them. Can they work together to try and get ahead of the Dutchman?
Dillman seems to have the quicker car, but Job van Uitertert doing a great job of keeping him back. And by the way, at the moment, and it will be traffic I'm sure again, is catching Malte Jakobsen again. It's down to 2.3 seconds.
Aston Martins together, but not sadly for the purple and blue version on the lead lap for Grid Motorsport by TF. That's Lorcan Hannafin, who took the car over the previous stop, number 97. They're running 8th, and about to be potentially lapped by Casper Stevenson. He wants there to be little interruption between him and Axel Jeffries, because that's the gateway to second place. And then a further 2.9 seconds further up the road, Rahel Fry for the Iron Dames Porsche.
Ricardo Perret gets a warning flag for abusing track limits as he pits the 86 car. Also in is the 60 Proton competition car. The car now drops back down into 5th place. Another good run from GR Racing.
45 minutes to go, and Jakobsen's 4-second lead now has been whittled away. Traffic, no doubt, but it's down to only 1.5 seconds to Job van Uitertert. And you can understand the reason why Job wants to hustle on, because Tom Dillman's snapping at his heels, particularly into this section at Virage du L'Hôtel and Camp Corner. 3, 4 and 5.
Yeah, rubber debris flying left and right. Job is on a tear here. He feels as if he's got the fight from behind under control. At the moment, Malte Jakobsen slightly balked there as they came onto the Mistral straight behind the leader in LMP3. Ducks by, ducks back in. So 1.6 seconds was the gap through the previous timing loop. I don't think it's that anymore.
Job van Uitertert getting by Adam Ali, and Adam fell to 5th position. Here comes the 2nd, 3rd and 4th place cars.
Taking a second out of Jakobsen effectively on the Mistral straight, because the lead car struggled to get the correct entry onto the Mistral, having to deal with the LMP3 leader. That's the game.
And he's slowing. So is that a tyre? Because I was bothered that Malte Jakobsen might have gone a bit too fast here, and Cool Racing, hands on heads, the car will go no further.
It's not a tyre, it's not a tyre.
So the car has stopped inexplicably, and we have a new race leader at Le Castellet in the 2nd round of the European Le Mans Series. It's Job van Uitertert, and he is by no means clear, because he has Tom Dillman now up to 2nd and a rear gunner in the form of Clement Novalak.
Well, Cool Racing took the win at Barcelona. It's not going to happen for them here. By the way, in the meantime, final pit stop underway. Michelle Gatting climbing aboard the Iron Dames Porsche.
How are they going to deal with the stranded car is the next question. There are yellows at turns 11 and 12.
It's very close to a gap in the arm coat. Can be recovered quickly if he can't get this car moving again. And either way, the race has gone. Oh, that's horrible luck.
So Van Uitert now gifted the race lead, but he cannot afford for that to distract him in any way, and he won't, I'm sure. But into Europol competition, suddenly are looking at a double podium here. Can they finish 1-2 or maybe 1-3? Still a long way to go, and each of these cars will all have to pit again in LMP2.
15 seconds. Full course yellow is deployed in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow, full course yellow.
This could be so critical, and I think this has just lost the Iron Dames the race. Because the 63 car does need to pit and can now do so in a full course yellow.
No, the pits are closed in a full course yellow these days. They're closed in.
I'm mixing it up with another regulation.
Well, they were open for a few years, but the start of last year's ACO rules racing, full course yellow, closes the pit lane. So they got in, and a few others may get in for emergency service.
Be advised of double waves in the area of the intervention. We have marshals working out there. They're doing a good job.
And this is the moment where the 34... He did hit the curb, but I mean, did that break a drive shaft? Did that break something internally? It's tough to tell from this distance. I'd like to see the state of Malte Jakobsen's front left tyre as well, but I think you're right that it was still inflated.
Yeah.
Was it a slope up? But that wouldn't explain why the car stopped, because he was very close to pit lane entry road.
He'd have brought that home from there. Well,
we're within, especially with a full course yellow, we are within a fuel tank here of LMP2 mileage, and no one's coming in. So I think that confirms my theory.
The only car that was on pit lane was, I think, Nico Veroni, and he's in.
Was he already in when the full course yellow was called, though?
So Veroni aboard that car now. Iron Dames, by the way, Michelle Gatting aboard the car. Drops down the moment to 5th place, but everybody ahead of her will need to stop.
And when do they do that? That's part of the reason why that rule was enforced, because it could very easily in the old days have lost the Iron Dames the race. But now everybody is going to have to wait, assuming they've got enough fuel. You would be permitted to come in and just fill 5 seconds worth of fuel, provided you pitted again after the full course yellow was withdrawn to complete the stop.
I was going to announce, but now it's 25 seconds to remove full course yellow.
At 14:51.
20 seconds.
Watch the itchy trigger foot here for the two leaders. Any
full
fumble
course
here.
Yellow will be removed in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed. Pit entry is open. Thank you.
On is even by the look of things. Van Uitert straight back onto the loud pedal. Tom Dillman right with him. It's not a race anymore, Johnny. It's a duel.
Stephen Kilby, I've heard of him, of dailysportscar.com, suggests that was a 48-minute stint for Malte Jakobsen. Have they run clean out of fuel?
No.
He suggests. And that close to the pit lane, bearing in mind he was coming out of turns 9 and 10. But again, you know, is there not like a reserve tank? It seems strange that it just cut out completely. Sometimes even on the starter you can limp it home, and he would have tried that because it was well into the final sector.
Oh, look at this.
Down the inside.
Got him.
It's not reflected on the timing screen, though.
So he's got back.
He got back in front. No. So Job van Uitert, no, Tom Dillman is in front. And that's now, is that Novalak?
Into the pit lane.
So Novalak peels off in the background. Dillman ahead of Job van Uitert.
Well,
so when did that write itself on the screen? There is another split partway through that third sector to confirm it, and Tom Dillman now confirmed as the race leader. So Job van Uitert weaving from left to right to try and distract Tom Dillman. Dillman straight as a die, and then there was contact. There was contact interceding, and they still got through there.
Unreal. Tom Dillman to the lead of the race. What a day this could be for Inter Europol competition. Took a win in the Ligier European Series a couple of days ago. They have won in LMP2 in the Asia Le Mans Series and of course at Le Mans last year, but have never won overall in the European Le Mans Series. On pit lane now for the chasing car on correction. Axel Jeffries in the Iron Lynx Lamborghini, also on pit lane. The currently third place Aston Martin, the Racing Spirit of Le Mans. Novak rolling now. We can see shuffle of the order for the next 5 or 10 minutes as cars take their final fuel stops. At the moment, Tom Dillman leads this race from Joop van Uite at 1.2 seconds. Louis Delatraz still 4.7 seconds back and not really closing that gap, Johnny.
No.
He's under pressure still from Ben Hanley. Alex Lynn doesn't look to be within reach at the moment of the cars ahead.
Depends what the instruction is for Alex Lynn now, because he's not long been in the car, and has his setting been set to stun here.
Well, a very bad day potentially for Algarve Pro and their championship aspirations. They finished second, of course, last time out. Has suddenly switched all the way back with the elimination of the race from the race one winners at Cool Racing.
Into pit lane will be Louis Delatraz for AO by TF. So giving up good road position to be in a better state perhaps for fuel and for tyres, although the fuel's going in at the moment. Goodyear tyre technician checking things as now it's side by side, and is that for the race lead?
That's Casper
LMP2
Stevenson, and so apologies, it's Valentina Haase-Clos and Michel Gatting. This is a battle. This is the Racing Spirit Le Mans car coming out of the pits, so this is
the pseudo race lead
potentially for the race lead.
Yeah, once it all shakes out, the Aston Martin has managed to get ahead of the Porsche. The Porsche's not on an outlap. Valentin Haase-Clos is. And it's been a good run, though, from Michel Gatting in the wheel tracks.
But the Lamborghini is well ahead of this battle.
But surely owes us a stop.
No, it's just come out. They've just come out. They stopped. They were 12 seconds quicker in the pit stop than the Iron Dames. I don't think they took tyres. I think they're on older rubber and have risked that to get the track position.
Yeah, well, that's worked initially. But what sort of state are Andrea Caldarelli's tyres going to be in 35 minutes' time? So stick with this to find out.
So Michel Gatting passed, dropped back again.
Oh, that was nip and tuck as well.
That was very nip and tuck. On board with the 59 car.
Release.
Yes, indeed. Valentina Haase-Clos. He's now got the pink Porsche behind him again.
So the current race leader is the 55 David Perel driven Spirit of Race Ferrari, and he's just done a pit stop as well and has come out. They only spent 59 seconds, so that's got to be fuel only as well.
Absolutely.
No tyres.
But blisteringly quicker than the Iron Dames because they've taken tyres.
Yeah.
We've got the overall top 3 cars on pit lane now. Ben Hanley pits from, it's timed at the lead. That's to do with where the United pit garage is. But into Europol's Tom Dillman came in from the lead ahead of EDEC Sports' Joop van Uite. In they all come now, the remaining cars requiring fuel. They are waiting for tyres here, or at least a tyre.
Were they not taking a penalty?
No, it's a tyre. They're changing the front.
The fuel was going in behind the lollipop man. That was what they were waiting for.
Yes.
So the fuel goes in first, and then the tyres are changed. You can't do the two at the same time. Most bizarre moment there as everyone's just staring at the car, but we have not had a penalty assessed, thankfully, for EDEC Sport for car 28. What about this for a draft then? Michel Gatting going to go to the right-hand side of the Aston Martin. I'm not sure there's a way by there. She was off the track, but she was sort of put there by Valentin Haase-Clos. And the Porsche's straight line speed is absolutely superb. There's also a GT car in attendance right behind them.
That's a change. That's the 22 car, I think, ahead of EDEC Sport.
And here comes Haase-Clos to the inside line of Beausset now. Ignore the number 60 Porsche. That's a lap down at least. Julian Andlauer, though, is going to be right with them in terms of pace and might be able to help out the Proton Run Iron Dames car in this whole scenario.
That rapid pit stop from the 55 means they have got the lead of this race.
I told you.
Yeah, Spirit of Race from GR Racing, then the Iron Lynx Lamborghini.
But 55 Spirit of Race didn't take tyres, so they're going to slow surely throughout the stint. Careful here, Michel, because that rear diffuser on the Aston Martin protrudes quite considerably. It will be very easy to spin the Aston Martin out. Clearly, she's in the faster car, though, especially on the straights. And it's door handle to door handle again, but the outside line into Verrery, who's going to brake later. It's Hasklow by a nose.
But did he unsettle the car in doing so? She's all the way back over the back end of this Aston Martin. The 60 car's looking for a way by to get out of this fight.
That's not going to help.
It is not.
That's not helping at all. But Julien Andlauer, I suppose, wants to just get out of the way here. But it is slowing Michelle Gatting.
I think bad words are being said by Michelle Gatting into her helmet at this point. Julien Andlauer just wants to be out the way. Feels he's got the quicker car, I'm sure. 32 minutes to go. Anything can happen in LMGT3 at this point.
Is the other plan that Andlauer will provide the gap and prevent the Aston Martin from cutting back in as long as Michelle's on the boot lid of Julien Andlauer?
Surely you're not suggesting a team with manager performance.
What,
like that?
team racing in a team sport?
Into Europol, meanwhile, are 1-2 in this race. Clement Novalak leads the race by 2.5 seconds. It's all been done on the way in which those pit stops worked out. Ben Hanley,
here we go.
Third place.
Andlauer through, but Michelle's not close enough to follow suit. So we're going to be back where we started. The Aston's been delayed in all of that as well. And Michelle Gatting now trying to prize the opening whilst the iron is red hot, but can't do it through the second part of Beausset.
She's all over the back of this Aston Martin again. We'll call the gaps in a moment as all this settles down. It's Julien Andlauer clearing the turn. Michelle Gatting looking for a way to the inside, to the outside, over the top, who knows? Spirit of race lead, David Perel has got 11.5 seconds on Davide Rigon, who's got his mirrors full of Andrea Caldarelli's Lamborghini. This fight is 14 seconds back, but remember, of these cars, we know Michelle Gatting is on fresh tyres.
Do we know why the Racing Spirit of Le Mans pit stop, I should say, was 12 seconds longer, though, than the Iron Dames?
My guess is he's got tyres.
Well, did they do 4 tyres on the Aston as opposed to 2 on the Iron Dames Porsche? I don't quite know why that extra 12 seconds has been worked in, but it was a longer stop, and it still put the Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin out in front of the Iron Dames car.
Well, it's still 30 minutes to go. Plenty of time, and here is the battle. This is for second place. Davide Rigon trying to fight off Andrea Caldarelli. 2 Italian cars, 2 Italian drivers. Potential trouble looms, by the way, for the 22 United car. Ben Hanley, team manager, being called to race control, as well as the DKR team manager. Can confirm, by the way, no movement from where it stood for the Cool Racing 37. Their race is done.
So let's just run through the LMGT3 lineup again. 55 Spirit of Race, did fuel but no tyres, we think, in the last stop. Davide Rigon GR Racing, their pit stop was 1 minute and 14. I reckon that was possibly 2 of a potential 4 tyres.
Maybe.
So maybe they did lefts on the GR Racing Ferrari, this one. Andrea Caldarelli, his pit stop was 1 minute and 14. So was I misreading the Rigon time?
Rigon was fuel only.
So Rigon fuel only.
Yes.
Perel fuel only.
Yes. Caldarelli,
I think two tyres for the Lambo that's now chasing the Rigon car, and that rather suggests that performance of the Lambo will get better, or possibly the GR Racing Ferrari's performance drops off. And then I think all 4 tyres for Valentin Hasklow, but that's not being borne out in its manoeuvrability.
No.
It doesn't look as agile as the Michelle Gatting Porsche.
Got the 47 car with Paul Chatin bidding for some kind of better headline for Cool Racing after the disaster, whatever it was that struck down the race-leading run from the sister 37 car. Top 6 cars still under 20 seconds apart, by the way. Again, this battle goes on for what is second place at the moment. They are 12 seconds back from David Perel, who is pulling away from this pair.
Yeah. Because,
of course, they're embroiled in this battle.
Indeed. And that's fine in the early phase, but he'll also have to be looking after his tyres. Now, the benefit of this current situation is he's not having to defend from anybody. He can maintain, you know, a decent pace. Very capable driver, David Perel, and he'll be driving around these rather second-hand tyres, we think, to the finish. And there are murmurs of the difficulty of preserving tyres through the course of the race in certainly the prototype categories because of the amount of downforce around this place and the constant radius high-speed corners. Not sure whether that's been an issue in GT because you can keep throwing tyres at these cars. Oh, there's a problem and nearly cleaned out the Lamborghini. That was a spin for the number 5 car of Bailey Voisin. I don't think they made contact. That's not the first time the 5 cars rotated at that part of the circuit.
No, different driver though.
James Dayson it was on that occasion. But I tell you what, Andrea Caldarelli, I think he may have had to open up the steering there to avoid the spinning number 5 car. Thank goodness it's day glow yellow, because Andrea will have seen that in his mirrors. Was there contact?
There was contact.
I think he just hit the curb. I think he just whacked the curb because he was trying to find the inside line of the Lambo.
So cars 85 and 59, so that's both the cars involved in that battle between the Aston Martin and the Iron Dames car. Under investigation for overtaking off track. Have they allowed the emotions to get the better of them here? Could both of them be ended up with a penalty?
There's no visible damage on the side of the Lamborghini of Andrea Caldarelli as he hopped over the curb.
You may be correct.
I just want this, these cars to stay intact as much as possible.
It's happened at least once before that you've been right, Johnny. At least once.
A year. And then there was that terrible year, of course, where I was pretty rubbish for most of it.
Yeah, about a year. Yeah. 26 minutes to go, though. Battles still underway in every single class in this race. In LMP2, it is 2.3 seconds the gap between the two leading cars, both from inter-Europol competition. Clement Novalak leads from Tom Dillman, 34 from 43. In LMP2 Pro-Am, AF Corsa lead. The winners from Barcelona lead by 2.5 seconds from Richard Mille by TDS. Matthias Besch trying to chase down Mathieu Vazevière. In LMP3, it's a wholly different game. It's about when and how deep the first, second and third and fourth place cars in the order need to pit. They need to pit for fuel, whereas the 5th place car does not, and is now, I think, within striking range of potentially the win in this race. And then here we are, we've been in LMGT3. Spirit of Race and David Perel, 11 seconds the good from the GR Racing Ferrari. Spirit of Race Ferrari from GR Racing Ferrari unlinks his Lamborghini in that fight for second, and then the fight currently for 4th, but 2 cars we believe are on fresher tyres. The Racing Spirit of Le Mans, Aston Martin ahead of the Porsche from the Iron Dames.
Lorcan Hannafin's just been in for fuel for Grid Motorsport by TF. That's another sub 1 minute pit stop though, so can't have done tyres at all. As now Caldarelli is trying to throw the 86 Ferrari off its stride of Davide Rigon, the fellow Italians. And the Ferrari's going to touch wide this time. Will that compromise its run onto the Lindois de Mistral? Actually kept speed reasonably well, but the butterfly effect may well promote the Lamborghini to a higher speed. I have to say, the pull from the Ferrari looks mightily impressive. And here is Louis Delatraz in the number 14 AO by TF car with Paul-Luc Chatin very much for company.
This is the battle for 5th place, but with a call to the steward says this is Caldarelli up the inside. Has made the move finally, gets through to take that position, just as the race leader comes through as well.
And that was brilliantly timed from Clement Novalak because he was able to clear both cars at the same time.
They've now got the 2 GT3 cars between him and his teammate, Tom Dillman. Point I was about to make is that battle for 5th position between AO by TF and Cool Racing could be quite interesting here, because we've got both the 22 and the 28 team manager called to race control, and they're both ahead of that battle. And the gaps are not substantial.
Out of Bendor corner and on towards Virage du Lac will go Louis Delatraz. Paul-Luc Chatin still following suit in 6th position. And then a further 7.5 seconds back is the first of the LMP2 Pro-Ams, driven at the moment by Mathieu Vazevière. He'll be in till the end. 65 is the Xiaomi Lacey car chasing Alex Lynn in the blue and black of Algarve Pro Racing. So 9th and 8th respectively. And the glorious sound of the 4.2 litre naturally aspirated V8, powering all of these Oreca's. Out of the final corner they will go, nose to tail. Still, Valentin Hasclot cannot shake Michel Gatting, following his every move. Good rotation from the Aston Martin, perhaps overly so for the 59 car, which may well be struggling a touch on, well, it shouldn't be on tyres, because it took the longest pit stop last time around of 1 minute and 25. But those left side tyres only, we reckon, on the Iron Dames Porsche are working very well at this stage too. Again, she's in the wheel tracks of the Frenchman.
Cracking stuff, and it has been for about the last 15 minutes in this LMGT3 class, producing the racing we hope to see. David Perel now 11.8 seconds ahead of Andrea Caldarelli, having cleared Davide Rigon. Rigon sticking with him, but there's then a further 12 seconds back behind Rigon to that battle, the battle we're looking at now on screen.
Very different engine notes from the twin turbocharged Aston engine and the flat six, which now sits right at the rear, of course, of these LM GT3 cars, unlike the mid-engine and outgoing GTEs of old. Alex Lynn cannot shake the attentions of Charles Milesi. I would imagine these two are very evenly matched on the average lap times. So interesting to dive into the data after a race weekend and pick out the 20 best laps to work out precisely who is the quickest and most consistent. And Charles Milesi will require a bit more fuel to get the 65 to the finish. So that is the company lost now. Thankfully for Alex Lynn, he can concentrate solely on the road in front. And I wonder who else has to do a splash and dash before they can see the checkered flag in around 20 minutes' time.
Well, we think, don't we, all the LMP2s still we need fuel for.
They will certainly have had to have pitted in the final 40-odd minutes, and that was right at the point when the full course yellow came out, of course. So they were locked out of the pit lane at that stage.
They were. So in the background here, behind the AO by TF battle with the 47 car, Caldarelli gapping Davide Rigon. Caldarelli is making inroads into the lead of David Perel, but not very quickly. "20 minutes to go." What we're going to see on track, and what else are we going to see by way of dramas from race control? I sense there might be some stuff to come.
They're at Beausset, this fight for 5th and 6th places. Garlaband corner next up, this long right-hander, which again can punish tyres, particularly on the left side this time around, but it's because of the clockwise nature of the circuit that the left... Oh, which car is that? Dillman to the lead, so that's the race leader. Clement Novalak has stopped on the main start-finish straight. Novalak no longer in the race. Tom Dillman to the race lead. And Ben Hanley all of a sudden finds himself in 2nd position. Now, is that car down on the front left corner? So difficult to work out from that sort of distance. But it must have happened coming out of turn 14. And Tom Dillman, who had led going into the full course yellow recently, is back to the front, but it is in the demise of the sister car from Inter Europol.
If you need fuel, get it now. Get it right now.
Get it before the full course
Correct.
yellow. Because it's going to be at the very least a full course yellow, and most likely a full course yellow to clear Clement Novalak's car. And if Malte Jakobsen's still at the circuit looking on, he'll be thinking, well, I know how that feels, because he was leading the race and all of a sudden something happened. Now,
pit entry closed. Prepare full course yellow at 15, 12, 30. In 30 seconds, we're going full course yellow.
I can tell you that nobody did dive for the pit lane. Frankly, there weren't that many in a position to do so. Wow.
The 9 cars are about to come through. The problem is it's from the announcement of the full course yellow. It's not whilst when it comes out. So now it's been announced.
Full course
Forget
yellow
it.
in 10.
Well, remember,
9,
first words out of Eduardo's mouth were pit lane
6,
closed.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, full course yellow. Full course yellow. Start finish straight, bear totally left, exiting T14, please. Start finish, bear totally left, exiting T14. There are double yellows there. I'm sending marshals on track to recover the car.
Oh dear, poor old into Europol.
Team manager car 34, tell your driver to stay in the car so that he can maneuver. Marshals are going there to push.
And before the full course yellow, there was an overtake. Was there on Delatraz? Paul-Luc Chatin to the high side and into senior corner. He gets it. Brilliant overtake that, again from the draft. And Louis Delatraz just seems to have nothing at his disposal to defend that.
There you go.
So it's either fuel, or it's a tyre that we can't see that's gone down, or it's mechanical, it seems, but he was beyond the pit lane entry road, so couldn't have done anything about it, and clearly there was no indication that something was going to go pop or bang, because otherwise he would have been into the pits, Clement Novalak.
Meantime, by the way, while we're watching this, potentially significant pit stop from DK Engineering in LMP3, the number 4 Wyatt Brickercheck, back out on track and ahead of your International, who we know do not need to pit again. So if that was their final pit stop, and I think it was, your International, I'm afraid, may well have lost out here.
Full course yellow will be removed in 30 seconds. At 15, rapid. 14, 30, we are removing the full course yellow. In 20 seconds to remove full course yellow.
Well, partly because of Clement Novalak's very quick
yellow
thinking.
Will be removed exactly in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed. Thank you. Pit entry is now open.
There you go. Pits are accessible again, and for those that need fuel to get through the final 15, nearly 16 minutes, there will be a mad rush to get down there. As the lights are flashing now for Paul-Luc Chatin, Louis Delatraz right behind and trying to pick up the pace as quickly as he can, but Paul-Luc Chatin just seems to have the edge on the number 14 car, unless the traffic can intervene. They're heading into the Double Droite de Beausset, but there's no way through there for the Swiss driver.
Again, the change in relative performance sort of points towards tyres falling off here, doesn't it? Not literally, of course, but the available grip just going away at the point where he's got no fight left. 15 minutes to go. Tom Dillman leads this race in the surviving Inter Europol car from United Autosports 22 car in the hands of Ben Hanley. Jan van Utet is at the wheel of the Index Sport car. They are third. Then Paul-Luc Chatin on the charge. We're just past. It is Cool Racing 47, the AO by TF car, the 14 car Louis Delatraz. Matthias Besch leads LMP2 Pro-Am with Mathieu Vazivière second, and a couple of 3 places back in the order. LMP3 waiting to see what happens when the cars at the head of this field make the pit stops they definitely need, and they need them soon. Spirit of race, by the way, 10 seconds to good David Perel in the 55 Ferrari, ahead of Andrea Caldarelli. And if Spirit of Race have turned this car around correctly with the right amount of fuel in, that looks like a winning margin to me at the moment. It's been quite a while since we saw the 55 take a win. 2021, in fact, for the team. Monza in 2021 for the team when Matt Griffin was replaced at that point by Alessandro Pierguidi, with Matt as part of the effort. It was the previous year.
Yeah.
So it's been a while.
So that particular combination, it's been an even longer wait. I knew they had a good car because it was it was something like the best qualifying that Duncan Cameron managed yesterday since, well, 3 years or something. Certainly not had a pole for quite some time. And, sorry, not a pole, second place for quite some time, and the pole even longer. And now with the bright amber dot illuminated on the hindquarters of this Ferrari, they have this 11-second lead through the latest split compared to Andrea Caldarelli for 63. Now the early indication from Inter-Europol competition concerning the Clement Novalak car is that it may be a gearbox-related problem which has gone bang, and clearly Clement couldn't do anything like that as they came out of the final corner.
Race leader in LMP3 on pit lane, as we expected they would, Manuel Espirito Santo. It's going to be a drive-through penalty for car number 3, which is the DKR Engineering car, for overtaking beyond track limits. Andres Latour will serve that penalty. He's on pit lane right now, in fact. That will be for his final routine stop. He's going to be down pit lane again very soon. Our RM Sports, Gail Julien takes the lead for the moment, but again, pretty certain will need to be down pit lane shortly.
Yeah. So Gail Julien, the benefit, of course, of pitting this close to the checkered flag is that it can be a very, very quick stop. And they've all burned, as we've mentioned a few times, the 2 that they needed to do as the extra long ones, minute and 45 each. So you can spend as little time on the pit road as you would wish in terms of getting the fuel in. They won't offer tyres of the car at all. They'll just send it in a hope to finish certainly on the podium, and ideally for them to take the win for RLR, but that might be too much of an ask.
Yeah, Cool Racing, by the way, do come out behind Adam Ali in the Euro International car. So at the moment, it's White Brickercheck looking pretty well placed here for DKR Engineering. Seems to be a Duquesne win. Here's our race leader. Ben Hanley is almost 6 seconds back from Tom Dillman. Dillman looks to have this under control on pace. Just see emerging over the crest Ben Hanley. Joop van Uiter further 3 seconds back, but not at the moment challenging the pace of the top 2. Car 28 is going to 10-second penalty added.
3rd place.
Zigzagging and blocking another car. So that is going to drop them behind Cool Racing and AO.
That was when Tom Dillman was about to get by, and you remember there was contact into senior at something like 200 miles per hour, and it was all caused, you could say, all or partly caused by Joop van Uiter's antics to try and defend.
Next question. The other car that was under investigation, or rather had the team manager called, was the 2nd place car of Ben Hanley. What was that all about? Well, so car 28, we now know, he's now fighting the clock. So wherever we are, if you're watching with live timing and scoring, add 10 seconds to the EDEC Sport time, and that, as you will see, drops it off the podium.
Yeah. So car, what did we say, 22 was under investigation. Just searching back through the messages for that. May not be accessible anymore, so...
Car
anyway.
20 is under investigation for the end of the previous safety car. That's not a car that is at the moment in contention for a podium in LMP2 Pro-Am.
Alex Quinn in the Algarve Pro car, he's 6th, so yes, it won't affect the top 3 in Pro-Am.
Still waiting for what happens in now the last 10 minutes in LMP3.
So it's 5.6 seconds the advantage for Tom Dillman over Ben Hanley. Then Joop van Uiter you could take out of the mix at least for a podium and insert Paul-Luc Chatin as the next car. He's only 1.4 seconds behind anyway. Louis Delatraz could yet have a say as well, but the performance of AO by TF has faded of late, and Delatraz doesn't seem to have any weapons up his sleeve to fight back to PLC.
Looking at the order in LMP3. Change there, White Brickercheck in the DKR Engineering car. You can see him on the track here, has passed for position the Ultimate car, which we think still needs to pit. Either way, this is swinging in DKR Engineering's direction. Gail Julien is the next and only other target for the DKR car, and he's 5.5 seconds ahead, but we're under 9 minutes to go now. This is the lead car in LMP3. The hands of impressive Gail Julien. No further action on car 22.
Well, I was literally about to say, the one saving grace for 22 might well have been... Who's that?
Racing?
It's the Cool Racing P3 car, is it not? So number
it is
17, Cedric Ultramare. An Ultramare spinning on his own. Yes, he did.
It's not long out of the pit
Beausset
lane.
corner.
So it's not going to be their day today.
The one saving grace, I think, for Ben Hanley was that the absence of the word immediately in the race direction message. Car 28 immediately to the stewards in race control, and car 22 and car 3, it just says team managers to race control.
It's the difference I can explain is immediately means you're getting no biscuits with your coffee. And come to race control means they're not going to put the really nice biscuits out.
I see. Yeah, so the immediately means you're properly in hot water, and so it has proven for 28 EDEC Sport and the current driver, Joop van Aerten, 10 seconds to be added, and it was to the next pit stop, was it not? And there may well not be a next pit stop.
They'll add it to
they'll add it to the end of the race.
It will just be 10 seconds, it won't be 10 seconds plus anything. So it is now about, finding whatever pace he's got and trying to stretch the gap to the cars behind, if he can do that. This deep in the race, that's going to be tough. The sole remaining question here is, what has Gaël Julien managed to do in terms of fuel saving in that RLRM Sport car? 7 minutes to go. Does he still need fuel? I think he does.
Now leaving it very, very late, if that is the case.
Same with the Ultimate car.
Yeah, Ultimate running third. And are they just looking to roll the dice to not kiss goodbye to some important championship points? It is going to be a drive-through for the APR car, number 20 of Alex Quinn. We said that was still being looked at, anticipating the end of the full course yellow, and 1 penalty point going to Alex Quinn for that indiscretion as well, but it doesn't affect the LMP2 current Pro-Am positions.
Yeah.
Here's Ben Hanley with, just put a further lap on, sure what car that was, but it's not concerning the top 3.
Vector car, I think, wasn't it?
Vector 10, yes it was. You're spot on. And that car being driven by Filip Drugovic, down in 10th place in LMP2. There's a glimpse of the number 3 DKR Engineering car, Andres Latour, but Joop van Aerten in front, still third on the road, may well finish third on the road, but will cop a penalty. It's a bit of a lock-up there, actually, from Joop van Aerten. He's probably been given the instruction to really hare his way now to the checkered flag to get as much of a gap on those behind as possible.
Has to. It's his only available option at this stage. He has done exactly that, by the way. One bit of clarity, but as we see confirmation of that penalty for the 28. The win in 2020 for the 55 was before Aaron Scott stepped away from professional motorsport, so this would be the first win in the European Le Mans Series for the trio together of David Perel, Matt Griffin and of course Duncan Cameron in the 55, and at the moment that gap is coming down. It's 7.2 seconds now, but 5 minutes to go.
Now, has there been a shake-up in LMP2 Pro-Am, because the 83 car, which was doing very well, it was second, well, it's dropped considerably back to 4th now.
What's happened there?
So it was always 29 leading that in the final phase. Richard Mille by TDS.
Ollie Jarvis
Matthias
and Ben
Besch
Viscal have gone by.
Yeah, and the lap times, well, it was a 1:48 last time around, but maybe there's been a moment, a spin. It's very unlike Mathieu Vaxivière if that's the case.
Yeah.
It hasn't been in the pit lane, has it, without us noticing? No. It would have dropped more time than that if that was the case. But 83 slipping back to 4th and promoting Jarvis and Viscal to 2nd and 3rd in Pro-Am. Side by side between Joop van Aerten and Ben Hanley, and this is for 2nd and 3rd.
But not really.
But not really.
Ben will be told, I'm sure, to let him go and then stick with him.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Just get on the back of Joop van Aerten and make sure now he doesn't get 10 seconds further down the road. And Hanley's going to be in conservation mode
Absolutely.
now, both on fuel and on tyres.
And all of a sudden, he's under attack from Paul Chatin.
Well, this really does matter now, all of a sudden.
Absolutely does.
So that's the difficulty in reining things back to, say, 90% of your true pace. You can sometimes get more out of the rhythm than you intended. And Paul Chatin sniffing a podium here.
Absolutely
potentially
right.
I mean, if you can get ahead of Hanley, then that'll be a second place finish.
It will be second place, that's the point. I think he's going to do it, and do it reasonably easily here.
So is this more of an issue for Ben Hanley rather than allowing Joop van Uitert through? He's got no reply
again
to Paul-Luc Chatin.
Is it tyres? Is it the fact that we're just down to the point where these tyres are falling off that performance cliff with 3 minutes to go? I've not seen, by the way, despite the portents of doom from numbers of people up and down the pit lane, a single tyre failure.
No.
So that's great stuff from both Goodyear and Michelin, and great tyre management as well for the teams and the drivers. Under 3 minutes to go now. 10 seconds the gap, Tom Dillman to Joop van Uitert.
In the last pit stop, Ben Hanley took 1 minute and 7 seconds. That was probably some fuel, and I'm going to say two tyres.
Maybe one or two?
Yeah. Whereas Paul-Luc Chatin spent 6 further seconds in pit lane, but he can't do 2 more tyres in that
I
space
think that's
of time.
a definite two tyre stop. Ben, I wonder if he just took the front left.
Maybe they only did 1. I mean, you can change 2 tyres out once, though,
yes.
can't you? So it's 4 that takes double the time.
There's 2 minutes here.
He's going to lose out to Delatraz if he's not careful. Delatraz very, very wide through turn 4, but Ben Hanley doesn't have the speed either to match Louis Delatraz, and Delatraz hasn't been on his game, or certainly the car's not been right there today, despite a terrific performance in the equivalent meeting last year from the Swiss. But he may get a very good run down the Mistral straight this time on the British driver for United Autosports. He's going to pull out of the slipstream. We've got just over 90 seconds of the race to go, and this is going to be a place change again for Ben Hanley to slip back to 5th position and give Louis Delatraz the place and the space into senior corner.
Disaster for GR Racing. It's a drive-through penalty for David Irigon for anticipating the end of the full course show that it's going to drop that car off the podium. It looks like it's going to be Racing Spirit Le Mans going to the podium here. Meantime, the gap in LMGT3 still just under 7 seconds. We're in the final minute in 3, 2, 1 seconds. Where is the race leader on track?
And I will say, if RLRM Sport, as the LMP3 leaders, are planning a pit stop, they're running far too deep into the race to do it now. So clearly they think they can get to the end in car number 15. Here comes the GR Racing Ferrari then to take that penalty at the last possible moment. It's 15:29 and 49 seconds. The race leader is heading into turns 3, 4 and 5 now on the final lap. So Tom Dillman at Virage du Camp, Saint-Baume and the kink at 7 to take him onto the Ligne Droite de Mistral for the final time, and a big advantage of 11.3 seconds.
Mirror hanging off the left side of that car. You're right as we're looking at it. So that has seen Valentina Haas-Clerc through into 3rd place. Michel Gatting, by the way, still with him. The clock expires now, so it will be when the 43 car crosses the line. Tom Dillman, what a magnificent run he's got. And by the way, with the drop-off in pace at the moment from Ben Hanley, he risks losing a place to Joop van Uitert at this point.
Yes, Delatraz has got by, and yet the danger is he allowed Joop van Uitert through, but then couldn't stay on the tail of the Dutchman, and has allowed a number of LMP2 cars through as well. But it could have been an absolutely incredible result for Inter-Europol competition. In the end, they will still be very happy. They had to kiss goodbye to the race lead for one of their cars, but the other one was sitting pretty in 2nd. It inherited the race lead and the race win of the 2024 4 Hours of Le Castellet. It's Sebastian Alvarez, it's Vlad Lomko, and it's Tom Dillman who are victorious here in the south of France in LMP2.
Coming home for the first victory for this trio. Together, the 55 car Spirit of Race take the win in LMGT3 after a titanic battle up and down the order. And it's going to be Richard Mille by TDS, the 29 car, Matthias Besch, bringing home this car for an LMP2 Pro Am win. And RLRM Sports look like pulling off the most unlikely win in LMP3. Where is that car?
They've still got half a lap to do. They're on the Mistral straight, but well done indeed to Greg Sose and Rodrigo Sales in the Richard Mille by TDS racing car to win LMP2 Pro-Am. And we still don't know what happened to the number 83 car to take it off the podium, but Proton will finish in second place with the number 77 car after a great performance yesterday in qualifying for Giorgio Roda. Rene Binder and Bent Viscal brings the 77 to the line. Still in the final sector is the LMP3 leader, just heading out of Bandor corner now and Garlaband, so 2 more corners to secure it for RLR M Sport, and it's looking like a second place finish for DKR Engineering and current driver Wyatt Brickacek. Here they are, car 15 then, RLR M Sport, and Gaël Julien driving on fresh air, it seems, but he got it to the finish. A very impressive guy, both in the media centre yesterday, but also, more importantly, in qualifying on Saturday, and he has helped them convert that into a much-deserved race win. Michael Jensen, Nick Adcock and Gaël Julien.
Staggering, and that he must have been driving in carpet slippers. Honestly, it had to have been a massive fuel save from Gaël Julien. And not only that, managing the gap to a car behind that didn't have a concern with fuel.
No, that's right.
But the biggest losers by a million miles in the safety car stakes, you have to say both Euro International, who looks shoe-in for that, and the Iron Dames.
Yeah, Iron Dames pitting just before the full course yellow, and then everybody else pitting after that. I mean, they weren't to know necessarily the caution was going to come out.
Indeed.
However,
but both of those teams will not finish even on the podium.
No, and it was such a strong showing from the Iron Dames and the pink Porsche up until that point.
I think you're going to see some very surprising twists and turns in the championship stakes. We'll wait till those are calculated outside of this booth of desperation. But there is our LMGT3 winners, the 55 car. Duncan Cameron took the start, Matt Griffin the middle part of the race, and then David Perel to finish.
So never before has that driver combination taken victory in the ELMS. The last win for car 55 was 3 years ago.
21. And then
at Monza.
And with Matt Griffin aboard the car the previous year, but that didn't have David Perel. That was before Aaron Scott decided to end his professional race career.
And they've never had a win in the 296.
They certainly, most certainly haven't.
So that's a good way to kickstart their season with the brand new car. Celebrations can begin now at Cool Racing as well. The guys there.
Let's go.
So well done anyway to Inter-Europol competition, to Cool Racing, who finished second, and to AO by TF finishing in third place. LMP3 winners RLR M Sport, DKR Engineering second, and Ultimate will make the podium. There is the LMP2 Pro-Am crew for Richard Mille by TDS. Matthias Besch bringing that car down pit lane. Here's Matt Griffin to arrive on the scene to celebrate with David Perel. It's been a long, long time for these guys to taste victory, but they are so invested in this championship, and I mean, they love it, I think, regardless of where they finish.
Absolutely.
But then when they can get home with some champagne and a big trophy, there's Duncan Cameron as well, the Silver Fox.
Well, the man who's made this all happen, you can see the enthusiasm he's got there, but Matt Griffin from Ireland, we playfully call him Matteo Griffoni, because he's been part of the Ferrari family for so very long, and rightly delighted about that. Matt and David, some you know, unwelcome news that they're not going to be on the grid for the Le Mans 24 Hours this season, but that will help to offset some of that disappointment, I'm sure.
Well, they're right in it. 2 races into a 6-race season. You know, it might not end here, the trophy celebrations.
A first ever win in the European Le Mans Series for the Inter-Europol competition team. Frankly, I think with the exception of the Michelin Le Mans Cup, I think that's more or less the complete set now. A WEC win because, of course, the Le Mans win last season here in the European Le Mans Series, the past season in the Asia Le Mans Series as well, and even the Ligier European Series earlier this weekend. No pressure then, Michelin Le Mans Cup team.
So the driver that completed the final stint, Tom Dillman with the helmet on. You've got in the middle Vlad Lomko and Sebastian Alvarez to their left. who did the opening stint, the silver-rated Mexican driver. It could have been a 1-2 for the Polish squad as well.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda.
At the time, Tom Dillman was second, and thankfully they'd managed to get both cars into a first and second place formation. And I bet Dillman could not believe his eyes, both for the joy of then leading, but also the horror of one car packing up, and he must be thinking, is the same thing going to happen to me?
Will add, by the way, I did say that on the current pace, Job van Uite was on the cusp of making it ahead of Ben Hanley. Ben's pace just dropped off a cliff on the final lap, and Job van Uite did indeed claim fourth place despite that 10-second penalty.
And Hanley loses out by 28 thousandths of a second once that 10-second penalty is given to Job van Uite.
That would have felt very like his finish a couple of seasons ago at the Rolex 24, where he lost it literally on the line.
Yeah, I mean, at least it's not missing out on a podium. It would only have been fourth had he got those 29 thousandths of a second back again. They're surely scratching their heads a little bit at United as to why the car was fading so much. Probably was tyres, and maybe they ran it a bit short in terms of the amount of tyres they had available, but then again, you don't want to change four and give up track position. It's a very, very fine balance, and Ben will have done his utmost to keep the wear at a minimum. Sometimes it just escapes you. There's not a lot left on the front left corner of the bodywork of car 43, I noticed, so that may well have been some flailing tyre eating away at the wheel arch, very similar to Louis Delatraz's car last year.
New boss of RLRM Sport, Alan McGarity, Irish Formula Ford legend, I'm told.
By him?
No, he always gives me that look when I say it. So it's taking over from Nick Reynolds, who sold the team on in the off-season, now based at Silverstone.
So well done to RLRM Sport under that new ownership, and we'll be hearing in a moment or two from RLR's drivers, from Richard Mille, but first the overall race winners, now with our pit lane reporter Steph Wentworth.
I am joined by the race winners, as you said, the number 43 into Europol. Guys, a massive congratulations. Obviously, very heartbreaking for the sister car. Tom, can you just talk us through how you were feeling when you saw ahead that the sister car had those issues and you guys were promoted to the lead?
First of all, I was feeling quite bad after the bad quali, but to start 12th and win the race was unexpected. We had great race pace, good strategy. And it looked like we could have done a 1-2. So, testament to the job the team did. It's a shame we couldn't get the 1-2 with the bad luck of the sister car, but yeah, for us it was a great day.
Well, it's a win for you guys. Vlad, Sebastian, thank you so much. Enjoy the celebrations, guys. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So happy with that, and you can understand it. So it's been a tough old race, a real event of endurance, and a question of just taking things easy from the off. But it's difficult to do that when you're trying to get 43 cars through the S-bend at Verrerie. And this split start now, which first of all sends the LMP2s through, followed by the LMP3 gaggle. And there was a spin in the mid-pack here after Tony Wells was turned around by the Richard Mille by TDS car into the concertina effect at turn 5. Very, very slowly then the GT cars got through, and the 55 Ferrari for the moment with Duncan Cameron got ahead of Sarah Bovey, who started the number 85 Porsche from the Iron Dames. She was able to pick off the Englishman though into senior corner for the first lap. How about this for a hop, skip and a jump for Jonas Reed in the number 9 car, and to add insult to injury, he would be penalised for taking advantage whilst he was off the road, over the white line, but also leaving the road vertically. Side by side between the two LMP3 leaders at the time, Torsten Kratz and Matthew Richard Bell, and then Hiroshi Hamaguchi in the green and black Lamborghini was fully alongside and over the curbs on several occasions. The 57 car of Takeshi Kimura, he would eventually get by. A shoulder barge from a recovering Conrad Lawson. And this was not a happy part of the racetrack, it would prove, for inter-Europol competition. Not one but two cars breaking down on the main start-finish straight. Also, right after or during a safety car and after the virtual safety car Leo Weiss would be out of the race in the WTM by Rinaldi car. Side by side between the 28 E-Deck and the 43 of Inter-Europol competition that would have such a good afternoon later on. And this was the moment where Malte Jakobsen's day would end. He was leading at the time, but the Cool Racing car with no power, leaving the second right-hander at the double at Beausset. Joop van Uitert would be given 10 extra seconds to his race time for this indiscretion, weaving to stop Tom Dillman getting by. Also, Michel Gatting taking to the scenery and the blue painted tarmac there to try and get ahead, and she did, of Valentin Haskell, but that battle would rumble on for a number of laps and half the stint that they were in the cars. A very good run around the outside from Paul-Luc Chatat on the AO by TF car. But then, as Ben Handley started to attack in the latter stages, the 22 car would actually start to fade a touch. And not only did Joop van Uitert get through, he would get a penalty later on, but also Paul-Luc Chatat found a way by the Mancunian in number 22 from United. It was the case that Valentin Haskell could weather the storm offered by Iron Dame's Michel Gatting, and a first ever victory then for Inter-Europol competition at European Le Mans Series level. LMP2 Pro-Am would be won by Richard Mille by TDS in the number 29 car. A long wait, something like 3 years for the 55 Ferrari of Spirit of Race to take victory in the brand new LM GT3 category. And LMP3 was eventually won by RLRM Sport. And as we continue to digest that 4 hours of entertainment and purebred motor racing action, there's still some stories to come out of this, I think, whilst the dust settles. But a terrific headline. It could have been even better, as we've said, for Inter-Europol competition. But the three driving the 43 car, very, very happy after their 125 laps. They win it by 14 seconds over Cool Racing's combination of Alejandro Garcia, Paul-Luc Chatat and Fred Vesti, and also making the podium AO by TF. Louis Delatraz brought that to the line. LMP2 Pro-Am is won by Richard Mille by TDS, the 29 crew of Rodriguez Sales, Matthias Besch and Gregoire Saucet. And in LMP3, it's RLRM Sports who win 7 laps off the LMP2 pace, but only by 3.7 seconds. Gaël Julien driving in the slippers to keep Wyatt Bricacek's chasing DKR Engineering car behind. Spirit of Race win for the first time in 3 years and never before with this current driving combination. They outpace the 63 Lamborghini of Iron Lynx, and completing the podium, again a different manufacturer, Aston Martin and Racing Spirit of Le Mans.
Well, one extraordinary statistic here, Johnny. 4 classes, of course, LMP2, LMP2 Pro-Am, LMP3 and LMGT3. 12 podium sitters, only 2 of whom were podium sitters at Barcelona. What that means is all sorts of twists and turns in the championship stakes, even this early, and certainly no dominant performance out there to look at. Closest to that at the moment looks to me to be the 2 cars that have finished high up on the podiums in both races so far. That is the Richard Mille by TDS effort in LMP2 Pro-Am and the Iron Lynx Lamborghini. Let's watch what the point standings are at the end of the day. Great stuff, and its twists and turns, lots and lots and lots of green flag racing there. Plenty of good racing, lots of elbows out. Not much by the way of major incident, which was great to see, other than surprising unreliability from LMP2 cars, which we barely ever see.
That's true, yeah. Normally that engine and gearbox combination is bulletproof, and we still don't know the exact reason why the number 34 car expired. Likewise for Cool Racing, was that a simple case of the car running out of fuel? We know they were close after 40-odd minutes of a stint for Malte Jakobsen. To 3rd place on the podium, number 14. This is more like it for AO by TF. Johnny Edgar, Louis Delatraz and Robert Kubica. 2nd place for the 47 trio of Alejandro Garcia of Mexico, Paul-Luc Chatat of France and Fred Vesti of Denmark. But it is a win for Inter-Europol competition. Congratulations to Sebastian Alvarez, Vladislav Lomko and Tom Dillman. And the national anthem of Poland will be heard around the racetrack here at Le Castellet. Four very wide smiles on top of the podium, the three drivers and the key personnel as well, engineer no doubt for car number 43. And it's not a dominant victory necessarily, but 14 seconds is striking considering how close it has been for most of the weekend. And there have been a lot of choppy waters to try and avoid, a lot of bunkers to use some golf terminology. Because it could have gone south like it did for so many teams, and the key thing is getting to the finish and hope that you're in one of the key places. Yeah, and means it's Europol competition. Join a quite short list of teams that have taken wins in LMP2 in the FIA World Endurance Championship and both of the Continental Championships that looked after by LMEM and the ACO in Asia, and now here in Europe with their first overall win. They have won, of course, in LMP3 in the past. I think it was 4 times they came second in that championship, in fact. But that looked pretty good for both cars all day until the 34 car cried enough on the pit straight when it looked like it was set for that crew to be the potential top step of the podium. Yeah, but after seeing Luca Giotto in the other car starting so well, and then Clement Novalak got into his rhythm as well, they are going to be a threat later on in the season. Absolutely, it was beautifully judged by Luca Giotto, and is the team's trophy. It is the Europol 43 car that leads by 7 points from the 22 United Autosports, and then 1 point clear of both the 37 Cool Racing and EDEC Sport. Algarve Pro Racing dropped back a bit there, but are very much in the fight. So it's Alvarez, Dillman and Lonco who will lead for about 2 months now before our next race at Imola, ahead of the combination of the number 22 crew from United Autosports. Let's get more now from Steph to react to the 4 hours of Le Castellet.
We are now joined by the winners of LMGT3. Matt, I'm going to come to you. Massive congratulations to all three of you, actually. That was not an easy race, was it?
Well, it was a really hard race. Duncan had amazing qualifying, was going really good in the race, and he got turned around in the opening stint, so we lost 55 seconds. So then we just had to alter the strategy. I went in second, which isn't normal. We changed things around. The team did a mega job on strategy, and the main thing was each of us were really fast, and when you're fast you can kind of make things happen. And you know, an hour into the race we were thinking, well, maybe we can get a top 5, but we just kept grinding, made a couple of good strategy calls, got a little bit lucky with the safety car, and Davey boy here brought it home like a champ, and was, you know, like I said, we had speed, and that's what you need.
Amazing. Well, this is the first win for you guys as a trio. Hopefully it's more to come the rest of the season. Thank you so much. Enjoy the celebrations.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, and a great way to kickstart their season with the new 296 as well. The green and white liveries had to be adapted for the new contours of this prancing horse, but it could be a very successful season. It could indeed, and it does look wide open, doesn't it? Again, Eindames, for another different reason, failed to deliver on the potential of that effort, but I've got points on the board. The Lamborghini effort looking strong as well. The Ferraris look strong. Good to see as well, and Aston Martin right up there and contesting podium position. So it was twists and turns again, didn't it, the LMGT3 effort, but I think beginning to prove that it's capable of producing the kind of racing we've got used to from GTE. Third on the podium then, it is the Racing Spirit Le Mans trio, with the second step on the podium for the Iron Lynx Lamborghini crew. So first up, Derek De Boer, Casper Stevenson and Valentin Haas-Close. Second to 63, Lambo of Hiroshi Hamaguchi, Axel Jeffries, Andrea Caldarelli. But here come David Perel, Matt Griffin and Duncan Cameron, who did 2 separate bronze stints. Matteo Griffoni explaining precisely why that was the case and had to adjust the strategy in race, which is a tough call, but it's proven to be very successful indeed. Let's hear the national anthem of the winning team. This is the national anthem of Switzerland. Spirit of Race take the race win and are suddenly thrust into real contention for the remaining 4 races of the European Le Mans Series.
Well, we've said it before, we'll keep saying it, just one good result seemingly out the blue can have a massive effect on a whole team. All of a sudden, what possibly seemed like it was out of reach, all of a sudden can seem possible, and that can change things dramatically.
And you almost feel like the bit was more between their teeth because they'd been turned around, as Matt was talking about, and they said, well, you know, we've kind of got nothing to lose here, coming back from adversity.
Good race. There will be those that will disagree, and I think there's 3 pink-clad ladies that most certainly disagree. But them's the breaks. They came out with the car as they would have chosen to present it and were unable to get by the Aston Martin, and I think that's what cramped the style, that's what finished it for them. Couldn't make that move stick.
Yeah, and although Michel Gatting just finished a second away from our eventual 3rd place finishers, it was the fact that the time gained by only switching 2 tyres, we think, on that Porsche could not be borne out in the race because she was just hampered by Valentin Haas-Clos. I was going to say blocked there, but he wasn't overly blocking.
No.
He was perfectly within his rights to stay defensive, and it was down to her to try and prize the opening. And with only 2 fresh tyres, that just wasn't possible.
Well, as we said, well, here we go. Here are the points. It is the 55 Sprinter race that now lead the championship, courtesy of that win from the 63 Iron Lynx Lamborghini, with the other car that's scored 2 podiums so far. GR Racing right up there with 28 points ahead of Formula Racing. Had a poor day today, but still there with 27. 23 for the Aston Martin, the 59 from Racing Spirit Le Mans. In the Drivers' Trophy, it is the trio described: David Perel, Duncan Cameron, Matt Griffin at the top, head of the Lamborghini crew of Andrea Caldarelli, Axel Jeffries and Hiroshi Hamaguchi.
So we've done LMP2, we've done LMGT3. Let's move now to the LMP3 category for the baby prototypes, and back to Steph.
I am joined by the winners of LMP3, the number 15 RLR M Sport, and we spoke to Gael Julian yesterday with that pole position, but I'm going to come to you, Nick. You were just telling me that this means a hell of a lot to you this year.
Well, last year was going to be my last season in ELMS. We had a very, very tough year, and I thought, yeah, you know, 25 years of racing, perhaps I should be hanging my boots up. We did Asia Le Mans, and we did really, really well, and won several races. And so I was eventually talked and bullied and harangued into doing this season, and now I'm really glad I did, because to win at this level is so special, and we've put a great team together, and Gael has driven so well. We just the car's been great from the get-go, and to win, I'm just lost for words. I'm so happy.
Okay, well, I won't ask you any more questions. Enjoy the celebrations, guys. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So Nick Adcock, and on his left, our right, Gael Julian, and then one further across, Michael Jensen, who is another bronze. So 2 bronzes and a silver have won the race. That's not always the go-to driving combination. There is definitely more variation in the LMP3 category. 8 cars making it to the finish, 2 sadly retiring, including 2 key runners.
This, though, is our LMP2 Pro Am podium. United Autosports 21 car in 3rd place. It's proto competition. Take the 2nd step in the podium, but it is the number 29 Richard Mille by TDS crew that will be on top of the LMP2 Am podium. And of course is Rodriguez Salas, Mateus Besch, Gregoire Saucy.
And the national anthem of France to come next. Very well done then to the trio from the Richard Mille by TDS combination. Second place to Car 77, Giorgio Roda, René Binder and Bent Viscal, and clearly they were able to convert their qualification pace into a better race result, only finishing 5th in Barcelona, but 19 points from the weekend after Giorgio's pole position yesterday. And third place to United Autosports with the number 21 car of Dan Schneider, Andy Merrick and Ollie Jarvis.
That might be Dan Schneider's first podium in the ELMS in 2 seasons of asking. Good to see United Autosports back on there again too. Great to have TDS Racing back in the European Le Mans Series after a bit of sabbatical with IMSA.
Also, massive credit to Ollie Jarvis for sorting that door latch issue out, because he would have been forced into the pit lane to solve it, or the team to solve it, and he managed to do it. It was during a full course yellow, wasn't it, or a safety car? Certainly at reduced speed anyway. Yes. And thankfully, that meant that he could really pay close attention to what the problem was, although you're still relatively blind to it because the door swings open. You don't really know where the catch is, particularly through driving gloves. Anyway, he coped with it, he slammed it shut, and they get a podium as a result for that quick thinking. And once again, LMP2 Pro-Am is thrown, well, right up into the air in terms of who may be the strongest team after 6 races this year.
It's so tough to call, isn't it? And that was a race with all sorts of twists and turns in every one of our 4 classes, but not more so than this, where we had the cars right up there, TDS right up there all afternoon. The AF Corsa car, there will be, I'm sure, a post-race story there as to what on earth happened to drop them out of contention. We didn't see it, but I'm sure Matt Vazivier will be more than happy to tell us. That is LMP2 Pro-Am.
And 43 points will be the total for today's winning crew. So they'll lead by 6, heading to Imola next time out from the AF Corsa crew, winners in Barcelona, and their further 7 back Proton competition. But they are getting some crucial points back then after a difficult opening race. Nielsen 4th, United 5th, and Algarve Pro Racing with the number 20 car in 6th place. Gregoire Sauce, Matthias Besch and Rodriguez Sales lead by 6 points over Alessio Rivera, Francois Perodo and Mathieu Vaxivière. And in 3rd place in the driver standings it's Bent Viscal, Giorgio Roda and René Binder. One category we need to catch up with is Pro-Am. Let's head to Steph again.
I am now joined by the winners of LMP2 Pro-Am, the number 29, Richard Mille by TDS. Rodrigo, I'll come to you. What does this mean to you and the team? You know, you can't keep the smiles off your faces. It must feel absolutely amazing to take the victory today.
No, it really does. I mean, the field in LMP2 Pro-Am is just insanely competitive, and the whole team did a fantastic job, and it means a lot to win in this series, just given the level of competition. So yeah, it's fantastic. I'm really, really excited, and can't thank the entire TDS team, my teammates, everyone involved, because it really came down to a fantastic team effort.
Fantastic. Enjoy the celebrations, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then straight after that, they went to the podium, and now we can concentrate on the LMP3 top 3 finishing teams. First of all, and in reverse order, Ultimate, number 35, Eric Trullier, brought in, or back into the fold of the family crew, but there are strong TDS connections these days. Jean-Baptiste Lehay and Mathieu Lehay. Second place to DKR Engineering with their number 4 car, so Alexander Matschel as the bronze, Belin Garcia and Wyatt Bricacek, who brought that car to the finish. But the win, very spectacularly and brilliantly told by Nick Adcock to Steph a moment or 2 ago, saying he nearly shut the door on his racing career, but he's so glad he came back, because it's a victory here in Le Castellet, joined on the top step of the podium by fellow South African Michael Jensen and Gaël Julien, who's a real star of the future. Julien dominating, not dominating pole position yesterday, but doing a spectacular lap and timing it to perfection as well.
Yeah, he's going to be another one of these drivers that emerges as a little bit of a star.
Here's the national anthem. national anthem of Great Britain for RLR M Sport, and well done to them. Again, good championship points to be banked early on in the season. We'll have a look at how things have shaken up after 8 hours of racing, 2 4-hour rounds in a moment.
Great stuff from the new look RLR M Sport crew, but also congratulations to DCAR Engineering, back on form, and Ultimate. Particular note of Belen Garcia, only female racer in LMP racing this season. And I think I'm right, that is her, it's a podium for her in a third different series in LMP3.
Oh wow,
with
okay.
Ultimate Cup and with Prototype Cup Germany, and now the European Le Mans Series.
Brilliant. So turning very much into an LMP3 specialist, having come from a single-seater background.
Mark Smith there, veteran racer for the British GT Championship in the late 90s, and now owner of multiple LMP3 and other sports racing cars. He does business with a number of the teams around. Massive enthusiast, but yep, still struggling to get the cork out of the bottle. Now it's done, Nick. Nick Adcock finally gets it done. Long time driving partner with Michael Jensen. Here are the team's points. It is RLR M Sport to the top with 38 points. 7 clear from Team Virage, who had a poor day today. Further 2 back to the 17 Cool Racing, another team that struggled today. DCAR Engineering right in there, 28 points with Euro International off the podium, but 27 points, 11 off the championship lead. Ultimate with that result up onto 17 and within striking range mathematically of the lead the next round. Drivers' Trophy, it is Gail Julien, Michael Jensen, Nick Adcock at the top of the points there. Gillian Henrion, Julien Gerby and Cedric Ultramar, Julien Gerby in second, Cedric Ultramar, Manuel Espirito Santo and Miguel Cristovo in third place. It is tight stuff.
And will remain so for quite a time now, because we go into the mid-season interval for the European Le Mans Series. So you'll have to find something to keep your time in the 9 weeks between now and round 3 at Imola. There's something called Le Mans happening next month, and indeed next weekend. Back to Europe for the World Endurance Championship as well, with the 6 hours of Spa. That's a Saturday race, remember. Graham will be there with all the gang, Martin Haven and Ant Davidson to look after that. But for the European Le Mans Series, we're back in 9 weeks' time to Imola for the first of a couple of visits to Italy, which we're dearly looking forward to. There have been stories of woe, but there have been massive successful narratives as well to come out of the 4 hours of Le Castellet. And we look forward to your company in Emilia-Romagna for round 3 of the European Le Mans Series. From Steph Wentworth, from Graham Goodwin and me, Johnny Palmer, we will see you in a few weeks' time. Bye-bye.